Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry inherited new powers in his fifth year that even Voldemort feared? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now, let's start the video.
Here is short summary. In his fifth year, Harry unlocks a set of ancient powers tied to the forgotten legacy of the Order itself. As his abilities grow, so does the fear in Voldemort's ranks, because this Harry is no longer just the chosen one. With new strength, unexpected allies, and a destiny far greater than prophecy, Harry becomes the force even Voldemort never wanted to face. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Lots of fire. It was all around him, to the left, to the right, in front, behind, everywhere. The houses were burning, as were the shops and stores, the trees lining the pavement, everything. The entire village had been transformed into a blazing inferno. Black shadows danced amongst the flames, some tall, some short, all threatening. Twisted shapes contorted around the burning pyres, screams of terror and malicious laughter accompanying their taunting dance. Death Eaters. Lots of Death Eaters. The clouds were hanging low in the sky. No, not clouds. No, it was smoke. Smoke from the fires raging throughout the hamlet. He could see it rising up in thick billowing columns, framed in a dark red and orange glow. Impossible blinding blue-white lightning joined the layer of smoke to the ground, thunder rumbling like a hidden avalanche. The fires were crackling so loudly it was almost all he could hear, except for the pained screams and wicked laughter. The post office, already engulfed in flames, loomed up before him. The owls inside were trapped and screeching in agony and terror. He had never heard anything like it. They sounded almost human as they cried out while the fire claimed them one by one. He tried to run, either to help or flee, he did not know, but found himself unable to move. His feet were leaden and his legs refused to work. He could only watch in horror as a terrible visage rose up behind the burning post office. It was a giant figure, thrice the height of the building and shrouded in blackness, despite the ever-present flames. Goodbye, Harry. Death Eaters surrounded him on all sides and were slowly closing in on him with small, measured steps. The firelight illuminated their blank, skull-like masks beneath the cowls of their black robes as they drew nearer and neared. Voldemort was looming high over the horizon, his crimson eyes glowing maliciously in the nighttime gloom. Your friends will be next. Harry woke with a jolt, his heart pounding within his chest like a trip hammer. He ked in a deep and shaky breath, trying to slow his pulse to something more normal. Sweat was soaking his shirt and he could the garment clinging to his chest and back. The heat of the fire, crackling merrily at his feet, surrounded him like a heavy blanket. Welcome back. Rough trip. No more than usual, Aeolus. He could hear the soft murmur of conversation surrounding him, filling the common room. Taking another deep breath and licking his lips, Harry pulled himself upright and opened his eyes. Ginny gently caressed Harry's head through the thick mop of his unruly black hair, trying to ease the tension radiating from him. That was a shorter one than usual. He was lying on the floor of the common room, feet pointing towards the crackling fireplace, his head and shoulders propped up against the couch Ginny was lying on. It was the position he always lay in during the short catnaps he would take after finishing his homework and before going to bed for the night. Ron had tried it himself once. Just once. He had quickly learnt that his shoes did not withstand the fire's heat nearly as well as Harry's dragon-hide boots. The point had been forcibly driven home when the soles of his shoes had somehow caught alight, resulting in a highly amusing hot-footed dance around the common room. It had been young Dennis Creevey that had finally acted on Ron's bellows, conjuring up a large bucket of water to douse the flames. This did not sit well with Ron, who ended up drenched from head to toe, since Dennis was a wizard and a simple extinguishing spell would have done a much better, not to mention drier, job of it. To make matters worse was the fact that Dennis was a carbon copy of his brother Colin and was easily excitable. Thus nobody, besides Dennis, was very surprised when he lost his grip on the pail, letting the container fly through the air behind the water and smash into Ron's face. A perfect example of adding injury to insult, declared the twins. Harry had been very quiet ever since their return from Hogsmeade the previous month, spending a lot of his time either practicing dueling, sword fighting or some form of martial arts in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium. Or, as he was now, flying prone on the floor, close to the fire and eventually dozing off. After several people had reported his reactions to the devastation in Hogsmeade, and after having seen the damage up close, the Gryffindors had cornered Harry one night and demanded to know just what had happened on the night of the attack. And so Harry had sat down, albeit reluctantly, and given a clear and concise account of the work he had done during the aftermath, trying to extinguish the fires as they relentlessly spread from building to building, helping pull victims from the wreckage, everything. By his own count 28 people had died in his presence and very few of them had passed on in a peaceful manner. Since then the Gryffindors had become extremely protective of Harry. Not in public, although they did support anything he proposed without reservation, but within their own ranks. On the long nights when Harry lay by the fire, head propped against the couch, there were always at least a half a dozen Gryffindors present to maintain a vigil of him as he slumbered. No matter how long he slept by the fireplace, they would remain at his side, taking shifts if need be. Only Ginny, Ron and Hermione were always there. Ginny would lay down and stretch out across the couch Harry would lean against, while his two best friends would be close at hand in the sitting chairs set next to the fireplace. The nightmares were never far from Harry when he slept. A pattern had quickly emerged and by now everyone living in the tower knew it well. When it began, Harry would tense up, his muscles coiling and bunching tightly. His entire body would shiver and tremble from the effort which often brought a sweat to his brow. His jaw would clench tight and his teeth could be heard grinding from the other side of the common room. Next came the twitches in either Harry's arms or legs, sometimes both, as if he were fighting against something or trying to flee from it. Soft whimpers and moans would escape him during this part, his face contorting into an expression of such utter helplessness that some of the more emotional girls began to cry in sympathy. As the nightmare progressed, Harry's movements would become more and more violent, sometimes he would even lash out. Some of his watchers had learned the hard way, usually by means of a bloody nose or black eye, to stay well back when Harry began to struggle. His breathing became ragged and harsh, growing faster and faster until they feared he might hyperventilate. Occasionally words would escape his lips, pleas or denials, signifying the beginning of the nightmare's final act. Harry would arch his back, almost to the point where they worried he might injure his spine, before crashing back into the waking world. It was like watching an elastic band being stretched taut and finally snapping from the strain. Sometimes, if the nightmare was particularly bad, Harry's magic would begin to leak out, causing the furniture to shake. Parchment flew wildly about, the walls and floor creaked ominously and the windows rattled and sometimes even cracked. Tonight's had not been that bad, fortunately. Crookshanks twisted about in Hermione's lap and purred as Harry pulled himself up into a sitting position, kneading his neck with both hands. Everyone, save for Ginny, had moved a little back once he had awoken, knowing he disliked being crowded or attended to. Nobody said a word to him, or each other, about his dreams. "Decided to join us, Harry?" asked Ginny, still stroking her hand through his hair. "Yeah," he said, leaning back so he could look at her. "What time's it?" After Crookshanks jumped off her lap, Hermione checked her wristwatch and answered, "Just past 8 o'clock." Harry looked at her with surprise. "Only, it's still early. I could have sworn it was much later, past 10 at least." "You're just tired from having to read all those soppy valentines all the girls sent you," teased Fred, leaning down against the back of the couch. Both Ginny and Harry turned to glare at her brother, who was beaming benevolently down at them. Unfortunately, neither of the two could deny his proclamation, since it was indeed Valentine's Day and Harry had received quite a fair number of cards and other tokens during the course of it. So for that matter had Ginny, to her surprise, although not to anyone else's. The fact that Harry seemed highly embarrassed by the attention and Ginny highly frustrated of the perceived competition, merely provided the twins with additional ammunition. "It's actually amazing you got that many," concurred George, standing beside his twin. "I would have thought most of them would have been intimidated by your forceful presence." "Of course," continued Fred, grinning devilishly, "there's nothing to worry about. None of them could possibly be suicidal enough to try anything more. Not with our dear Jin sending death glares towards any poor thing that tried to approach you today." "Ooh, I can't believe him," Ginny audibly growled at them. Are you really that eager to visit Madame Pomfrey again, dear brother? The freckles on the twins' faces stood out starkly as they paled almost instantly, and both were quick to raise their hands in appeasement and take a large step back. No need, Ginny, stuttered Fred, still backing away. We were just teasing. Remember we have the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw soon, tried George. Harry arched his eyebrows innocently at them. That's not for another month, George. I'm sure you will be out of the hospital wing by then. The two brothers exchanged an alarmed look and quickly made their way to the stairs leading up to the boys' dormitories, loudly proclaiming their need to finish their charms homework. The fact that it was Saturday and they had already finished all their homework that afternoon did not seem to register anymore. If I had only known, I would have hit them years ago. Hermione had pulled her chair back and stood up, packing her things into her bag as she said, "Come on, Ginny. Let's head upstairs ourselves." Ginny looked at her, puzzled. Why? Like Harry said, it's still early. Angelina and Becky wanted to arrange something. Hermione replied, "They didn't tell me what, but they did say we'd have fun. They've invited most of the older girls too." "Is this some sort of Valentine's thing?" asked Ron, looking cautiously at Hermione as she lifted her bag and rounded the table they had been sitting at. Hermione smiled and leaned down to peck Ron on the cheek. "I've already wished you a happy Valentine's, remember?" Ron grinned broadly up at her. "Nah, maybe you should remind me." Talk about saccharine sweet, thought Ginny, watching as her friend and brother leaning in for a very intricate seeming exchange of The thought of doing that with Harry sent shivers down Ginny's spine, but watching Ron and Hermione made her feel like gagging. "Why is it they can do that?" Harry whispered to her, "yet whenever we so much as try, someone or something interrupts us." "Bad timing," replied Ginny, sitting up. She graced him with a seductive smile. "Of course, since they're suddenly occupied, maybe we could try now?" Before Harry could reply, Hermione broke away from Ron and came to collect Ginny, pulling her off the couch and to her feet. As she was led across the common room to the stairs, Harry groaned. "You were saying?" "I should have known better." "Good night, Ginny," called Ron. "Don't let the monsters under the bed do anything bad to you, 'kay?" "Bad? Oh, don't worry, Ron," she assured him, her eyes meeting Harry's as she started to climb the stairs after Hermione. "I'm sure the monsters could find far more interesting things to do with me." Harry grinned as she was departing and simply told her, "Good night, Gin." What I wouldn't give for a good night key, instead. "Good night, Harry." "Woohoo! They're beeped." "They're not. They're oh boy." It had been about an hour and a half since Ginny and Hermione had retired upstairs, leaving Harry and Ron to play a friendly game of chess. Over the past few months, Harry had been pushing his friend relentlessly when it came to playing, using every trick he knew and a couple he borrowed off of Sun Tzu, who was a true master of the game. Ron had improved dramatically and now won their games more often than not. "Checkmate." Ron had grinned, making his move with a flourish and his grin broadening as his knight stepped forward and decapitated Harry's king. Interesting tactic," observed Harry. "A variation on Kerensky?" Ron nodded. "Yep. Want to play another round?" Harry shook his head. "No thanks." Both boys looked around and saw that the common room was mostly deserted, apart from Neville, who was revising for his OWLs, and the pair of Seamus and Moira. The two were talking quietly and Seamus' Irish accent had come out to the point that he was almost as unintelligible as Moira. "In that case," observed Ron, "I'm going to turn in early. You coming up?" "Not just yet," demurred Harry, glancing towards the stairway leading up to the girls' dormitories. He smiled at his best friend. "I want to wish Ginny a happy Valentine's Day first." Ron smiled back at him, remarkably at ease with the fact that Harry was nominally going out with his sister. It might have had something to do with Ginny pounding Fred and George into the dirt after having been interrupted the previous month, but Harry wasn't complaining too much. There was still the annoying fact that whenever he and Ginny tried to key, something would always present itself and break them apart. "It's almost as if there were some higher power at work," he mused, "trying to stop us. Considering how frustrated it's making you, I'd suggest a lower power." "Hey, no insinuations like that please. Be careful, mate," Ron told him as he made his way up the stairs. "Walking in on the girls unannounced could get you into trouble." "I'll knock first," Harry had told him, before standing up and climbing the other set of stairs. He had quickly found the dormitory marked as belonging to the fourth-year girls, behind which he heard a great deal of chatter. From the sound of it, several girls from other years were present, though for what he could not guess. Harry knocked politely and, after a few seconds in which he received no reply, pulled on the doorknob and swung the door inwards. At which point he found himself in the current situation. Even with the enhanced abilities and senses the Order had given him, Harry was so surprised by what, not to mention who, stood before him, that he was only able to catch fleeting glimpses of scantily clad girls as his mind struggled to process what he had walked in on. There was Alicia, ducking behind a post and the drapes of the nearest bed. Angelina reacting calmly to his intrusion and simply placing her hands on her hips. He had apparently caught Katie in between changes and she vanished from sight behind the bed with a thump. He had a brief glimpse of short mahogany hair as a sixth-year girl, Becky Silver, ducked into one of the large wardrobes. Unfortunately, the wardrobe proved rather fuller than expected and Becky bounced back out and crashed to the floor in a tangle of robes and dresses. Carmen was further back in the room and fell onto her bed with a squeak and hurriedly pulled the drapes shut. A streak of long blonde hair that he thought was Lucy Ferrier disappeared behind some curtains with a high-pitched squeal. Harry barely paid any attention to Lavender, in something very pink and very lacy, and Parvati, who stood out in several vibrant shades of translucent yellow. Both girls gave shrill cries that would have done credit to a startled house elf and also dove for cover. From the sound of it, and since they had dived behind the same bed, he figured they must have landed on top of Katie. Then, amidst the general confusion that had engulfed the dormitory, Harry spotted Hermione, not far from where Katie had first been. The shimmering sky-blue satin of her decidedly erotic knickers and suspender belt went well with the tan of her legs and stomach. The matching beep she was holding dropped to the floor as she squeaked loudly, reaching up to cross her arms in a belated attempt to cover her bare chest. Good thing Ron didn't see her like this, was the first thought to cross Harry's mind upon seeing his best friend in such a state of undress. He'd have a heart attack. I don't think he would complain. A second thought occurred to him almost immediately after that. Good thing I'm not Ron or she'd have a heart attack as well. Then Harry's gaze slid to the girl standing next to Hermione, Ginny. She was standing, frozen in place, with an expression on her face that Harry had always imagined what a deer in headlights looked like. He only looked into her eyes for an instant before his eyes found themselves dropping lower and then lower once again. His breath caught in his throat and Harry felt his thought processes grind to a screeching halt as his brain simply stopped working. The material was black and hugged her lithe figure like a second skin, which in itself did bad things to Harry's nervous system. That it was also somewhat sheer, particularly the beep cups, only made matters that much worse. His eyes slowly wound their way back from where they had been directed at her amazingly long and smooth legs, drifting over her flat, toned stomach and up to the soft swell of her breasts, where they froze in place. Blushing such a bright shade of red she could have glowed in the dark, Ginny turned around and grabbed for her robes, which were lying on the bed. A deep, throaty groan escaped Harry when she did this. The view from the rear was just as heart-stopping. Forget Ron and Hermione, I'm going to have a heart attack. Ginny turned back to face him, her school robes held in a bundle before her in an attempt to cover herself from his gaze. Harry stared into her wide chocolate eyes, wider than he had ever seen them, and wondered if there was enough magic in the world to prevent the blush he could feel rising to his cheeks. Don't think so, laddie. Who cares? You're in a room full o' half-beeped wenches. Oh God, I'm going to die. Several moments passed and Harry saw Carmen sticking her head out from inside the drapes of her bed, while Lucy ventured just her head out from behind the curtains. Becky, on the floor, seemed to have judiciously untangled most of herself from the assortment of clothes that had fallen over her. When Katie's head and shoulders emerged from behind the bed right in front of him, Harry wondered abstractly if this meant he had now seen more of Katie than George had. If so, he resolved, he'd beg if necessary, to make absolutely certain George never found out. Harry, croaked Ginny, what are you doing in here? I was going to ask you something important, he answered slowly. He was dimly aware that most of the girls not hiding behind the beds, primarily Angelina and to a lesser degree Hermione, were grinning knowingly at him. I remember it was important. I can't remember what it was, but I remember it was important. Harry tried to say more, but his mind wasn't functioning properly. He floundered about for a few seconds, shaking his head as he tried to speak. Finally he managed to articulate the first proper thought that came to his mind while confronted with a barely clothed Ginny. "I need a cold shower." Ginny had never felt so embarrassed in her life. For that matter, she could not recall having ever seen Harry look quite so embarrassed either, but that was a small consolation. Oh God, I'm never going to be able to look him in the face again. After spending several seconds staring at her in obvious horror, Harry had declared his need for a shower and fled the girls' dormitory as if Voldemort himself were chasing after him. Not that that would have posed much of a threat all things considered, but still. "Ha ha ha ha," cried Angelina as the door slammed shut and Harry's footsteps retreated. "That poor boy. For a moment there I thought he was going to have a heart attack." "Especially when he saw you, Ginny," agreed Hermione, although with a bit of squeak left in her voice and a definite flush to her cheeks. Ginny glared at the other girls, wishing that for once the infamous Weasley blush would not rise to her cheeks. Her attempts, however, only sent them into further peals of laughter, despite the fact that Harry just perused their own assets in nothing more than the decidedly bedroom-only lingerie that Angelina and Becky had provided. "Somehow I doubt either of you would find the situation as humorous had it been Fred or Ron," Ginny retorted, still trying to fight the blush. "But it wasn't, was it?" replied Angelina, batting her eyelashes. "It was young Harry there, who's probably having trouble walking upright at the moment. No wonder the poor boy needs a shower." Ginny stomped her foot angrily. "It's not funny." "Oh yes, it is," said Carmen, slinking out from behind her drapes. "Did you see the look on his face?" "No doubt about it," agreed Lucy, leaving the cover of the curtains. "It's a miracle he didn't tear off what little you have on and ravage you right here." Ginny sank down on her bed and dropped her face into her hands. "Oh dear Merlin," she groaned, "didn't any of you see how horrified he looked?" Hermione sat down beside her and patted her on the shoulder. "It was kind of hard to miss, Ginny." "That boy wants you so much I'm not surprised he ran like that," confirmed Parvati, rising off the floor. "He was probably afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself." "He's Harry," retorted Ginny in protest. "He wouldn't do that." "He's a boy, dearie," replied Angelina, sitting down on her other side, confronted with a half-beeped young girl. "Especially one he likes so much, he could very well do that." Katie grinned evilly. "We're talking from experience, aren't we, Ang?" "Shut up." Ginny groaned and dropped her head back into her hands. "What I am going to do?" "Go after him," chorused almost every girl in the room. "Come on, Ginny," prodded Becky. "You know you want to." "Yeah," agreed Carmen. "Maybe you'll finally get to key him without being interrupted at the very last second." They have a point. After leaving her dormitory and running to the fifth-year boys' room, she quickly found out that Harry had not gone there for his shower. Leaving Ron, who seemed rather flustered that his baby sister was running around in such a state of undress, Ginny ran down to the common room. There she learned from Neville, as well as Seamus and Moira, that Harry had made a hurried departure out the portrait hole. Running around Hogwarts after Harry in the dead of night, barefoot and in only her underwear and robes, was probably the single craziest thing Ginny had ever done. Considering the situation, however, she could be forgiven for acting so impulsively. It was something of a miracle that she managed to avoid Filch, Mrs. Norris and the patrols of Aurors now stationed at the school, but somehow she managed. After stealthily treading down the many corridors, she reached the place she knew Harry had come to. The prefect's bathroom. "Pine fresh," she announced and stepped through the door. Harry had described the room for her while recounting the events of the previous year, during the Triwizard Tournament. It was exactly as he had said it was, white marble and a pool-sized bath with hundreds of taps surrounding it. Harry was standing by the edge of the bath, watching as the water slowly pooled up and filled the bathing area. "Ginny," he exclaimed, whirling around to face her as she entered, "what are you doing here?" "Well, I just wanted," she haltingly replied. "I wanted to find out what it was you wanted to ask me when you know." He looked at her incredulously and then flushed a bright Arlet when she added, "And maybe we could finally manage a simple key, without being interrupted." "That would be a bad idea," he stated, "a very bad idea." Ginny hoped the slight hurt she felt at his words did not show on her face. Working very hard she managed to prevent the quiver that was threatening to shake her voice and asked, "Why?" Harry looked imploringly at her, a strained expression on his face, because right now, Ginny, there are so many things I want to do with you I don't think I could control myself if we got started. Now I really know why I love him. Harry, do you realize what you just said? She asked with a small smile, closing the distance between them until they were almost touching. You said, with me. Not to me, but with me. And that tells me what kind of a man you are. That even if we do nothing but stand here and talk for the rest of the night, I've made the right choice. They were very close together now. Ginny could just feel the tips of her East's brushing against Harry's chest as she snaked her arms around him and began caressing his back. Harry reciprocated in full and began tracing his fingers in delicious circles across her back with a feather-light touch that was sent shivers up and down her spine. Eager to accomplish what they had thus far been unsuccessful with, Ginny leaning into Harry and tilted her head up to his lips. His arms tightened their grip and he pulled her against him, his lips brushing at her temple and slowly winding across her cheek and then along her jawline. He had just reached her chin and was sliding up to her mouth, with aching slowness, when without warning his arms released their hold on her and began flaying wildly about. Ginny looked up at him in surprise and consternation a moment before the realization of their predicament hit her. Then, with the grace of a flying anvil, they fell in. Splash! Ginny was spluttering about and trying to find her footing on the floor of the bath when Harry jerked up from below, sending a spray of water into the air. For the love of all that's holy! He cursed, smacking his fists into water. What did we ever do to deserve this? Tell me, what? As Harry continued to curse the gods, the heavens and just about every obscure deity known to exist, Ginny surveyed the prefect's bathroom with a mixture of alarm and amusement. The fine white marble was littered with thousands, maybe millions, of cracks and fractures. The floors, the walls and the roof looked as though a large, angry and inebriated cave troll had been beating them with mallet. The splendid and intricately wrought chandelier was wobbling and seemed in imminent danger of falling away from the fractured ceiling. The high glass windows had shattered and apparently shredded the white linen curtains into nothing more than rags. The fluffy white towels were similarly destroyed and the painting of the mermaid had fallen loose and was hanging from the wall at a sharp angle. It's going to take forever to fix all this, she groaned, drawing Harry's attention away from his increasingly profane cussing. Half an hour, maybe less, he said after taking a deep, calming breath, if we get. As Harry's voice trailed off abruptly, Ginny became aware of the fact that she was now utterly soaked from head to toe. This would not normally have been cause for much concern. However, in her haste to locate Harry, she had not firmly fastened the front of her robes before setting out after him. As a result, her robes had parted in front and were giving him a close-up view of her now even more clinging underwear. Well, at least he doesn't seem to be going red this time. Ginny, Harry said in a breathless voice, if you keep this up, I'm going to die of stress before the end of the year. Wading her way through the water, Ginny pulled him into an embrace similar to the one they had been in before their fall. Harry, however, rested his hands on her hips instead and began to gently slide them up until his palms were brushing the sides of her East. Ginny's breath caught in her throat at his bold and intimate touch. She pushed up onto the tips of her toes and curled her arms around his neck, running one hand through the wet tangle of his hair and pulling his head towards her. Happy Valentine's Day, Harry, she whispered, her lips just brushing against his. With a jerk, Harry pulled his head away from her and glared off to one side. He snarled with pent-up frustration and muttered vehemently under his breath, a curse of some sort that Ginny did not recognize. A moment later, a high-pitched wail echoed forth from one of the taps, quickly fading away into nothingness. What was that? Ginny asked in surprise. Mo. Ning Myrtle, replied Harry, turning back to her with a satisfied smile. I just flushed her down the pipes and into the lake. Ginny blinked and asked, Mo. Ning Myrtle. What was she doing here? Apparently she likes to spy on the boy prefects while we bathe, replied Harry with a shrug. I almost forgot about her this time. He smiled at her and leaned close. Once again, of course, I was distracted. His breath was hot against her flesh and Ginny knew that this time nothing would interrupt them. At least she hoped not. With the slow inevitability of two forces of nature clashing together, his lips finally, after so long, pressed against hers in that long-awaited key. And boy, was it a key. The touch of his lips against hers was like lightning, what her father called electricity, and it only got better as they increased the pressure. After what must have been only a few seconds, but felt like a lifetime, Harry's lips parted a fraction and he tentatively ran the tip of his tongue along her bottom lip. Without any hesitation, Ginny opened her mouth to allow him in trance, her hands pulling him even closer to her as she did. No wonder Ron and Hermione do this so much, she thought as Harry held her tight against him, one hand between her shoulders, the other at the small of her back. It was incredible. The most amazing sensations were coursing through her as their tongues danced around each other, almost resembling their infrequent duels with sword and wand. As their key continued and Ginny began to feel dizzy, whether from the act or the lack of oxygen she did not know, she reveled in his touch as well as his taste. She didn't know if Harry always held this flavor within him, but he tasted like mint tea, with a hint of chocolate. Finally, after an eternity and more, they drew back and parted, Harry pulling playfully on her bottom lip as he left her. They stood there, in the bath, for an age. Their breaths were coming fast and shallow and both were flushed with excitement and desire. "You taste good," Ginny said, after her heartbeat eventually slowed to something like normal. "So do you," Harry told her, dotting her quickly on the tip of her nose, like honey with a dash of cinnamon. Ginny grinned and then surveyed the room. "Looks like we won't have to stay here for very long anymore." Amazingly, probably in a magical backwash from their pleasure, the damage done to the bathroom had repaired itself. The cracks in the marble had sealed over, the chandelier hung firmly from the ceiling, the windows were whole and the curtains unshredded. The only thing left to be done was to hang the fallen picture of the mermaid back in its proper place. "In that case," purred Harry, nuzzling her neck, "we'll have to find another excuse to stay in here for a little longer." "Only a little longer?" she asked with a playful pout. Harry grinned down at her. "Well, at least until Valentine's Day is over." Ginny arched her eyebrows and teasingly pointed out, "That gives us a couple of hours." "My point exactly. Players, mount your brooms." Madam Hooch's whistle sounded and the two teams kicked off the pitch and into the air. Harry peeled off to the right, streaking across the field at a brisk clip. Out the corner of his eye he could make out Katie snatching the quaffle away from the Ravenclaw chasers and streaking towards the distant goals. "Bell's got the quaffle," announced Lee Jordan from the stands, ducks under Turpin and passes to Johnson. "She's looking fine, that girl is." "Jordan." Harry smiled and as he listened to Lee's commentating, all the while scanned the Quidditch pitch for any sign of the golden snitch. It was mid-March and the sky was blanketed in a layer of low-hanging pewter-gray clouds despite the onset of spring, hiding the sun and making the elusive ball all the more difficult to spot. Floating high above the other players, Harry felt her coming up alongside him before he saw her. "You're looking rather pleased with yourself, Harry," noted Cho, using only one hand to steer her Comet 260 close by him. "Just appreciating Lee working the crowd," he admitted, "unless by some miracle the game doesn't finish. Today's the last time we'll be hearing him." It was the final match of the Hogwarts Quidditch season. Slytherin had never managed to recover from their humiliating defeat at the hands of Gryffindor and had subsequently lost their match against Ravenclaw and only just managed to tie with Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw had beaten Hufflepuff during February, on Valentine's Day in fact, and were currently ranked second, behind Gryffindor. "They have to beat us by 160 points to win the cup," thought Harry, watching as Fred tried to dismount the Ravenclaw keeper just as Angelina shot at the goals. "Alicia Spinnet scores the first points of the match," exulted Lee, 10-0 to Gryffindor. "Somehow I doubt anyone besides the Gryffindors are going to miss him that much," noted Cho Riley. "He certainly is." "Eccentric," finished Harry with a knowing grin, "that he is." The two seekers continued to slowly circle above the pitch, talking, but still keeping an eye out for the elusive snitch. "So how's poor Neville doing?" asked Harry after a while. "I didn't see him this morning." "What do you mean, poor Neville?" asked Cho in return, a concerned frown marring her elegant features. Harry grinned at her and explained, "He was almost having a panic attack last night. He didn't know if he should be supporting Gryffindor with the rest of the house, or Ravenclaw since he's now your boyfriend. He was trying to convince Hermione to clone him so he could do both." Cho was completely flummoxed by this statement and even began to blush a delicate pink when a loud, undulating wail rang out. It cut through the air as loud and clear as a foghorn, only going on and on without any apparent end in sight. "What in the nether hells is that?" shouted Cho, covering her ears. Now who was it that told us Voldemort would never attack during a game of Quidditch? Harry growled at the voice's sarcastic tone and replied, "Please tell me that isn't the alarm I think it is." "Okay, we can do that. I don't think it will help though." "Damn, I can already feel them. I better let Dumbledore know." "I think you'd better let everyone know." The blaring siren call had been sounding for a full minute when it abruptly tapered off, leaving the echoes sounding throughout the hills and around the castle. Harry could see everyone looking around in confusion and mixed amounts of alarm. The 50 or so Aurors stationed about the pitch were looking particularly twitchy at this interruption. With a tight set to his mouth, Harry swooped down to the teacher's box, where Dumbledore was sitting. All the professors were looking around in confusion, the headmaster included, trying to distinguish the reason for the loud sound that had so unexpectedly startled them all. "We're under attack." "Oh really? We'd never have guessed." "Shut up. This is important." The words caught the attention of every single person in the box as if emphasized by a gunshot. Dumbledore turned to Harry with a surprised expression and asked, "Under attack? Could you explain what you mean by that, please, Harry?" Harry nodded sharply. "After the attack on Hogsmeade, I placed detection wards around Hogwarts to a radius of 5 miles. That alarm means that more than a specified number of Death Eaters or other possible enemies have entered range. We're going to be under attack." "What is this specified number?" asked Snape, looking snidely at him. "Insufferable git. I've been saying that since practically the moment I met him." 50 in total," replied Harry, meeting the potions master's glare with a level gaze. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise and he exchanged a look with Professor McGonagall. With a shake of his head he turned to face the rest of the spectators sitting throughout the stadium, all of them watching Harry and him closely. "This is Professor Dumbledore," he boomed. "Hogwarts is under imminent attack. All students are to proceed quickly and quietly to the Great Hall. Teachers." He was cut off by Harry, who motioned him sharply into silence and then cast a sonorous charm on himself. "Belay that. All students are to head directly to the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. Head directly there without stopping anywhere along the way. Prefects shall make sure to escort any 3rd years and younger that may not know the route. All the teachers and Aurors will make a sweep of the school for any stragglers." Harry paused for a moment, waiting for it to sink in. He could see the nervous shiftings about from everyone present, wondering if this was some great hoax or the like. Opposite him, in the Gryffindor section, he could see most of his housemates gaping at him with wide eyes and open mouths. "I'm going to talk to Dumbledore later about holding drills for this sort of thing." Ginny, Ron and Hermione on the other hand were already in motion, hurrying along in an attempt to get around the stadium to where he was now floating. No matter that he had just ordered them and everyone else to make for the PFT room, they were coming to stand by his side. "Move." His bold exhortation finally got a response out of the crowds and the people started to exit the Quidditch stadium as quickly as they could. Harry could see his fellow prefects, as well as the scattered Aurors, trying to direct the flow of traffic. "We don't have a lot of time," he said, looking about as though scenting the air. "They're coming." "What are, Potter?" asked McGonagall, gripping Dumbledore tightly by the arm. "What's coming?" Harry's answer was a chilling, single word: Dementors. "Why do you bring us down here instead of the Great Hall, Harry?" They were now in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium, where Harry was standing near the middle of the stage, with Ginny to his left, and Ron and Hermione to his right. Almost all of the Hogwarts students had arrived and now they were only waiting for the last of the Aurors and teachers to come in. Harry glanced over at Hermione and answered, "Once locked down, this room is the safest place on the planet. Practically impregnable." "I've never liked the word impregnable." The 4 students turned to face Dumbledore, who had come up behind them, accompanied by Professors McGonagall, Lupin and Snape. Padding along at their feet, to Snape's obvious displeasure, was Snuffles. Far too similar to unsinkable for my liking. "What's wrong with unsinkable?" asked McGonagall with raised eyebrows. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. "Nothing. As the iceberg said to the Titanic." Hermione chuckled at the black humor, but Harry turned back to watch over the assembled students and Aurors, all of whom were now present. "Don't worry about it," he said, "I've got a handle on the situation." "You seem confident," observed Lupin. "Of course I do," Harry replied. It wouldn't help us all that much if I was running around like a headless chicken, screaming, "Aye! We're all going to die." Ron leaned close to Hermione and whispered, if he was headless, how would he be screaming? Oh, honestly. Hermione elbowed him, none too gently, in the ribs and shushed him with an accompanying glare as Harry turned around to face them. His face was as serious as she had ever seen him, his lips set in a thin line and his eyes hooded in foreboding shadows. I've never seen him like this, she thought, not even after the attack on Hogsmeade. Besides, he continued, I've made enough modifications to Hogwarts over the past couple of months that the odds are definitely stacked in our favor. Modifications? What in Merlin's name are you talking about? Asked Snape bitingly, seeming very annoyed by both Sirius' presence and Harry's de facto assumption of command. I'm curious about that myself. Hogwarts defenses are just that, defenses, explained Harry patiently, passive defenses, designed to protect those inside the school, no more. They do not follow the basic tenet that the best defense is a strong offense, until now that is. McGonagall crossed her arms and peered at him over the rims of her glasses. Just what exactly have you done, Potter? I gave the school's defenses teeth. Sharp teeth. Harry smiled wolfishly at them and added, almost as an afterthought, and a few other surprises. He motioned them to take a few steps back and then moved to stand on the center tile covering the auditorium's stage. His smile unnerved Hermione in how similar it was to that particular one that Fred and George would display every so often. What exactly has he been up to? She wondered, receiving a reply that she would never have imagined if she lived to be 1,000. Activate situation map. A second passed in silence and then everyone standing on or next to the stage, except Harry, jumped in surprise. The stone floor seemed to ripple and shift beneath them, changing from a dull slate gray to a light creamy color, like old and faded parchment. From the center tile streaks of blue, red, green and black exploded across the smooth surface. The thin lines intersected and crossed back and forth, in a particularly intricate and familiar pattern near the center, and very quickly a picture of what was happening started to become apparent to those watching in amazement. Looks like the Marauders have left one heck of a legacy. And that they had. Holy Hannah, it's a giant Marauders map. Ron, along with everyone else, was gaping at the gigantic map now laid out at their feet. In the center was a complete floor plan of the castle. There was the lake, the Forbidden Forest, all of Hogsmeade and more. If he were to guess, Ron would have estimated the map covered everything within 4 or 5 miles of the school, centered on the PFT auditorium. As with the Marauders map, hundreds of tiny labeled dots were displayed across the floor, most of them clustered within the auditorium. Hey! Exclaimed Ron, pointing off to one side of the Forbidden Forest, not far from where he was standing on the map. I can see my dad's car. He bent down low and examined the rather large purple blob that was roaming slowly about, its name and a short description trailing behind it. Looking closer, Ron blinked as he realized that the label seemed to actually be floating in the air above the map, rather than being displayed on its surface. Ford Anglia. Motor car, wild. That's right. I'm surprised it's so close, actually, mentioned Harry with a smug grin. When I was building and testing the map, I noticed that it usually roams much deeper in the forest. I suppose whatever triggered the alarms must have caused it stray. Why on earth didn't he tell us about this thing? How far does this map extend, Harry? Asked Lupin, sounding somewhat odd. Harry grinned broadly despite the seriousness of the situation. 5 miles. Just a bit further than the detection wards I set up after Christmas. I'm working on the principle that bigger is better. Of course, it can be scaled down to a mile radius as well, for closer work. You've added some improvements as well, I see, noted Dumbledore, looking down at the dots inside the castle. Yes. Witches and wizards are black. Ghosts are pale blue. Magical creatures are green. Enchanted objects are purple, explained Harry. Everyone, that being Ron, Hermione, Ginny and the 4 professors and Snuffles, crowded around that part of the map. Peering intently at the dots, Ron recognized many names, as well as his own and Hermione's, but it was Harry's name that stood out the most amongst the rest. Surrounding his best friend's dot was a glowing white circle, then a gleaming golden circle and then another glowing white circle. Harry J. Potter. Wizard. Order of the Phoenix. Ron did a double take after a moment when he realized that Ginny's dot was likewise encircled in white, gold and white. The description underneath her name was also the same as Harry's, which caused everyone to give her a strange glance as they noticed. Virginia S. Weasley Witch. Order of the Phoenix. She and Harry certainly didn't mention anything about this. Ron and Hermione's dots were simply described as wizard and witch respectively, as was everyone else. There were only 5 exceptions that Ron could immediately see, the first being Dumbledore, to Harry's immediate left. His tiny black dot was surrounded by a single gleaming silver circle. Albus a Dumbledore wizard. Headmaster, dear Lord. Ron heard Snape breath in what sounded like horror. It can detect the mark. Sure enough, Snape's dot was distinguished from the others by a thin black circle, then a sickly green circle and then another black circle. In fact, his dot looked more like a tiny skull than a round dot, and his description was also different, appended with 2 words that explained everything. Severus Snape Wizard. Death Eater. Well, we don't have to worry about spies for Voldemort anymore, observed Ginny, trying to divert attention away from her own dot. At least not proper Death Eaters. Standing alongside Snape were McGonagall and Lupin's dots, also surrounded by a single circle, but in different colors. The deputy headmistress' circle was a royal blue and her description likewise had an addition to it. Minerva McGonagall Witch. Animagus, feline, gray. Lupin's dot was encircled in a leafy green that was explained by Remus J. Lupin Wizard. Lycanthrope, and there, next to Lupin's dot, was another dot with a blue circle just like McGonagall's. Sirius T. Black. Wizard. Animagus. Canine, black. Sirius T. Black? Asked Remus quietly, looking in astonishment at his old friend. Sirius, despite still being in canine form, looked exceedingly embarrassed. The large shaggy dog whined pathetically for a moment before thinking better of it and then growled at Remus in warning. After the debacle with Crouch and Crouch Jr. last year, I made sure the situation map was a lot more specific than the Marauders map, explained Harry, turning away from the map of the school and looking over the part showing the Forbidden Forest. Highlight alarm incursion. A large glowing yellow circle suddenly appeared deep in the forest, at the very edge of the map. Everyone walked up to the highlighted area. None of them could repress a grimace at the sight that greeted them there. No wonder the alarms went off. As Harry had said earlier, it was Dementors. Lots of Dementors. Hundreds of them were crowded around in a clearing about 4.5 miles within the forest. Their sickly green dots were drifting about in small groups of 5 or 6 as other dots representing other kinds of dark creatures wove between them. Still think the odds are in our favor, Potter? Asked Snape. There must be nearly 200 Dementors here. That's almost the entire complement from Azkaban. Harry smirked and motioned at the map. You forgot to mention the mountain, cave and forest trolls. About 50 of those from what I can tell. Not to mention the Acromantulas. Spiders? Asked Ron, feeling the blood draining from his face. Yeah, confirmed Ginny, pointing to one side of the clearing, a couple of dozen at least. Voldemort must have promised them a free meal. In other words, summed up Hermione, looking worriedly at Ron. Spiders. Harry was looking speculatively at the map, a frown on his brow. After a few moments he nodded and pointed to the center of the clear. I think this is just a preliminary attack. He's only testing our defenses. Seeing what we're capable of. McGonagall looked at where he was indicating and asked, what makes you say that? He has only 5 Death Eaters accompanying him, noted Dumbledore, stroking his beard. Exactly, agreed Harry. Ron was now paying attention to the details displayed at their feet, his mind already working on cataloging what they were up against. A growl from Snuffles made him take a closer look as the 6 wizards marked in the clearing. He immediately recognized the names of 3 of the Death Eaters, Malfoy, McNair and Pettigrew. But it was Voldemort's dot that drew his attention. Now this is disturbing. Tom Marvolo Riddle unknown, Death Eater. Wise Vo, you know who listed as unknown? He asked after a moment thought. Harry unconsciously rubbed the crook of his right elbow and grimaced. He's not exactly human anymore. He's something else. Something worse. Hermione motioned at map. They're starting to move. Spiders. Oh heck. Activate Hogwarts defenses. Harry's words were immediately followed by a deep rumble that reverberated throughout the auditorium. A strange feeling enveloped Ginny, as if her feet were about to lift off the floor. It feels like I'm diving on a broom. This feels like a muggle elevator, muttered Hermione, looking questioningly at Harry. We're going down? Beneath the castle? Yes, confirmed Harry with a nod. When the defenses are activated, this room descends 500 yards underground. We're completely inaccessible from the outside. One of the Aurors, who had strode onto the stage, glared furiously at him. Then how in Hades are we supposed to do anything if we're completely cut off? Dumbledore placed a calming hand on the Auror's shoulder and said, Calm down, Thomas. I believe Harry said that we are only inaccessible from the outside, not the inside. But how do we get out? Asked another Auror, this one sounding much calmer than her compatriot. I mean, even so far down we're still inside the Hogwarts anti-apparition wards. And there's an additional anti-apparition ward around the auditorium as well, admitted Harry, his grin broadening as the two Aurors looked dumbstruck. Even if the school's wards were to come down, this room has a completely separate set of protective wards and barriers. So how do we get out, Harry? Asked Ginny, thinking that this certainly explained his fatigue over the last few months. Even with the power supplied by the Order, putting all this together was no small task. How did he manage to do it without anyone noticing? She wondered. He's hardly ever left alone these days. The rumbling had finally stopped as Harry indicated towards the rear wall of the auditorium, where several large cabinets had risen up from the floor. Or perhaps it had been the room that had lowered itself down to their level. In any case, Harry strode to the central and largest of the cabinets and swung its doors open. With these, he declared. Hanging within the cabinet, tucked closely together, was a mass of brightly colored rings. They were made of some sort of plastic and were about a meter across and as thick around as Ginny's thumb. She exchanged a mystified look with her brother, who shrugged with equal puzzlement. Muggle hula loops? Asked Hermione, identifying the strange objects by name if not purpose. What use would even Muggle find for these things? Wondered Ginny, utterly perplexed. Portkeys, corrected Harry, each one easily capable of accommodating a dozen people without crowding. 100 of them in all. Just hold one in your hands and say, deliver us from evil, and you'll be taken to a safe location. Lupin had plucked one of the hula hoops from the cabinet and was inspecting it with a critical eye. He looked up from the portkey and asked, a safe location? Where? The promenade courtyard outside the Auror headquarters building at the Ministry, supplied Harry with a smirk directed at the stumped Aurors. They're one use only, so there is no need to worry about anyone using them to get in. Besides, I included a translocation barrier around the auditorium as well. We can portkey out, but not in. The female Auror stepped forward again, but if we're transported all the way to the Ministry, you know who will have free run of the school before we can get back. She waved a hand at the rows of hula hoops. You've given us a wonderful way out, but there's no way for us to hold the school against his attack. Ginny looked at Harry, whose smirk seemed to broaden. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, she just knew that this was all only the tip of the proverbial iceberg. He turned back to the center of the stage and said in an authoritative voice, scale to 1 mile radius. There was an immediate reaction as the map of Hogwarts blossomed to several times its prior size and finer details became apparent. The dots representing those within the castle were now more readily discernible at a glance. But there was something that caught Ginny's eye beyond these changes, something about Hogwarts that was different. What in the world? Asked McGonagall, looking at the map in consternation. Every entrance, exit and window has been sealed off. The barrier shields are a meter thick and made from layers of granite and basalt, Harry explained, circling around in what Ginny recognized as his lecturing mode. The outermost layer is also coated in an interwoven mesh of quartz, diamond and copper that can either absorb or reflect a wide variety of energies and spells. Dumbledore looked impressed. So Voldemort is now unable to enter the school, even though we are not able to defend it from our current position. Harry grinned. I never said that. Look at the ramparts. They're still clear, just like the founders designed them for. All you need are these. He had made his way back to the rear cabinets and opened the one next to the evacuation portkeys. Inside were what looked like several hundred thick gold bracelets, arrayed in neat rows. Jewelry? asked Snape. These are going to help us defend the school? They are not simple bracelets, my friend, announced Dumbledore with a gleam in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, these two are portkeys. Ones that will transport us back to the surface and within the now sealed halls of Hogwarts. Harry confirmed Dumbledore's words with a nod. Precisely. Just say, deploy, while you're wearing one and it will key you into the Great Hall. If you're in trouble or injured, say, evacuate, and you'll be taken to the Ministry like the others. You'll also be able to hear whatever anyone else wearing one says. The male Auror, Thomas, frowned. So once we use them to get back out, there's no way for us to get back inside here. If you're wearing a portkey, you can be brought back in by someone that's already here, replied Harry. Whoever's running the show down here just has to touch your dot with their wand and say, retrieve, and voila. It's the only exception to the translocation barrier. Good idea, said Ron. It means that the Death Eaters can't steal one and use it to get inside. The command system is specifically keyed to select individuals, so any infiltrators won't be able to override anything. Harry pulled a reasonable thick, crisp and new book from a drawer set within the cabinet, and handed it to Ron. Read this. It's a manual explaining all the features and how to control them. Ron took the book and looked down at it in surprise. Why are you giving it to me? Ginny saw Hermione roll her eyes. Honestly, Ron, isn't it obvious? Harry said that only certain people can use these new defenses. You're one of them. Harry nodded. Most of you are, actually. Besides myself, only Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore can use it. More people can be added later. The procedure is in the book. Why are you giving it to me then? Asked Ron. Why not the professors? I haven't been honing your chess game for the fun of it, Ron, explained Harry. You're going to be coordinating our strategy from down here while the rest of us do the dirty work. Ginny smiled at her brother as the blood drained out of his face and the book dropped from his numb fingers. Funny how he seems more afraid of staying here than going out and fighting, she mused as Ron sputtered a feeble protest. Harry's eyes were almost glowing in the subdued light of the auditorium as he slipped one of the portkey bracelets around his wrist and started handing them out to the others. His expression was a mixture of the excitement that coursed through his veins before and during playing Quidditch and the grim determination he had exhibited after the attack on Hogsmeade. God, I can literally feel the power radiating from him. I think it's time Voldemort and I had nice, quiet chat. They were close. From over the rampart high up on the astronomy tower, Harry could make out the moving shadows amidst the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. The steely gray clouds hung low in the air above the school and a chill had descended in the hour it taken for Voldemort and his minions to wind their way to Hogwarts. This is an unnatural cold, Harry. It penetrates through skin, flesh and bone down to your very soul. It's the Dementors, decided Harry, so many of them, coming to feed. Harry turned from looking out over the forest to inspect the assembly of defenders now arrayed across the battlements of the castle. It had taken some convincing on Dumbledore's part, with help from McGonagall, Flitwick and Lupin, but the Aurors stationed at Hogwarts were cooperating with regards to Harry's plans for the upcoming battle. Thomas Nitta, the senior Auror, and his second-in-command, Leanne Van Walton, had acquiesced to the headmaster's wishes and were deploying according to Ron's orders. The 51 Aurors were spaced out more or less evenly across the castle wall, interspersed with those teachers and students that had volunteered to help fight. It was mostly 7th and 6th year students that had come out, but there were a fair number of 5th and 4th years, mostly from those who regularly attended practical fighting techniques. You know, this is almost disappointing. Ron's disembodied voice echoed and made Harry smile. Why do you say that? He could imagine his friend, safely ensconced far beneath the castle, gesticulating at the map and at Voldemort's approaching minions. There's absolutely no order to you-know-whose forces, observed Ron. At least none that I can see. They're either hiding their strategy very well, or whoever's in charge doesn't have a clue when it comes to organizing his forces. Harry? A hand came to rest on his shoulder. Are you all right? He turned to face Remus and Sirius, his Arlet and gold Quidditch robes swishing loudly in the silence hanging over the area. Since none of the Aurors were stationed on the tower, Sirius had temporarily returned to his human form, his eyes sparkling with worry. I'll be all right, he replied, "It's you I worry about." Sirius scowled and shook his head, his long hair whipping about from the movement. Next to him, Remus laughed lightly and patted his old friend on the back. "Nothing ever changes, I see." Harry smiled and exchanged a bemused look with Ginny, who was standing near the stairwell. He returned his attention to his godfather. "Try not to get yourself killed." "I'm not going to die," asserted Sirius with icy certainty. "Really?" asked Remus, arching his eyebrows. "You sound awfully certain about that." A look of grim determination settled of Sirius' harsh features and a frightening gleam entered his piercing blue eyes. He bared his teeth in a silent snarl and growled, "I'm going to live long enough to catch and kill Peter Pettigrew first. This godfather of yours is a dangerous man." "That he is." "Remus." It was Ron. "If you're finished talking with Harry, can you and Snuffles get to your positions by the North Tower?" Remus nodded and, after clapping Harry on the shoulder, made his way to the stairs. Sirius looked after his friend and then engulfed Harry in a bear hug. Just when Harry thought he would need to pry Sirius free to breathe again, Sirius pulled back. "You be careful now, understand? Don't worry so much. Killing me isn't going to help them," assured Harry. After a moment thought he smiled mirthlessly. "Of course, come to think about it, it's not going to help me all that much either." Sirius nodded and backed away to the stairs, changing into Snuffles as he reached Lupin's side. The two quickly wound their way down, leaving only Harry and Ginny standing up on the tower. Harry looked worriedly at her, standing there with her robes pulled tight around her. "She seems distracted. You okay, Jin?" he asked softly, moving to stand by her. "Not really," she replied. "I keep thinking about my first year. The diary." Harry nodded his understanding and gently took her in his arms, holding her close to him. With a shudder she buried her face against his chest and clung to him. "It's the Dementors," he said as he slowly rocked back and forth. She shivered in his arms. "I know. I remember how it was when they were here searching for Sirius. But this time is worse." "I think they were holding back then," replied Harry, "because of Dumbledore.
At least this time I have something to fight them off with."
Harry smiled and at the crown of her head. "I hear your Patronus is quite spectacular, even if I haven't been able to convince Professor Lupin to tell me what it is."
She pulled back slightly and grinned up at him, a slight blush on her cheeks. "You'll be seeing it soon enough, Mr. Potter. Patience is a virtue, try to remember that." "I tend to forget myself around you, Ms. Weasley," he replied, leaning to her softly. Ginny looked up at him, her warm chocolate eyes wide and glistening. "Please tell me everything's going to be all right. I don't want anything to happen to you. You do have some idea about what you're going to do, don't you?" "Not a clue. I'm making this up as I go. Don't worry, Jin. I know almost exactly what I'm doing. I think I'm going to throw up." Hermione nodded her agreement to Neville's words and said, "You and me both." She, along with Neville and Cho, had been stationed by Ron along the ramparts, between Professor McGonagall and one of the Aurors, a man called Curtis. Apparently Ron, although he had not said anything, had specifically planned for Neville and Cho to be together. Everyone in Gryffindor was seemingly delighted by their budding relationship, especially after Neville's minor panic attack the previous evening. Only Ron would try to continue playing matchmaker during an attack by you-know-who.
Most of the students participating in the defense had been grouped in twos and threes, spread out between the many Aurors and scattered teachers. Very few of them had any proficiency in casting a Patronus charm, less than a dozen of them actually, so Ron had assigned them the task of keeping the trolls and acromantulas at bay while the teachers and Aurors dealt with the Dementors. "I just wish I had more than a half-decent Patronus," muttered Cho, watching as the Dementors drifted in the shadows at the edge of the forest.
"I wish I had a half-decent Patronus," retorted Neville.
Since the attack on Hogsmeade during Christmas and the news that the Dementors had abandoned their posts, Professor Lupin had been drilling all his students on the Patronus charm. Every year from 1st up until 7th had been going over the spell for the past 2 months, even if most could barely produce more than a fine Mr. Sparks. In fact, most of the school were spending more time in defense against dark arts than any other subject. Subjects such as history of magic, astronomy, ancient runes, arithmancy and divination had all suffered heavy losses. Those students that could pulled out.
Divination had been particularly hard hit. As I have always said, a pointless class. According to Lavender and Parvati, the only Gryffindor fifth years still taking the subject, Trelawney was livid. Apparently she was blaming Harry personally for the decline in attendance. Mine's not that good, downplayed Cho. It's better than mine or Neville's, replied Hermione. At least you managed to give it some shape, mine's just a fine mist.
At least you get a mist, Ned Neville dejectedly. Pay attention, snapped Curtis, who had been listening with half an ear. Here they come. Steady. Steady, urged Ron's voice, wait for it.
Voldemort's small army had finally cleared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the tall black forms of the Dementors gliding silently towards Hogwarts. Ginny watches as the foul creatures detached from the shadows and slowly began to approach. Wait, wait. Though nobody other than herself and Professor Lupin had seen it, Ginny's Patronus was possibly the most powerful one in the school, save Harry's of course. Because of this, and her obvious connection to the Order of the Phoenix, Ginny had not been grouped with any other students. Instead she had been partnered with Professor Flitwick and was located in the center of the line of oars stretching across the ramparts. He would match me up with a dueling master. Ron had not been happy with the decision, but had eventually agreed with it. Fred and George, a dozen or so yards down the line, had been even more vocal in their protests. Dumbledore and Harry had insisted, however, and they too had backed down. Steady. Line up your targets. More nervous than she had ever been in her life, except perhaps during the previous summer when she had written to Harry and sent him a present for his birthday, Ginny aimed her wand down at the advancing mass of Dementors. She licked her lips and tried to ignore the churning of her stomach and the pressing cold that was gnawing at her. Now, shouts of Expecto Patronum rang out across the battlements, and silver shapes, large and small, sprang forth, charging down to the grounds. Ginny had first attempted the Patronus charm during her duel with Harry after the Christmas holidays. Then, before Professor Lupin's lessons and some tips from Harry and several teachers, her Patronus had been just more than a fine mist. A weak web of silver, run through with gold, that could barely hold a Dementor back. Now, after countless hours of practice, it was much, much more. Expecto Patronum, she cried, concentrating on the wonderful, overwhelming feeling of joy and completeness she had felt that first time, and every time since, that she and Harry had ed. It was a man, sitting astride a broomstick and bedecked in Quidditch robes as well as pads and gloves. He was awash in gleaming, flickering silver that could outshine a full moon. He was, as anyone familiar with the sport could tell, a seeker. And clustered around him, glowing so bright that they were hard to look at, were a dozen golden snitches. Now that everyone's finally seen him, the twins are never going to let me live this down. Her Patronus streaked through the air as silver blur, surrounded by glowing gold orbs, and cut a swath through the ranks of the Dementors. Following closely behind the Seeker, coming from the astronomy tower, were three giant golden forms. Harry's Patroni drove a wedge into the Dementors, tearing apart anything that got before them. Ginny watched as Prongs, the giant stag, pierced a Dementor with his antlers and threw his head back, tossing the vile creature high into the air. The Dementor crashed heavily to the ground and exploded in black and dark blue fire, burnt to ashes and shadow in a bare instant. At the same time Prongs reared up on his hind legs and shattered another Dementor's head with a blow from his powerful front legs. He dropped back down and cantered to one side, swinging his head to pierce another Dementor. Moony the werewolf tore the legs out from one Dementor and leapt upon it as it fell, tearing viciously at this fallen creature. If Dementors had proper throats, then that is what he tore it with his gleaming fangs, pouncing away and onto another Dementor as the one beneath him burst into flames and disintegrated. She saw her Seeker sweep past, one arm held out stiff and smashing against a Dementor's chest as the golden snitches tore through another. The Dementor he had, she thought the term was clotheslined, knocked to the ground, was immediately set upon by the hulking form of Padfoot, who tore at its robes and flailing limbs. They work well together, like a well-practiced team. After several minutes most of the Patroni that had been fighting the Dementors began to lose their brilliant sheen and faded away. The three Marauders and Ginny's Seeker and Snitches lasted much longer than any of the others, battling against the Dementors until they too were finally overwhelmed by their prey. Hoo hoo! Exclaimed Professor Flitwick happily. I'd say we got 30 of them. At least 30, don't you think? Ginny smiled at this, aware of the odd look the Auror to her right was giving her. Her Patronus, along with Harry's, had easily accounted for at least half that number, maybe even a 2/3 of it. Which still leaves over 220, chided Ron's voice. Don't count your owls before they hatch, Professor. Ready a second volley, if you can, on my order. She looked up at the astronomy tower just in time to see Snape push Harry over the edge. Falling through the air, Harry was disconcertedly reminded of the few times he fallen from his broom whilst playing Quidditch. Only this time he had deliberately allowed himself to be sent hurtling towards the ground. I sincerely hope this little stunt doesn't get you killed. That makes 2 of us. Slightly more than that actually. You forgot about the rest of the order. With a twist and a deft spin, Harry flipped head over heels only an instant before the ground rushed up to meet him. He landed nimbly on his feet, crouched low with his hands out for support and showing no more effort than if he had rolled off his bed. All action on the battlefield spread out before him seemed to come to a halt as he looked up and faced a surprised Voldemort and his 4 companion Death Eaters. The Dark Lord was instantly recognizable by his tall, skinny frame and his pale mockery of a face. The Death Eaters were cloaked in black and hidden behind their masks, but he recognized the stances of the 2 standing to either side of Voldemort. I don't see Wormtail anywhere, noted Harry as he slowly stood up. I guess he's not as stupid as he seems. Harry, nobody could be as stupid as he seems. Standing straight, Harry ignored the shivering cold of the Dementors that was permeating the air around him and gave a short, mocking bow to his opponents. Voldemort's Arlet's eyes narrowed and his thin lips curled as he motioned his Death Eaters forward. Bring him to me, he hissed, a skeletal finger aimed at Harry. The 2 Death Eaters Harry did not recognize immediately charged towards him, apparently intent on dragging him to their master by their own hands. Harry remained in his place, rising up onto the balls of his feet as they bore down on him. Just as the first one reached him, he seemed to explode into action. Harry's right leg snapped out as his hips pivoted, connecting a simple yet effective side kick into his attacker's stomach. The Death Eater folded in half, clutching at his middle as Harry stepped close and smashed his left knee into the man's face. As the now insensate Death Eater collapsed to the ground, Harry pivoted and simultaneously leapt 3 feet into the air. As he spun about, his leg shot out and nearly separated the second Death Eater's head from his shoulders. Harry landed lightly and watched with a smirk as the man toppled over like a felled tree, just as unconscious as his companion. Wizards these days have no appreciation for personal combat.
They've become lazy, complacent, prefer to use their wands instead of their hands. Just makes my job easier. Oh, this should be fun. I know this one. The tall Death Eater was marching up to Harry with long strides, his hood thrown back and mask discarded to reveal his mustached face. In his hand, instead of a wand, he was holding a large and gleaming axe of which he was eagerly fingering the keen edge. McNair, growled Harry, remembering not only his past encounter with the man during Voldemort's rebirth the previous year, but also how the brute had been assigned to execute Buckbeak, Hagrid's hippogriff.
The burly man bared his teeth and took his axe in both hands, clearly ready and willing to fight. Harry reached within the folds of his Arlet Quidditch robes and drew clear the gleaming blade of Godric Gryffindor's sword. With practiced grace he weaved the broadsword in the air between them and settled into a ready posture.
That puny table knife will not be able to help you, Potter, snarled McNair.
Come and get me then, taunted Harry, shifting fluidly into another stance and then another.
With a bestial roar, McNair charged forward, swinging his axe high over his head and down. Harry arced his sword up and across, deflecting the axe as he pivoted on a heel. As he spun around and McNair's momentum carried him past, Harry switched hands and smacked the Death Eater on the rump with the flat edge of the blade.
Clumsy oaf, isn't he? Relies too much on his size and strength. He never did strike me as being overly smart. McNair snarled in frustration and whirled around to face Harry again. His strokes were shorter this time round and more controlled, but still he could not penetrate Harry's defense. The blades clashed together, ringing out loudly as Harry parried again and again. With a deft flick he twisted the axe to one side and slashed across McNair's chest. Grrrah! The Death Eater stumbled back, hissing in pain from the deep cut. Steadying himself, McNair glared at Harry, his eyes burning with rage. With his teeth bared in animalistic fury, he ran forward again, swinging his axe wildly. Harry blocked and deflected several blows before deciding that McNair was doing nothing more than wasting his time. He was down here to fight Voldemort, not deal with his lackeys. For a moment he seemed to lower his sword, creating an opening for McNair to strike at. As the Death Eater swung his axe, Harry neatly stepped to the side and lashed out. "Errrrggh. Not to worry," Harry said as he returned Gryffindor's sword to its sheath. "I'm certain your master will give you a new hand. He's done it before." McNair dropped to his knees, mewling in pain, and Harry stepped away from him to face the last of the Death Eaters Voldemort had sent his way. Anyone watching would have felt their blood go cold as green eyes locked with gray eyes. The pure, unadulterated hatred that began to seep from Harry at the sight of his foe was an almost palpable force. Even if he had not thrown back his cowl, even if he had still been wearing his Death Eater mask, even if the situation map had not already revealed his identity, Harry would have recognized him. What do you know? It's the arsehole's father. They do look alike, don't they? Unfortunately, their attitudes are the same as well.
You're working for a madman, you know, he said in a conversational tone. Lucius Malfoy sneered back at him. He pays well. Harry smirked and retorted, I thought the Malfoys did not want for money. Is your greed that blinding? My lord deals in the currency of power, boy. Then let's see how well he pays you, challenged Harry, drawing his wand. Malfoy's sneer intensified as he drew his own wand from within his black robes and immediately fired a curse his way. Binduscorpus, he shouted, causing magical ropes to explode out from the tip of his wand and straight at Harry. Harry leapt high into the air, easily passing over the ropes, and replied, Defendo. The spell cut through the ropes without resistance, severing them from Malfoy's control. Harry had used a bit of wandless magic to aid his jump, propelling him between them 5 yards straight up, giving him ample time to actively retaliate before landing. Pyros, he snapped, causing 5-foot-high flickering red flames to erupt around Malfoy, completely encircling him within. Dominos, countered Malfoy as the flaming circle began to slowly contract. The flames writhed as his spell reacted against them, diminishing their strength until they were reduced to only a couple of feet in height. With a triumphant grin, Malfoy jumping clear and aimed another curse at Harry, Expelliarmus. Apparently he was under the impression that Harry would be rendered more or less helpless against him without a wand. Thus he was slightly surprised when his disarming spell hit Harry's chest with about the same effect as a raindrop. Only a raindrop would have made him a little wet. I think maybe it's time to wrap this up, Harry. Yes, we're just wasting time and energy with him. Harry leveled his wand at the Malfoy Patriarch and smiled, Razor Bindus. Malfoy barely had a chance to move before he was entangled in a cocoon of razor wire, the fine steel cords wrapped tightly around him from ankles to chest. Gasping in pain as the razors bit into him, Malfoy teetered unsteadily before falling over in a heap. From the look of things, observed Harry as he stepped past the collapsed Death Eater, making his way towards where Voldemort was standing and waiting, I'd say he's not paying you enough. Ron had to admit, this situation map of Harry's was a brilliant idea. But at the same time, it was incredibly frustrating, and when next he saw his friend he had a dozen suggestions to make. It was amazingly easy to keep track of people and their movements with the map, but he had no clear idea of what was really happening above. Ron was assuming that when the attack had begun, that the various Patroni had attacked the Dementors and inflicted casualties. Unfortunately, all Ron had seen were the Dementors shifting about in confusion, and sometimes the dot would blink out and disappear. He would have to talk to Harry and see if a Patronus could be displayed by the map as well. McGinnis, I can see 3 Dementors breaking off towards your section of the wall. I see them. Tighten it up, Sheila. Then there were the bracelet portkeys everyone outside was wearing. A stroke of genius using these to allow them all to hear what everyone else was saying. Unfortunately, they could hear everything said all at the same time. Having over 100 people talking simultaneously and sounding as if they were standing right next to you was getting more than a little confusing. Carmen, Zabini, there's a pair of Acromantula trying to climb the wall about 15 yards to your left, he swallowed nervously. He shuddered at the thought of one of those things getting inside the castle. I don't know if spiders that big can climb a vertical wall, but I don't want to find out. Unfortunately they can, Weasley, replied Zabini in a curt voice. They're already almost halfway up. Any ideas, Ryder? Banishing charm, suggested Carmen. This is Anderson, I need some help here. And to top everything off, Ron had absolutely no idea how Harry had gotten from the top of the astronomy tower to the battlefield below it. He hadn't seen it happen. He had been busy assessing the effect their first attack had had on the Dementors, but he had a suspicion that Snape was behind it. After all, the potion's master was the only other person up there. Should I send someone to check? Dumbledore, who was standing with his feet on the lake section of the map, spoke up. Ronald, I believe that Harry might need some assistance shortly. Ron turned to where Harry was advancing on the dot labeled Tom Riddle, noting as he did the half-dozen or so Dementors that were heading towards him. Professor McGonagall, there's a bunch of Dementors trying to get to Harry. Can you keep them off his back? I think he's trying to have that chat with you. Know who he was talking about. We shall do our best, Mr. Weasley. Don't worry, Ron, assured Hermione, who was not far from the professor. We'll keep him safe. He was anxiously waiting to see what would happen when Dumbledore rested a hand on his arm and turned him away. I know he is your friend, but you cannot allow this to distract you. Harry is more than capable of taking care of himself. You must remain focused on directing those he has placed in your hands. I know, but it's not easy. Something caught his eye, not far from the Quidditch pitch. Professor Lupin? Can you and Snuffles hear me? We're here, Ron. What is it? According to the map, Wormtail is right by Hagrid's hut. You should be able to see him from where you are. There was a pause, then, nothing. He must be in his animagus form. There's no way we could spot a rat from this distance. Something else for Harry to add when he gets back. You are completely and unashamedly out of your mind. What makes you say that? Let me think. It might have something to do with the fact that you are insane. Harry, you're willfully walking into a fight with Voldemort. So, you might have the power of the Order at your disposal, but Voldemort is just on the short side of true immortality. And your point is, what happens when an irresistible force bangs heads with an immovable object? Nothing good, I'll bet. Exactly. This is going to get dirty, Harry. Very dirty. Just the way I like it. Now hush for a minute. Harry drew to a halt at the foot of the small hillock Voldemort was standing upon, not more than 30 feet away. The two wizards stood frozen in place, like statues cast in bronze, their eyes locked in a silent battle. Fiery green met and challenged pulsing red. A minute passed, 2, 3, and yet neither one moved, save for an occasional stirring of their robes by the wind. The long minutes stretched between them, undisturbed and separated from the battle raging not far away. It was Harry that finally broke the deadlock and spoke up. Glad you stopped by, Tom, he said. I've been wanting to talk with you. You like to flirt with death, Potter, replied Voldemort, his crimson eyes narrowing to fine slits at Harry's use of his given name. It's time you learnt that death is looking for a more permanent relationship. A frigid chill swept over Harry, but not from anything the Dark Lord had said or done. Harry glanced to the side and spotted a trio of Dementors bearing down on his, their hoods already thrown back to expose their eyeless faces. His wand was leveled at them and the incantation uttered before Harry even had time to think about it. His 3 golden Patroni leapt out from the tip of his wand, tearing at the approaching Dementors with unholy glee. As first one, then the second and lastly the third Dementor exploded in black and blue fire, Harry felt the coldness begin to ebb and gradually faded away. An impressive show, Potter, sneered Voldemort, but doubtless a draining effort for such a young and inexperienced boy such as yourself. Inexperienced? We are thoroughly insulted. Kick his scaly ass. Better yet, toast his scaly ass and then kick it. I think you will be unpleasantly surprised by how little effort that took, replied Harry through clenched teeth. His long repressed anger was starting to rise to the surface, causing the air about them was to swirl around with agitation. Voldemort snorted disdainfully, turned to one side, looking away from Harry to contemplate his minions as they lay siege to the castle walls. I could kill you so very easily if I wished to. Harry arched his eyebrows and retorted with all the sarcasm he could muster, what, and not utterly humiliate or torture me first? Oh, that's not your style at all, Tom. Stop calling me that, he snarled, whirling back to face Harry, his thin lips drawn back and baring his small and sharp-looking teeth. Ooh, you hit a nerve. Of course I did. This battle is just as much about words as it is about magic. Don't get cocky though, making him angry will also make him stronger. It will also make him careless. I'll call you whatever the hell I like, declared Harry, using his wand to point at Voldemort. You perpetuate people's fear of you by assuming a false name and title. Then, to further their fear even more, you cause them not to speak it. You know who, you claim to be so great, the most powerful sorcerer in the world, and yet almost nobody who you really are.
They fear me for good reason, boy, Voldemort ground out.
Harry sneered and rolled his eyes. They fear you, oh my dark lord, because they don't know who you are anymore. Unfortunately, people tend to be afraid of what they don't know, or don't understand.
Sad, but true more often than not. Voldemort drew his wand from the folds of his thick robes, clenching his hand tightly around the wooden shaft. I begin to tire of your babbling, Potter. I did not come here today to listen to a mere boy make a mockery of me.
Oh really? Harry crossed his arms over his chest expectantly. So what did you come here for?
The witty repartee. No, you dolt. He already said he wasn't here for that. I came here, Voldemort explained. His voice grew louder with each word, so that all the pitiful fools who thought me gone shall discover that my reign of darkness and terror have not yet even begun.
Harry dropped his hands to his sides and shook his head. Terror?
Voldemort glared at Harry and lowered his brow menacingly. You too would do well to fear me, Potter. You have caused me a great many inconveniences over the years. For all those slights I shall ensure that your death will not be painless one. Fear is his most powerful tool. Do not let it control you. I'm not afraid of you, Tom Riddle, replied Harry, standing proud. Never again. Very well then. Voldemort assumed a classic dueling stance, holding his wand up before him. Let us match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter.
Harry held his wand lightly in his hand and assumed a similar position. You said the exact same thing to me 3 years ago, inside the Chamber of Secrets. He bowed fractionally at Voldemort, but never let his eyes stray from his opponent. I defeated your memory then, I shall do the same now. Voldemort roared in fury and jabbed his wand towards Harry, Crucio. Harry dropped sideways, the curse missing him by several feet as he rolled clear. He came up in a low crouch, his wand at the ready. Naturam expellas. Thick green vines erupted from the ground beneath Voldemort, rising up and wrapping around him. Their thick coils had tightly bound his feet and legs before he could react to their presence as they continued to ensnare him. Reducto. The vines were torn apart and Voldemort was free. Serpensortia. A dozen large snakes, Harry recognized them as king cobras, sprang forth and immediately began to wind their way towards Harry. He toyed with the idea of using his fluency in Parseltongue to control them, but as Voldemort could also speak the language that would likely end with the snakes continually being sent back and forth between them. Transit Aurum. He cried as the cobras drew near and the snakes froze in place, gleaming the dull yellow of unpolished gold. He looked up and sent back a cute little curse that made the earth Voldemort was standing on turn liquid, like quicksand. The Dark Lord immediately dropped, sinking almost to his hips, before casting a quick levitation spell that lifted him up and back onto solid ground nearby. At this point, looking at him, Harry knew that Voldemort was beginning to realize that Harry was no longer the easy target he had been in previous encounters. The Dark Lord scowled at him and decided to end the battle quickly, rather than pointlessly draw it out. Avada Kedavra. Harry, without even blinking, did something so completely and utterly stupid, that not even the usually loquacious members of the Order could think of anything to say. He defiantly stood his ground and let the killing curse strike him on the chest. And as the world disappeared in a swirl of darkness, Harry heard Voldemort's high cackle as he loudly proclaimed his victory. Behold! Harry Potter, the boy who lived, no more. Ginny was giving very serious thought to killing Severus Snape. On average she, along with the rest of the Gryffindors, considered Snape's untimely demise at least once every potions class. Right now, however, Ginny was not in potions and she was not contemplating the action in the jestful manner she usually did. This time she was deadly earnest. He had killed Harry. And now she was going to kill him. All that was preventing her from separating every part of Snape from every other part was that she could not decide whether or not to make him suffer first. When she had seen Snape push Harry over the edge of the astronomy tower, Ginny's world had come to a crashing halt. For those long seconds in which Harry had plummeted to the earth, she had stopped breathing and her heart had ceased to beat. Only after Harry had landed safely, not in the least bit perturbed by his fall, had she regained control of her petrified body.
I should never have left him alone up here. Immediately after that, when Harry strode forward to take on Voldemort's Death Eaters, she had rushed off. Professor Flitwick's calls had not stopped, or even slowed her down, as Ginny raced along the ramparts and into the tower. She had not even been aware of her legs moving, but had flown up the stairway, taking the steps 3 at a time.
Weasley, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be down on the ramparts. Snape had sneered and immediately begun berating her when she burst out onto the landing, her wand clasped so tightly in her hand that her arm began to tremble from the effort. I saw, she had ground out, feeling a blinding rage begin to settle over her.
The greasy-haired traitor had opened his mouth to speak, doubtless to protest and claim his innocence, but Ginny knew better. She had clearly seen him standing close behind Harry and then shove him firmly between the shoulders, catapulting him into open space.
Bastard, she snapped, before he could deny his guilt, Expelliarmus.
She had been so furious, so emotionally charged, that her simple disarming charm had blown Snape off his feet and into the air. He flew back and smashed hard into the stone wall behind him, a crack of breaking bones sounding as he impacted. Ginny was intent only on Snape and completely ignored his wand as it sailed towards her, clattering to the floor at her feet. She waited for him to struggle to his feet, cursing under his breath and fixing her with a murderous glare that she matched with one of her own. Stupefy, she shouted, once again allowing her emotions to charge her magic beyond what it was normally capable of. Or perhaps she was tapping into the power of the Order. She did not know, nor did she care. In either case, Ginny watched with great satisfaction as Snape collapsed in a heap as if poleaxed. After staring at his crumpled form for several moments, Ginny had finally regained her senses and turned to look over the battlements and see how Harry was faring. Gazing downward, she watched as Harry fought a short, but intense, duel with a Death Eater she recognized as Lucius Malfoy. Then he faced off against Voldemort. I should have jumped down after him and helped. After conversing for a minute, the quiet chat he had spoken of, the two had begun to duel. It had not taken long for Ginny to realize that Harry was by far the superior of the pair, handling everything Voldemort sent his way with casual ease. Why didn't he move out of the way? Harry had seen the curse coming, she knew he had, yet he had stood his ground and just let it hit him. The green flash had washed over him, like a second aura to replace his normal blazing white, golden Arlet. And then, as if in some kind of terrible slow motion, he had dropped to the ground.
Behold! Harry Potter! The boy who lived, no more.
Voldemort's high-pitched cackle had rung loud and true across the besieged battlements of Hogwarts, bringing all activity to a halt. Even the trolls, who were too slow-witted to really understand, and the spiders, who had no stake in the matter, ceased their assaults at his cry. Ginny felt her body grow cold, an icy despair suddenly embracing her whole being. No, he can't be. Please God, no. With a death's head grin on his face, Voldemort contemptuously kicked at Harry's body, rolling him over onto his back. From her high vantage point, Ginny could just make out Harry's wand as it fell from his grasp and rolled across the ground. Blood was trickling from his nose and mouth, staining his features in red as Voldemort threw back his head and laughed. Tears began to well up in Ginny's eyes as her breath hitched in her throat and she struggled to draw in any air. All she could do was stand there, eyes fixed firmly upon Harry, who Voldemort was gloating over. A minute passed, 2, then 3. Voldemort had ceased his attentions to Harry and had moved off to where Lucius Malfoy was lying prone. As she watched him walking away, the terrible cold that suffused every part of her disappeared, replaced by something worse. Something primal in its nature, a need that burned within her like a newborn sun. He killed Harry. Ginny blinked away her tears, turning from the sight of Voldemort standing victorious and glared down at the still unconscious Snape. She brushed the back of her free hand against her eyes, forcing down the flood she knew was coming. She would cry later, but for now she had something else to do.
I will not cry. She raised her wand and pointed it at Snape.
I will get even. The treacherous bastard would be first. He had betrayed Dumbledore, Harry and everyone else, delivering Harry into Voldemort's reach. And from there into death. For that Ginny would make him pay with his life as retribution. And after him, Voldemort. It did not matter that she would probably die in the attempt, but Ginny vowed that the Dark Lord would rue having met her. There was nothing she would not do to hurt him, kill him if possible. Even if it meant resorting to using the unforgivable curses, she did not care, for it no longer mattered to her.
With Harry gone, there only one thing left in her mind: revenge.
Her focus was so intently fixed upon Snape, the raw power of every erg of magic she could lay claim to building around her, that Ginny almost missed it. A single sentence, spoken in a loud and clear voice, but rasping like Muggle sandpaper. A voice she could not fail to recognize. A voice that stopped her dead in her tracks. I'm not finished with you. Black. Everything was black. Complete. Bottomless, glorious black. It went on forever and ever without any end. It was comfortable and encompassing, keeping him safe from anything and everything. It felt wonderful. Naturally, he was not happy when something intruded upon his sanctuary. At first it seemed to shimmer and flicker about at the edge of his vision, which was odd since he was pretty sure he wasn't using his eyes. Slowly it began to creep more and more into his world, a warm, soothing pink that spread about him. With a jerk and several breathless coughs, he found his eyes blinking open as the outside world returned to him in lucid sensation. Offhand, things were not looking good for Harry. He felt as if he had been kicked in the guts by a unicorn. His lungs were burning with every breath that he was struggling to take in. The sharp metallic tang of blood filled his mouth, and his scar was bringing new definition to the concept of headache. Harry's muscles complained loudly as he forced himself to roll onto his side, coughing up the blood that was pooled in his mouth. Gray fog was intruding on the edges of his vision, which was blurred as it had done when he had still relied on his glasses. Spots of red, pink, orange and several other colors seemed to hover in front of him. I think I'm going to hurl. He looked up and saw Voldemort standing over the fallen Lucius Malfoy, apparently finding his Death Eater's predicament amusing. You used up too much power at once stopping that curse. It's drained you badly.
Harry grimaced and fought down the rising nausea as he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. I thought you said none of you had ever exhausted the Order's reserves before.
Yes, well, none of us were dumb enough to jump in front of a killing curse before. Z-power drain is almost crippling, explained Joan. You cannot dissipate Onozer one of those. With his teeth clenched so tight his jaw muscles were threatening to cramp, Harry forced his protesting arms and legs to right his body. Choking down a scream of pain, he rose to his feet, swaying unsteadily over where he had fallen. If you want to pull this off, you're going to have to play it carefully. Especially after all the effort you've already expended. Summoning his wand to his hand, Harry took some comfort in the familiar feel of wood against his palm. With every fiber of his being screaming at him to flee into the safety of Hogwarts, Harry wiped at the blood that was dribbling thickly from his mouth and nose. Taking deep and steadying breaths, he drew himself straight, standing tall and proud. Tom, he called hoarsely, I'm not finished with you. Voldemort froze, as if turned to stone, upon hearing Harry's voice. Slowly, as if unwilling to see the confirmation, he turned around to where Harry was standing. His thin and pale face was a picture of abject shock. Impossible. It is impossible, agreed Harry, nodding his head. After a moment he shrugged and said, I did it anyway. With slow and deliberate steps he began to advance on Voldemort, aware that his almost prowling manner was generating a satisfying, intimidating effect. The truth of the matter was that he was so unsure of his footing that he had to go slowly. Just getting one foot in front of the other without stumbling was an effort. Yes, my blood made you stronger than if you'd used anyone else's, he rasped as he drew nearer to Voldemort with each stride. Yes, the protection my mum left in me, you have it too. And, yes, you can touch me. When he was only 10 yards away, Harry raised his wand to chest height and bared his bloody lips in a snarl. Voldemort looked totally dumbstruck and seemed unable to move,
his mouth hanging open and his narrow eyes wide with surprise. Every muscle in Harry's body tensed to rock-like rigidity as he focused upon his wand. Voldemort did not even have time to blink, let alone think, as he was blown away by a powerful banishing charm. He crashed to the ground with a loud crunch 100 feet back from where he had been standing, a cloud of dust rising around him. Harry lowered his wand with a satisfied grin and shouted out a challenge. "But I can still kick your ass. He's alive." Hermione watched in amazement, not to mention blessed relief, as Harry's corpse twitched where it lay, rolled over onto its side and then stood up on slightly unsteady legs. When Harry, apparently very much alive and well, blew Voldemort through the air and halfway across the front lawn, she did not know whether to laugh or resume crying. "Thank the heavens, he's alive. I'm going to kill him for scaring me like that." Voldemort rolled into a sitting position, his black robes lying disheveled about him. With a look of indignant fury, he grabbed his wand and raised it high above his head. "Terra ire canum," he shouted, causing a dozen mounds of earth to rise around him. The ground heaved up and broke open as the allies he had summoned dug themselves free. They were dogs of some kind, massive beasts that stood 5 feet at the shoulder and carried themselves like the predators they were. Their bodies rippled with muscles layered upon sinew and bone, covering in thick, coarse fur that was as black as night. Their eyes glowed the same blood red as Voldemort's. The Fury Hounds, which Hermione recognized them as being, let loose low howls as they pulled away from the holes they risen from. They bared their gleaming fangs and, at a gesture from Voldemort, charged at Harry, baying like wolves as they ran. The hounds moved almost too fast for the eye to follow and were quickly bearing down on Harry. Harry swept his wand up, glowing yellow, then down and across in a wide arc. A wall of blazing yellow and orange fire exploded forth from its tip, streaking across the ground with frightening speed and catching the bulk of the charging Fury Hounds within its length. The flames rolled over the dogs with such intensity that Hermione could see them being burnt down to their bones in a matter of seconds. "Good Lord," she thought as the firewall died down, "he's mad as hell and twice as hot." Only 3 of the Fury Hounds survived the fiery onslaught, one so badly burned that it was not much more than a slow-burning skeleton. The other 2 had only caught the trailing edges of the fire and made it through with their fur coats smoking. The smaller of the 2 charged straight at Harry, pouncing at him with claws outspread and fangs gleaming in its wide-open jaws. Harry jerked his wand up as the hound came at him, brilliant streams of blue-white lightning striking the beast in the chest with a clap of thunder. The hound was knocked back and fell writhing to the ground, arcs of electricity crackling around it. Harry drew his sword as the last hound, the third and badly burnt animal, had collapsed, and met it head-on as it sprang at him. It was too close for him to use the weapon effectively, and all he could manage was to jab the blade between him and its avering jaws as they crashed to the ground after colliding in midair. Hermione heard Cho beside her gasp and clutch at her chest with one hand. But Harry was quick to deal with the Fury Hound, jamming his knees under its body and pushing it off him with a mighty heave. The hound twisted in the air and landed on its feet like a cat and immediately sprang at Harry a second time. But Harry was prepared, already on his feet and broadsword poised to strike. The gleaming 3-foot blade flashed back and forth, slicing across the Fury Hound's chest as Harry stepped to the side at the last second. The hound sailed past him and landed, whirling about to face Harry and preparing to leap at him a third time. As it turned to face him, its hind legs collapsed and it fell to the ground with a lurch, its underside neatly sliced in a lacerated X shape. Steaming entrails began to seep from the cuts in its belly as the hound's lifeblood soaked into the earth from the fatal wound. With a flourish, Harry decapitated the suffering creature and somehow managed to sheath the sword in the same graceful movement. Avada Kedavra. Oh no. Not again. Voldemort had regained his footing and now launched another killing curse at Harry, clearly intent on succeeding where he had failed only minutes earlier. This time, however, Harry did not stand his ground and try weather the attack. Instead, he dived into a forward roll, straight towards Voldemort, and came up in leap that covered a dozen yards, landing at the Dark Lord's feet. With startling speed, Harry planted a roundhouse kick to Voldemort's face with his right foot, reversing the same motion to swing a hook kick to his opponent's temple.
The cracks from the impacts sounded loudly in the still air, like gunshots. Voldemort cried out in pain and anger, staggering back as Harry pressed in close with powerful punches to the ribs. Roaring like an injured beast, Voldemort raised his hands high and shouted something Hermione could not make out. The air between him and Harry shimmered, twisted around itself, and then Harry was blown back, high into the air as if launched from a catapult. Sweet Merlin, he's airborne. As with his fall from the astronomy tower, Harry flipped and spun through a triple somersault, landing hard in a low crouch. His head snapped towards Voldemort and he raised his arms high above him, hands clenched into tight fists. Green and brown wisps of energy writhed and spun between his fists, which glowed with jade light. Harry slammed his hands down, a wave of displacement breaking around him. The ground before him rippled and shifted, cracking and shattering and heaving as it streaked directly towards Voldemort. With the roar of mountains falling, Voldemort was engulfed as the earth he stood upon erupted around him. Great stone monoliths broke through the ground and surged up into the dark skies, toppling and crumbling against each other. Holy shit! Hermione turned from the scene of carnage and magic gone wild to stare in disbelief, along with Cho and Professor McGonagall, at a wide-eyed Neville. Against the rumbling thunder of shifting earth and rock, Neville noticed their attentions and blushed a furious S. Arlette. Sorry, Professor, he apologized, ducking his head. It's quite all right, Mr. Longbottom, replied McGonagall, returning her gaze to the battle raging below them. I was looking for the right words myself. With a burst of green light, the massive rocks and mounds of dirt that covered Voldemort blew apart into billowing clouds of dust. The storm of debris buffeted over Harry as he stood his ground and waited for the air to clear. His robes whipped around him and he could feel small shards of rock cutting into his exposed face and hands. After the bulk of the dust clouds had passed him, Harry looked up and saw Voldemort standing in a shallow crater, surrounded by plowed earth. I think you pissed him off, observed Ketz, sounding slightly worried. Miniature earthquakes do that to a fellow. Voldemort raised his arms up, the air around him swirling with dust, and Harry could see the power radiating from and around him. He had observed the Dark Lord's pitch-black aura from afar before the battle had been joined. It already been a terrible and disturbing sight then, but now it had grown to monstrous proportions, extending far beyond Voldemort's body as he exerted himself. Pyronimbus. The air between Harry and Voldemort began to sparkling, reminding Harry of the fairies that graced the Great Hall during Christmas. But somehow, looking at the magic being used, he doubted that this was going to be as benign. Only moments later he was proved correct as one of the many glowing sparks shot at him. Harry jerked to one side at the streak of light slashed against his robed arm, which felt the extreme heat. His robe caught alight where it had been hit and Harry hurried to extinguish the flame before it spread. More of the sparks were diving towards him, a veritable rain of fire that he would not be able to evade. Yep, I'd say he is no longer in a good mood. Put up a barrier. Now. Defensor Lux. Harry shouted, tracing his wand in a complex pattern. An impenetrable bubble of light sprang to being around him, absorbing the sparks and fire that showered down. The shield screeched like metal being torn apart and the glare was almost blinding. The rain of fire continued to fall and rebound off the shield, igniting the grass surrounding where Harry stood. The strain of maintaining this defense in his already weakened state quickly began to wear on him, forcing him to retaliate in the hope that Voldemort would have to cease his own attack to deal with Harry's challenge. Wingardium Naturum Furor. All around Harry the air seemed to darken and began to swirl about. With every passing second the wind picked up speed and fury until it was howling fit to rival the fury hounds Harry had dispatched earlier. Such was the force of the wind that even the fire rain was being deflected by its relentless presence. Harry grinned in relief and satisfaction. The miniature tornado he had created was pretty big in its own right, easily 70 feet across. From his spot in its eye Harry could see the edges of the vortex tugging at Voldemort's robes. By anyone's standards it was an impressive feat of magic that perhaps only the Dark Lord and Dumbledore could ever match. The pride Harry felt welling inside of him as Voldemort struggled to maintain his footing came from his knowledge that he had brought this force of nature into being. Harry, without any form of outside aid, he was not even drawing on the order. The drain of dissipating the killing curse had been substantial,
which meant that Harry could not use the Order's power for his defense and the little surprise he had planned for Voldemort. There just wasn't enough left to do both. Good thing he was a powerful wizard in his own right. Just hope I can keep it going long enough. You'd better. With Voldemort suitably distracted for the moment, Harry began drawing in the Order's power, focusing it within him for when he needed it. He was calling on everything he had, leaving nothing at all as a reserve, concentrating instead on summoning forth every iota of magic he could lay his hands on. Let this be a lesson to you. Next time you fight a mortal enemy, no grandstanding. Don't shout like that. My head's hurting badly enough. Uh-oh. He's doing something. Voldemort had retreated back several paces, away from the worst of the tornado's reach, and had began an incantation. With the roaring wind surrounding him, Harry stood no chance of hearing what was being said, and his vision was still too unreliable for him to try and lip read at this distance.
Still, once the spell was done, Harry was left in no doubt about just what it was. Balls of acid green fire, each the size of a quaffle, erupted from Voldemort's wand. They shot towards Harry in a staccato rhythm, relentlessly forcing their way through the bludgeoning wind.
We're dealing with fire. Douse it. With what? There's too many of them for me to stop them all before they hit me. The lake. Harry forgot completely about the tornado, allowing it to die away with a whisper, and giving the fireballs a clear path. For an instant they seemed to hover in place before hurtling towards him. Accio water. Harry shouted at the top of his lungs, his wand aimed at the nearby lake, which responded to his call in a manner that would give everyone that saw it something to talk about for years to come. For a moment Harry ridiculously wondered if perhaps he had gone too far and actually drained the entire lake. The moment after that he decided that, considering the situation, he really did not care. With a wolfish grin he watched as a mountain of water rose up from the lake, like the tsunamis he had once read about. With a crash like rolling thunder the mass of water broke before Harry, immediately rising up in a defensive wall. The fireballs were smothered with casual ease as they splashed into the depths of this 50-foot-high water wall. Nicely done. You've bought more time. Crucio. Pain beyond imagination washed over Harry with the force of a speeding train. The air in his lungs exploded out of him in a breathless gasp as he lost his hold on the water before him. As Harry dropped to the ground, the wall of water collapsed with him, soaking everything in the immediate area. Harry had made another mistake, perhaps a fatal one this time. He had been concentrating so fully on Voldemort that he had completely forgotten the 4 Death Eaters that he had dispatched earlier. Obvious one of them had recovered enough and now sought to aid their lord. The pain was too much, far too much. He had suffered under the Cruciatus curse before, at the hands of Voldemort, who was undoubtedly more powerful than whomever was cursing him now. But there was something wrong, something that was amplifying the curse beyond what it was normally capable of. He was laying immobile on the ground. The pain was so great that Harry could not even manage a scream around it. He could feel its jagged edges ravaging his mind. His nerve endings burnt with cold fire that overrode his mind's frantic attempts to move. So much pain that he was practically paralyzed by its raw intensity. He couldn't take much more. Oh gods, it hurt. It hurt beyond what he understood. The curse. Sever. Break. Link. Use the link. It was something only Harry would ever be able to do. Any other wizard would have been helpless against the waves of unbridled pain. But Harry had been chosen by the Order of the Phoenix and given access to a power beyond imagination. He was hardly an ordinary wizard and, even without the Order, was in a class of his own. Even so, it was a sheer miracle that he survived. His mind was completely cut off, too busy struggling against the pain that seemed to increase with each passing eternity. Of course, it had probably only been a matter of seconds since the curse hit him, but certainly felt like forever. Since Harry's mind was otherwise engaged, it settled upon pure instinct to save him. Completely separate and acting without any interaction with his brain, Harry somehow managed to find the link connecting him to the Death Eater's wand. He found the link, traced it back along the magical path it wound, and then gave a twist in just the right place. Harry arched his back and gasped in a deep breath, filling his lungs with sweet oxygen. His limbs trembled uncontrollably and he was still feeling ghostly echoes of the pain, but he was free and once again able to think. Blood was streaming from his nose, ears and mouth, soaking his robes and shirt underneath as he turned to look behind him. The Death Eater, the one he had kneed in the face, was now writhing on the ground in insurmountable agony, a victim of his own curse. Harry had accessed the magic of the Cruciatus curse being used on him and done some magically tinkering. In effect, he had created what Muggles would call a feedback loop, sending the curse right back to where it had come from. You okay there, Harry? Never better, he replied, wiping his mouth with the back of a sleeve. So, Potter, you've managed to overthrow the Cruciatus curse as well. Impressive. Harry turned to look up at Voldemort, who was leering down at him. Disregarding the numbness suffusing his body, he forced himself into a sitting position, looking around to see that his wand was lying several yards away. Well out of reach. Voldemort aimed his wand at Harry's chest. Let us test to see if you can survive the killing curse yet another time. You sure you want to risk that? Asked Harry, spitting blood. Third time lucky, replied Voldemort with an evil smile. Harry struggled for a moment and managed to push himself upright, Voldemort standing not a yard away. I wouldn't bet on it, he said, exploding unexpectedly into action. His arm shot out and knocked Voldemort's wand away from him. At the same time he twisted to the side and kicked with all his might. His boot connected with a crack and launched Voldemort back several paces. Harry reached out his hand and, with the aid of magic, summoned his wand to it. Excelsior Defensor Transit Lux. This was what he had been saving the last of the Order's power for. A spell unlike any that had ever come before. A spell that Harry had conceived of and painstakingly constructed, with the help of the Order, over the past few months. For a moment it almost seemed as though the sun itself had come down and touched the earth where Harry was standing. Then a circular wave of brilliant white and gold energy exploded around Harry, making its way out. It was the most beautiful, yet terrifying thing anyone had ever seen. It poured out from Harry with unbelievable force, rolling outwards in all directions at once. And in its wake nothing remained. The Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, were shredded by the wave's impact. Their black robes were torn to pieces, none larger than a Muggle postage stamp, and their hideous gray bodies exploded in black and indigo flames. Not even ashes remained of them, and the tiny fragments of their robes disintegrated as they drifted in the air. The various trolls, mountain, forest and cave varieties, froze where they stood. Their skin shot through with veins of gray and tan as they were swiftly transformed into stone statues. As the wave departed, the stone immediate began to crack and crumble away, reducing the trolls to what amounted to piles of loose gravel. Finally, after having traveled outwards for nearly half a mile, the rolling wave of magic and energy began to dissipate. With every dark creature in its path utterly destroyed, its purpose had been fulfilled. Harry, now standing alone on the front lawn, looked around him in something of a daze. Well, at least that's over with, he said into the silence. That's a relief. We're going to need a long holiday to recover from this. I think it's Harry that needs the holiday. Can I pass out now? Could somebody please tell me what's going on up there? Ron Weasley had never been so utterly frustrated, not to mention confused, by anything in his life. Something very big and most likely important, had just transpired and he did not have a clue what it was. I am not using this map of Harry's again unless he makes some changes to it. Reports of Harry's death had filtered into the PFT auditorium via the communications portkeys everyone was wearing. Complete silence had greeted the announcement and Ron had struggled to hold back his tears. Even Dumbledore had lost the usual twinkle in his eyes and suddenly slumped with the weight of the world on his aged shoulders. Then, naturally, Harry had stood up and become the boy who lived again. From then on, all Ron could make out, from the chatter he heard of those up on the battlements, Harry had begun to wage a full-fledged war against you-know-who. From what he could hear, it sounded like Harry had taken magical combat to an entirely new level. A much more powerful, not to mention dangerous one. I mean, that the heck just happened? Anybody. Then something had happened that Ron could not explain. He had a theory that seemed to fit the facts, but he struggled to believe even Harry capable of that. Somehow Harry had done something, and the next thing Ron knew, Tom Riddle's dot had vanished. Almost immediately after that, the 4 Death Eaters had also disappeared, and then something had swept over the masses of Dementors and Trolls. It had been like watching an eraser sliding across the map, wiping away the dots of all those attacking the castle. They just vanished. Harry survived a killing curse. Answered what sounded like Fred or George's voice, beat the crap out of you-know-who. And then vaporized every last bad guy with a single spell. Ron blinked. Dumbledore blinked. Everyone blinked. Deactivate Hogwarts defenses, announced Dumbledore after several seconds had passed in utter silence. There was a deep rumbling noise, and Ron felt the sensation of going up as the auditorium began to rise. Looking down at the map and Harry's dot, which was swaying unsteadily back and forth as if he were somehow drunk, Ron decided he couldn't bear to wait. "I'm not waiting," he said to Dumbledore and held up the hand with his portkey, "Deploy." A moment later, after the usual twisting and pulling sensation, Ron found himself in the Great Hall, standing on the stage. He immediately set off at a fast run, heading through the entrance hall and out the front doors, which hung open. As he barreled through and onto the battle-scarred front lawn, he saw that many of those that had been fighting had come down from the ramparts. Everyone was crowding around Harry, shouting and cheering and generally making nuisances of themselves. Several of the teachers that had come down, McGonagall, Flitwick and a few others, were trying to calm the celebrating students. "Harry!" he shouted, jumping up and waving his arms. Harry, with Hermione, Cho, Fred, George and several other students around him, lifted a tired arm and waved Ron over. Pushing through the masses, Ron grinned broadly at his friend, but the smile quickly faded as he took in Harry's battered condition. "Cersei's liver, Harry!" he exclaimed, "what happened to you?" "Voldemort and I had a nice, quiet chat," replied Harry, his voice rasping thickly. He turned his head and spat out some blood, swaying unsteadily on his feet. Fred and George immediately grabbed him by the waist and shoulders for support. "Dear Merlin, it's a miracle he's still standing." "Harry!" Everyone turned at the familiar voice and did a double take. Ginny was running up to them, her face split in a wide and relieved smile. Tears were streaming down her face and she was babbling nonsensically as she swept Harry up in tight hug. This was not what caused them all to react, since this was sort of what they expected from her. It was Snape. "What happened to him?" asked Fred, pointing. Ginny pulled back from Harry slightly and looked back at Snape's unconscious body that was floating in the air several feet behind her. Ron didn't know whether to be concerned or amused at the potions master's predicament. "I saw what he did to you, Harry. I can testify if you want. I almost killed him when I got up there. I thought Voldemort had killed you." "We all did." Harry winced. "Ah, Gin. Take my advice and drop potions before he wakes up."
What? Why? She asked quizzically. "Snape's a spy, remember?" said Harry, reaching up to massage his temples. "We needed a way to convince Voldemort of his loyalty."
And that's when the canute dropped. Ron, along with Hermione, Fred, George and especially Ginny gaped at Harry in total consternation. "You had Snape push you off the astronomy tower just so that you-know-who would be convinced of his loyalty," bellowed Hermione in outraged disbelief. "It was his idea," shrugged Harry. Nobody could really think of anything to say to this, except that it would have probably been a good thing if Harry had warned them in advance. Especially considering the fact that Ginny had come within a hair's breadth of killing Snape because of it. So Ron looked about the ravaged grounds. "Does this mean we won?" "As soon as the urge to throw up my appendix stops, I'll let you know," replied Harry, seeming to lean more heavily on the twins with each passing moment. "What happened, Potter?" asked Professor McGonagall, who had come up behind Ginny and the still unconscious Snape. "What was that spell you used?" Hermione asked an even more important question. "Where did all the Dementors and you-know-who go?" Harry sighed and waved a hand vaguely. "The Dementors are destroyed. Completely gone. Poof." That wave was a variation on the Patronus charm, but much more powerful. Turned the trolls into stone as well. As for Tom and his lackeys, the spell didn't hurt them. Instead, it just teleported them away from here. It was incredible. Ron, nor anyone else for that matter, had ever heard anything like it. Harry was claiming that one single spell of his had managed to annihilate nearly 200 Dementors in one fell swoop. That and it had also somehow gotten rid of you-know-who at the same time.
Still got a few bugs to work out, though, Harry admitted sheepishly. Where did you send them to? Asked Professor Lupin, who had just arrived. Snuffle was at his feet and looking anxiously at Harry. Harry shrugged and waved his hand vaguely again, smiling broadly and somewhat giddily. Ah well, actually, that's one of the bugs. I'm still working on it. But I hear the weather's nice in Mexico this time of year. And, for the second time that day, Harry's world dissolved into black. The two men were sitting in comfortable-looking chairs, which surprisingly enough actually felt comfortable as well, facing one and another across a small table. The younger of the two brushed some stray locks of his raven-black hair away from his startling green eyes. He lounged lazily in his seat and considered the ancient man sitting opposite him. He was truly ancient, older than time itself, but looked surprisingly fit and active despite this. He was clad in stately black robes and a hooded cloak with the cowl thrown back, exposing his long silver hair which framed his bottomless black eyes. Clutched in one claw-like hand was a large, golden hourglass, the sands of which were slowly trickling down. We begin. With judicial poise the old man reached out with his free hand and motioned at the elegantly carved chess set sitting on the table between them. Your move. Oh, I'm afraid I am not that good at chess, said the young man, looking down at the chessboard with a perplexed frown. He gnawed on his bottom lip and then asked, I don't suppose you'd consider playing a game of exploding snap instead? Or maybe gobstones? That's what I thought. A pall of calm and quiet had descended over Hogwarts since the attack had ended. Perhaps the calmest and quietest place in the school was the hospital wing. It had been rather busy immediately after the attack, 2 weeks before, but had since become almost deserted, save for the single patient, who had yet to wake. To say that everyone was worried about Harry would have been an understatement. The Gryffindors had been sneaking out of their dormitories during the nights to visit him and were more often than being caught in the act. Ginny, Ron and Hermione were the three primary culprits but took some comfort in the fact that every single Gryffindor besides themselves had been caught in the act at least once. Ordinarily they would have used Harry's invisibility cloak, but a judicious search of his trunk had failed to turn up the item. This was highly unfortunate, especially when considering the detrimental effect it was having on house points. While Harry had been lying there unconscious for the past couple of weeks, Gryffindor had slipped from first place to third. If he did not wake up soon they would end up coming stone last this year. Snape will be delighted, thought Ginny morosely as she sat beside Harry's bed early that Sunday afternoon. Ever since waking up from the sound thrashing Ginny had erroneously inflicted upon him, Snape had been positively vindictive towards her. In fact, when he had first woken up his screams of outrage and calls for Ginny to be expelled had been heard in the Great Hall. Since then matters had only deteriorated to the point where Ginny had spoken to the headmaster about the possibility of doing as Harry had suggested and dropping potions altogether. No such luck, unfortunately. Tiredly rubbing her eyes, Ginny looked down at Harry, lying deathly still on the hospital bed, his breathing so shallow you had to watch closely to see it. His skin was as pale as it had ever been and contrasted starkly with the blackness of his hair. Everyone had been certain Madame Pomfrey would have Harry up on his feet in a day or two when they had first brought him to the infirmary. Their preconceptions were rudely shattered very early on as the nurse diagnosed his injuries. Apparently surviving the killing curse had taken more out of Harry than any of them realized or imagined. Multiple lacerations, abrasions, torn muscles and ligaments, a few broken bones, fluid in both lungs, a ruptured spleen, hemorrhaging in the liver, frayed nervous tissue throughout the body and spinal column, and possible neurological damage. That was the short list. It had taken Madame Pomfrey, along with a dozen Medowitches and wizards on loan from St. Mungo's, 17 hours before declaring Harry out of the woods. Her official report to Dumbledore, made in the presence of Remus and Sirius who passed it on to the children, was that Harry's heart had stopped and left him technically dead 4 times during her ministrations. Stop thinking about it. Ginny glanced away from Harry's still form, looking around the room and wondering for the 100th time that afternoon how the twins had managed it. It was only a pity that Pomfrey would doubtless discover their get well gift before Harry woke up. If he ever does. Ginny? She turned in her seat to see Hermione standing next to her with Ron hovering behind. The bushy-haired girl was carrying a plate with a couple of ham and cheese sandwiches which she presented to Ginny as she sat beside her. We brought you something to eat,
said Hermione quietly as Ginny took the plate in hand. Thanks, I completely forgot about lunch, said Ginny, picking up a sandwich and taking a bite. As she chewed, she tried to think back to the last time she had eaten, but couldn't remember. Ron sat down on the bed next to Harry's and looked worriedly at her. You missed breakfast as well, and supper last night. Why'd I already know where this is going? Ginny looked up from her meal. You've missed quite a few meals as well. But not 3 in a row, Ginny, he pressed. When she glowered dangerously at him, he licked his lips but refused to quail under her fierce gaze. Okay, I'll buy that when Harry shared the power of his Order of the Phoenix with you. Give it a rest, Ron, she cut him off. You and everybody else have been bothering me about that ever since the attack. It's starting to become old news. Don't get mad about it, Ginny, soothed Hermione, patting her on the knee. We understand why you kept it a secret. Ron just means to say that even with the Order's power you can't keep on like this. Ginny turned to look despairingly at the other girl. I'm not using any power from the Order. I don't think there's any left. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? I think Harry used all of it up during the fight, she explained. That's why he was in such a bad way and why he's taking so long to recover. He doesn't have the Order to help him through this. The 3 children sat silently after that, considering Ginny's words as she quietly finished the sandwiches Hermione had brought. Once she was done, she tried to set the empty plate aside somewhere but could not find any free space. Finally she settled for putting it underneath her chair and then resumed her vigil over Harry. Ron, having watched her, looked around the cluttered room and asked, when did Fred and George come by? Ginny smiled. Around noon, I think, before lunch. How did they? Ron could not seem to form the words, too caught up in disbelief at his older brother's latest stunt. Not a clue, she answered, her smile growing broader. She had no idea how the 2 of them had pulled it off, without help. All she did know was that Madame Pomfrey was going to go crazy when she finally came in. Ah, came an exclamation from the doorway, drawing their attention. I see that Fred and George have once again outdone themselves. Professor Dumbledore, resplendent in his deep purple robes, strode into the infirmary. His blue eyes were twinkling brightly as he surveyed the twins' handiwork. Picking his way down the rows of beds, he finally reached them and pulled up a chair to sit in. He's earlier than usual, noted Ginny, checking her watch. Minister Fudge has just been to see me, explained Dumbledore. His concern about Harry's well-being apparently prompted his visit. Why would Fudge care? Asked Ron scathingly, other than that it would look bad in the Daily Prophet. Ron and Ginny's opinion of the minister had never been all that high, but over the past few years it had been dropping at a steady rate. First he had sent Hagrid to Azkaban, however briefly, during the Chamber of Secrets mess. Then he let that git Malfoy come within an inch of getting Buckbeak executed. And only last year he had, with remarkable stupidity and stubbornness, refused to believe the truth when Harry told them that you know who was back. Dumbledore's eyes were almost glowing with amusement as he actually grinned impishly at the 3 children. His concern for Harry stems from the fact that Harry is the only person capable of brewing the antidote to Set's bride, a particularly lethal poison that Harry tricked him into drinking around Christmas. Harry poisoned Fudge? Asked Ron incredulously. He poisoned the Minister of Magic? So Cornelius believes, confirmed Dumbledore with a smile. In truth, it is nothing more than an exquisitely executed charade on Harry's part. Suffice to say the minister is somewhat gullible. Hermione looked positively scandalized. Are you saying that Harry pretended to poison Minister Fudge in order to blackmail him? From the sounds of it, yes. Ron was beaming with wicked delight. Go, Harry. Ron. Honestly. Berated Hermione, looking sternly at her boyfriend. Harry's methods of late have been somewhat questionable, agreed Dumbledore, turning his eyes to where Harry lay, but these are extraordinary times which generally call for unconventional, if not desperate, measures. But still, Hermione argued, he shouldn't do things like that. The minister is on our side in this. Fudge is a coward, thought Ginny grimly, he's only ever on his own side. Dumbledore smiled. Thanks to Harry he is. Even after the attack on Hogsmeade, Cornelius was unwilling to admit that Voldemort has returned. Harry's actions secured us his cooperation, willing or otherwise. As they conversed, Ginny noticed that Ron was no longer following their conversation and was instead looking past them towards the infirmary's entrance. He cocked an eyebrow and muttered, "Now this is a surprise." Ginny turned to see a tall, short-haired Ashby-owned girl with large sapphire eyes standing in the infirmary doorway. Since it was a Sunday, she was not wearing her Hogwarts robes, but was dressed in a pair of pale blue jeans and a dark green silk shirt with the tails knotted, bearing her flat midriff. If Draco Malfoy was Slytherin's influential spoiled brat and Pansy Parkinson was Slytherin's queen-by.ch, then Blaise Zabini was Slytherin's centerfold. From what Ginny had overheard, the boys were constantly arguing who was better looking, Blaise or the Pottle sisters. All they could ever agree on was that the cool-demeanored Slytherin was one of the prettiest girls at Hogwarts. "Let me guess," said Blaise, looking around, "the infamous Weasley twins." Ron nodded in confirmation, "The two and only. I thought I recognized their work." "As I understand," said Dumbledore, "it is something of a long-standing joke between them and Harry here." "Mrs. Weasley is going to a conniption when she hears about this," observed Hermione. Ron grinned evilly. "Do you think she'll send them a howler?" Ginny, keeping her eyes on Blaise, replied, "We can but hope." Almost every Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had come by to visit Harry at least once, though without any of the nighttime escapades that resulted in losing house points. The number of Slytherins to come visit was greatly less than the other houses. Mostly it had been first and second years that came by, although some of the older students had made what looked like token visits. Of course some of the Slytherins, in other words Draco Malfoy, were a bit preoccupied. Since the attack on Hogwarts and the aftermath there of Draco's father, Lucius, was a wanted man. Despite anything the minister might say, or any of the Malfoy influence, nobody could dispute his being present during the fray. Maybe it's a good thing Harry did poison fudge, or pretend to that is. Now, after eyewitness accounts by a full division of Aurors and a good many students, doubtless including Harry when he woke up, Malfoy's involvement as a Death Eater could not be disputed. Only the previous weekend had Ron and Ginny's father, Arthur, had led a ministry-sanctioned raid of Malfoy Manor, which had resulted in close to tripling the charges already laid against Lucius Malfoy. The only reason Malfoy Sr. had not yet been arrested and brought to trial was that nobody had a clue as to where he was. He, along his fellow Death Eaters and Voldemort, had disappeared from the battle in, literally, a flash of light. Acting on Harry's last coherent sentence, the English ministry was working closely with the Central American Ministry of Magic in an attempt to locate the missing felons, but had so far met with no success. Unfortunately, snakes are notoriously hard to find and catch. With his father now a wanted man, unable to show his face for fear of being apprehended, and his ancestral home seized and impounded by the ministry, Draco Malfoy had been in a livid mood for the past week. The thought that he would deign to come within 50 yards of the hospital wing, and Harry, was ludicrous. Blaise was the only Slytherin that came by with any regularity. For that matter, she visited the hospital wing with almost monotonous regularity. Sometime in the afternoon every day Blaise would come in briefly, more often than not accompanied by Padma Pottle and a few other Ravenclaws. She did not stay very long, just enough to ask if there had been any changes. This, however, was the first time Ginny could remember seeing her here alone. For a Slytherin, she's almost decent most of the time. "I gather there hasn't been any change?" asked Blaise quietly, still standing by the door. None of the four sitting around Harry's bed could fully hide their pain at that statement. Ron visibly winced, as though struck. Hermione ducked her head and rapidly blinked her eyes to hold back her tears. Dumbledore's mustache curled in an unhappy grimace and Ginny clenched her hands into fists and bit her bottom lip. All four of them had been watching Harry closely every day, perhaps even more so than Madame Pomfrey, and the only change they had yet to see in Harry was the slow fading of the many bruises on his face and arms, which lay above the covers. "Not that we can tell," answered Ginny. "Madame Pomfrey will be come to check on him in about half an hour." Blaise nodded and made as if to leave. Before she stepped back outside she looked over her shoulder and asked, "If he wakes up let me know, Kay?" Ginny nodded silently. The two men were sitting in comfortable-looking chairs, which surprisingly enough actually felt comfortable as well, facing one another across a small table. The elder of the two watched the younger man with hawk-like intensity, his impenetrable black eyes following every movement. He was perched on the very edge of his chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he considered the pieces standing on the chessboard between them. Frowning slightly, he raked a hand through his unruly black hair and then looked up at the old man, his jade-colored eyes sparkling. And now we finish this. With casual ease, the young man reached for his one remaining knight and shifted the wooden figure up and across, setting it down with a flourish. Checkmate, he smirked, settling back in his amazingly comfortable chair. He smiled at his defeated opponent. Looks like I'm not dead yet. 2 out of 3. That's what I thought. He was lying on a bed in the hospital wing. Harry did not even need to open his eyes to know this. He had probably spent more time in the infirmary than all the other students at Hogwarts combined. And he still had 2 years to go. After so much experience waking up here, Harry easily recognized the crisp and starched linens under him. Then there was that unique herb and antiseptic smell that permeated the rooms, always reminding Harry of a Muggle hospital with some form of incense burning. Anyone here? Harry, you're awake. Thank the beyond, we've been worried more than you would believe. How do you feel? Like I got into a fight with Voldemort and lost. Not too far from the truth that. We've been funneling the Order's power into your recovery, but the going has been slow. Very slow. You drained the Order so completely it took us over a week before we had built up enough energy to start even that. How long have I been out? 2 weeks. I think you should wake up now, you have visitors. With a groan of protest, another following as late afternoon sunlight streamed into his eyes, Harry's eyes fluttered open. Wearily he looked around and spotted Ginny, Ron, Hermione and Professor Dumbledore sitting excitedly in some chairs by his bed. Only the headmaster seemed to be restraining himself, settling instead for a warm smile, as the other 3 were practically bouncing in their seats. Harry, last time I checked, yeah. His voice was a harsh rasp and Harry could barely recognize it as his own. Ginny, sitting closest to where his head lay, reached for a tall glass of water that was resting on the nightstand and handed it to him. Thanks. He took a long, soothing sip, letting the cool water slide down his throat. Lowering the glass, he settled it in his lap and looked at his friends and mentor, all watching him with anxious yet relieved expressions. Sorry I'm late, he apologized with a tired smile, but I had to finish a game of chess first. A game of chess? Don't worry about it. Ron, Harry told his friend, leaning back against his pillow and letting his eyes drop shut. After a while he opened them again and looked hesitantly at Dumbledore before asking, casualties? None. Praise the heavens, Dumbledore told him, eyes twinkling merrily. Although one of the Aurors, Ms. Bagnall, was struck in the shoulder by a forest troll's spear. Amongst the students, Mr. Longbottom received a rather nasty concussion and broke an arm, while Mr. Boot of Ravenclaw broke both his legs. Hermione leaned forward to elaborate. Neville was so excited we actually won that he tripped going down the stairs and took Terry with him. With a grimace, Harry shook his head. Could have been worse, I suppose. He could have tripped Cho instead. Hermione smiled. He did, only she didn't end up with anything worse than a bruised rear. Suddenly Ginny hopped out of her chair and knelt next to Harry on the bed. She pulled him up into her arms and began squeezing the life out of him. Thank Merlin you're awake. You have no idea how worried we've been for you. Sorry, he apologized, hugging her back. Guess I kind of screwed things up. Ginny pulled back just a bit and then leaned in to give Harry a passionate key. It was only by some quirk of fate that he managed not to spill the glass of water he was holding. They were at the point of giving in to the fiery desire burning within them, despite Harry's weakened state, when the soft clearing of a throat reminded them that they were not alone. And we continue to be interrupted. With a start, Ginny jerked away from Harry, her face flushed from the key, and turning an even deeper shade of red with embarrassment. Harry gently held her to his side with his free hand, looking around her to see Dumbledore looking highly amused. Ah, sorry, he apologized again, feeling his own cheeks blushing. Quite all right, Harry forgave Dumbledore with a smile. I understand completely. Why Mexico? Suddenly blurted Ron, capturing Harry's attention. Huh? Excuse me? Dumbledore's blue eyes were sparkling, but his expression was a serious one. Obviously this was something he too considered important. I believe Ronald is asking why you sent Voldemort and his Death Eaters to Mexico. I sent them to Mexico? Mexico? Asked Harry, thoroughly bewildered. After thinking about it for a few seconds he gave a helpless shrug and said, well, I guess they had as much of a chance being sent there as anywhere else. What do you mean? asked Ginny. Harry took a sip from his drink of water and then answered, "The teleportation portion of the spell I used is a little unstable." Hermione leaned forward, her interest sparked. "Unstable? How?" "There's no consistency regarding where it sends you to," explained Harry, wincing at the fact that the spell he had used, not to mention created, was far from complete. "So why did you tell us you'd sent them to Mexico?" demanded Ginny. "I was delirious," shrugged Harry apologetically. "Mexico seemed as good a place as any." "So they're not in Mexico," summed up Ron. Harry gave a shrug. "For all I know, they could have ended up in the Dursleys' back garden." They were interrupted by a gasp of horror that drew their attention to the doorway, where Madame Pomfrey was standing. For the first time since he had awoken, Harry gave the infirmary a proper looking over as Pomfrey began a howling tirade that he had no doubt could be heard throughout the castle. Fred and George Weasley. Harry found himself unable to do anything but drop his head back against the fluffy pillow behind him and laugh until tears streamed from his eyes and he could no longer breathe. All throughout the hospital wing, covering every bed, every chair, table and stacked in untidy piles across the floor, were hundreds upon hundreds of Hogwarts toilet seats. Red and gold banners seemed to almost entirely cover the Quidditch pitch. It was now mid-April and the last game of the season, a rematch between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, had just drawn to its end. Understandably, the Slytherins had raised something of a fuss over the fact that the match was going to be replayed. Malfoy in particular had made voluble and, unfortunately, audible complaints about the matter. He claimed that since the match was already forfeit, the two teams should not be allowed to continue. "Stupid, ingrating git," grumbled Ginny, looking over towards the morose Slytherin section of the stands. None of their protests had amounted to anything, and in the end they had been unable to do anything but sit back and watch Gryffindor play to victory. Silly house arguments aside, Ginny beamed with delight as Harry stepped up onto the podium and accepted the Quidditch Cup from Dumbledore. A roar of approval rose from the crowd, a mix of Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Public opinion of Harry had been riding high since the attack on the school, and nobody, except the Slytherins, failed to show their appreciation for the boy who lived. Even as Harry lifted the cup high over his head in victory, the crowd of students was going wild. All around Ginny, the various Gryffindors she had been sitting with were jumping and screaming in delight. Ron had grabbed hold of Hermione and was spinning her around in his arms, her laughter bubbling forth despite her protests. Lowering the cup down and cradling it in the crook of one arm, Harry waved Fred and George as well as the three chasers up onto the podium to join him. As the 5 oldest members of his team stood arrayed before him, Harry presented the massive trophy to them with a flourish. Loud cries of approval rang out as Fred and George took the cup in hand, one on either side, and raised the gleaming gold prize. Angelina, Alicia and Katie were bouncing around the two beaters in seeming delirious joy, waving their arms and screaming and squealing ecstatically. "It's their last year," agreed Ginny silently. "They deserve it." Harry watched their antics with amusement before turning to shake hands once again with Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, in a surprising display of emotion, came forth and swept him into a congratulatory hug before backing away, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Having released Hermione from his grasp, Ron grabbed Ginny by the arm and pulled her up onto the stage with him. The rest of the reserve team, Seamus, Moira and Gareth, were right behind them and quickly joined in the celebrations. Ron grabbed Harry's hand and began shaking it wildly, yelling his congratulations over the noise of the crowd. Before Harry could do or say anything, Seamus came up and grabbed his other hand, also shaking it fiercely. Moira had run up to Fred and George and pulled them both into a hug to rival one of their mothers and was alternating keys between them and occasionally screaming something in Gaelic. "We won! We won! We won! We won! We won!" Ginny turned at the repeated victory chant, smiling as she saw Dobby bouncing around. Alongside him were easily 36 other house elves, but they were celebrating with more restraint. "Harry has created a monster or two, he's good at that." Just then Ginny felt a pair of strong arms slip around her waist and spin her around. She found herself being pulled into a close hug with Harry, who was beaming dew at her. She smiled back and rose up onto the tips of her toes to key him. One of Harry's hands slid sensuously up her spine to cradle her head as they leaned against each other and deepened the key. The cat calls and wolf whistles from the twins only lasted long enough for Fred and George to hand the cup over to Ron and then sweep their own girlfriends into, perhaps overly dramatized, key. S. After that the hoots and whistles came from the crowd as the twins were now busy. Harry pulled away slightly, ending the key. Ginny Ned at the sudden lack of contact, finding it difficult not to wantonly press herself against him. They stood close, still wrapped in each other's arms, and resting their foreheads together. Now this is a proper celebration, murmured Harry, ing her affectionately. Much better than last time, she agreed, thinking back to how Fred and George had interrupted them after the game against Hufflepuff. He grinned and trailed his one hand slowly down her back to her hips. His bemused words echoed her own thoughts just a moment earlier. I think they've learnt that interrupting us tends to be hazardous to their health. Ginny teasingly ground her hips against him, causing Harry to groan deep within his throat and tighten his grip on her. She smiled and looked at him coyly. Even if they haven't, we're going to be getting away from them tonight, aren't we? If you keep that up, gasped Harry in a strained tone, I'll die before then. What? This? She smiled wickedly and repeated the action, eliciting another groan and a flush of bright red to Harry's cheeks. As his breath left him in a long sigh, a heartfelt plea managed to escape his lips. Help. Relentless teasing. That was what Ginny was doing to Harry, and unless something happened to stop her, he was going to go out of his mind. Not that he minded really, since having her tease him like this was definitely enjoyable, if occasionally uncomfortable. Unfortunately, no end seemed to be in sight, since the couple were going out for a private victory celebration. Harry had proposed the idea to Ginny the week before, immediately after his release from the infirmary. After a week in the hospital wing, 3 counting the 2 spent unconscious, getting away undisturbed with Ginny was Harry's idea of paradise. Since it was their first official date, Ron had protested half-heartedly about it. Harry had decided not to pull any punches. He fully intended for the evening to be one Ginny would never forget. As such, Harry had been pulling more strings behind the scenes for this one date than he had while preparing Hogwarts for attack earlier in the year. Sirius had almost had a heart attack when Harry had owled him about his plans. But Harry had been persistent and had, after much cajoling, managed to convince both his godfather and Professor Lupin to consent. After that he had taken his proposal to Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall and secured their permission as well. Everything had been planned and considered to the last detail. Harry had even sent a letter to Arthur and Molly Weasley, asking for their permission. He had half been expecting a howler from Mrs. Weasley, but had been pleasantly surprised by a return letter conveying their blessings. Lastly, Harry set about making reservations at the restaurant, making absolutely certain that Ginny did not have any idea where they were going. With the table booked and a discreet means of transport arranged, everything was finally ready. Letting Ginny tease him mercilessly, for the duration of Gryffindor's victory party, would only add to everything that was to follow. It had better, because she's coming very close to driving me mad here. Mad with desire. Harry? I am so glad I can shut the door on you people and get some privacy, thought Harry, grabbing a bottle of butterbeer from one of the snack tables set up in the common room. I know I would certainly never get through the night sane if I had you lot making lewd comments about everything that happened. We'd never do that. Of course we would. There's no point in being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes. What's wrong with being childish? I like being childish. Bye-bye. Harry gave his voices a mental wave. I'll see you in the morning. Don't wait up. Just have her back by midnight and don't scratch the... Harry sat down in one of the comfy armchairs by the fire and sighed, thank the bliss that is silence. The victory party had lasted from the end of the match through most of the afternoon. Spirits were high and the noise level even higher. It was now nearly dinner time and a few students had departed for the Great Hall. Most of the others, however, were content to remain in the common room and continue to celebrate with the bounty of sweets and whatnot that Fred and George had managed to acquire from the kitchens. Harry and Ginny, however, would be joining neither the dinner in the Great Hall nor the continuing party in the tower. About an hour ago they had both excused themselves from the common room and gone upstairs to shower and change. Harry had only just come back down, dressed in black pants and a dark green shirt that matched his eyes. He was waiting for Ginny to come down, enjoying a last butterbeer before they left. Harry, mate. A hand clapped down on his one shoulder. Harry twisted his head to see George standing behind him. Good to see you, Skipper. Another hand clapped down on his other shoulder and Harry saw that Fred was also standing behind him. He smiled up at them both and set his butterbeer down on the floor beside the chair. Fred, George. What can I do for you? The twins leaned in on him, obviously trying to look menacing. You're going on a date with our little sister, rumbled Fred, scowling heavily. George grimly nodded his agreement. You do anything underhanded and we'll make sure you regret it till your dying day. Harry shot a glance to the stairs leading up to the girls' dormitories just in time to see Ginny descending into the common room. His breath hitched at the sight of her and he was dimly aware of the twins, and everyone else, turning to look. Swallowing the lump that had risen in his throat he mumbled softly, if I live that long. Even her overprotective brothers would have to admit, Ginny was looking beautiful beyond description. She was dressed in a simple, yet elegant, midnight blue evening dress. It hung from her shoulders by thin spaghetti straps and the cut was tantalizingly low. Her hair was a fiery halo that framed her face and fell to her shoulders. Harry was pleased to see that she was also wearing the silver and ruby necklace he had given her for Christmas. Better take a stick with you, muttered Fred, looking at his sister in a mix of awe and worry. Yeah, agreed George, you'll be needing it to beat off all the other blokes. With a delighted smile on his face Harry rose up from his seat and left the twins behind, not bothering to answer or comment. He crossed to where Ginny was standing at the foot of the stairs, waiting for him with a mysterious smile. You look. He stood before her and shook his head, almost at a loss for words. Truly beautiful. I should take you out more often. That you should, she told him, still smiling slyly. Linking her arm with his they made their way to the portrait hole, saying their goodbyes as they slipped out. So now that our date has actually started, said Ginny as they walked down the corridor, are you going to tell me where we are going? It's a surprise, revealed Harry, wondering why she was smiling with what looked like secret satisfaction. He quickly found out the reason for her smile as Ginny leaned close to him. Well, I have a surprise for you as well. She leaned in closer and whispered into his ear. Harry drew back in complete shock and stared at her, utterly dumbstruck. His disbelieving eyes raked up and down her slender form, snugly encased in the blue fabric of her dress. His mouth tried to form a coherent sentence. You don't, you're not nothing at all? That's what I said, purred Ginny, obviously pleased by his reaction. Well, after a revelation like that, Harry blew out a breath and looked at her. I suppose it's the least I can do to tell you where we're going. Ginny grinned and wrapped her arm around his waist, holding him close. So? Wondering how he was going to survive their date now that he knew her dress was pretty much the only thing Ginny was wearing, aside from her shoes and the necklace, Harry bent his head down to key her lightly on the cheek. We're going to the end of the world. Reality twisted around and then suddenly slammed to a halt. Ginny almost fell flat on her face, but Harry grabbed her by the elbow and steadied her. The inconspicuous leather wallet, which was in fact the portkey that had brought them here, dropped to the ground. After making sure that Ginny was standing firmly on her own 2 feet, Harry bent over and scooped it up. Until the Order's power, though steadily rebuilding, returned to the levels it had held before the battle against Voldemort, Harry had decided to forego apparition. With the Order's power it would have been fairly easy for him to apparate the two of them through Hogwarts wards and to their destination, but Harry wanted to fully recover before drawing on the power once again. Still unsteady from the portkey's disorienting means of travel, Ginny looked around at her surroundings. If she was not mistaken, Ginny realized that they were now somewhere in London. She had seldom been to the city, aside from flowing to Diagon Alley, but she did recognize 1 to 2 of the landmarks. She grinned at the realization, thrilled by the fact that Harry was obviously putting to a great deal of expense and effort into their date. She had originally been envisioning spending the evening in one of the restaurants or public houses down in Hogsmeade. A trip into London was not only a great deal better, but much more exciting. Enthralled by the glittering lights of the city, reflected on the river they had arrived beside, Ginny almost jumped as Harry traced his hand softly across her left shoulder blade. Gathering her wits about her, Ginny turned to face him. Liquid fire seemed to be burning in his eyes as he looked at her, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He was definitely looking pleased with himself. Leaning in close, Harry gently took Ginny's lips into a soft key. Her eyes threatened to drift shut, but she could not break away from his intense gaze. Harry sensuously trailed his hands along her sides, pulling her closer to him and pressing his body against hers. "Oh, I've really gotten him worked up tonight. Surprise," he whispered, drawing back. "That it is," Ginny agreed breathlessly. After a moment or two she smiled. "I hate to tell you this, but London is not the end of the world, Harry." Harry grinned broadly. "The city isn't. The restaurant certainly is." Ginny puzzled over his meaning for a second, until Harry turned her away from the River Thames and towards the building standing behind them. Then his little joke and play on words became perfectly clear to her. It was clearly a wizarding establishment. She could tell that easily enough just by looking. From the outside it did not appear particularly imposing. In fact, it gave the impression of being rather cozy indoors. Being a magic building, however, it was likely to be considerably larger when viewed from the inside. More than anything else, it was a restaurant. And not just any restaurant, but one that Ginny had heard very much about. A restaurant she had never believed she would ever see the inside of, not unless something of a miracle occurred. Obviously it just has, Ginny thought in amazement. She was not even aware that her jaw had dropped until Harry reached out a hand to push it closed, chuckling at her reaction. The Ragnarok. It was the most exclusive magical restaurant in the world. The Ragnarok catered for only the wealthiest, most powerful and famous witches and wizards. Reservations for a table had to be booked months in advance and often included a substantial fee. Even the Malfoys, before Lucius' dark arts dealings had been revealed, had probably been forced to wait months for the opportunity to dine here. That Harry had apparently been able to secure a table for the two of them in less than a week was something unheard of. In fact, Ginny knew of only two other wizards that were on the approved list for immediate service: Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. Ginny had no doubt that Draco Malfoy would have a seizure upon learning that Harry had brought her here. "This is incredible. None of the girls at Hogwarts will believe me when I tell them." Mr. Potter greeted the doorman as the two teenagers walked up to the entrance. He was a tall and almost imposing figure, but carried himself in an only slightly threatening manner. He was dressed in what Ginny recognized as a Muggle tuxedo, which fit tightly across his broad shoulders and athletic frame. He gave a familiar nod of his head to Harry. "It is good to see you again. We have been expecting you." "Thanks, Drew. This is Ginny Weasley, who will be dining with me tonight," said Harry, motioning at Ginny. He turned to Ginny and indicated the doorman. "Gin, this is Andrew. He guards the entrance here at the Ragnarok." Andrew smiled warmly at Ginny and presented her with a short bow before waving them towards the door. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ms. Weasley. If you will follow me, I will show you to your table." Ragnarok's cuisine was the finest in the world and one of the many reasons why the restaurant was so highly renowned. Of course, as far as Harry was concerned, they could have served gruel and bubotuber pus and neither he nor Ginny would have complained, if they even noticed. Ultimately, the two young lovers were perfectly content merely being in each other's company. No doubt discovering this would send the chef into a state of high dudgeon, but there was no need to worry about it. The meal was truly delicious and by the time they were finished, not a morsel would be left on the plates. Still, it did say something positive about Harry and Ginny's budding relationship that they were more interested in each other and the food set before them. It was also a great relief for Harry, and Ginny as well he suspected, that they could talk so readily to each other. Considering Ginny's reactions to him when she was younger and Harry's own inherent shyness, it was something of an accomplishment that they had progressed so far so quickly. Slowly the night wore on and soon the pair found themselves finished with their dessert, a treat that had specially done up for them by the chef. Neither Harry nor Ginny had the faintest idea what it was exactly, other than it consisted of ice cream, lots of chocolate and something minty. "No, you didn't?" Harry smiled at Ginny, sipping on his after-dinner coffee. For the past half hour they had been talking about his first year at Hogwarts, filling her in on all the juicy bits Ron had not told his family. "Of course I did," he confirmed. "I was only 11. How was I supposed to know how to fight a full-grown mountain troll?" "But sticking your wand up its nose?" Ginny asked incredulously. He shrugged. "That was an accident. Really, I think I was aiming for its eyes." "Ari?" They both turned to look at the woman standing by their table. Harry blinked in surprise and then rose from his seat in greeting. "Fleur. This is a surprise." The beautiful young woman nodded and suddenly grabbed Harry by the shoulders. In his surprise, Harry almost blew a hole through her midriff. but froze stiff as a board when Fleur leaned in to key him enthusiastically on both cheeks. "Ah!" exclaimed Fleur as she pulled away from Harry, leaving him in shock, and turning to face Ginny. The youngest of the Weasley children was looking very much as if she would be perfectly happy to blow the hole through Fleur that Harry had failed to. That is until Fleur pulled her into a tight hold and repeated the key. "Ing action. And Z's must be your friend Ron's sister, key." Harry sank into his seat, noting that Ginny was looking almost as shell-shocked as he felt. He knew Fleur had a softer side, ever since he had rescued her sister Gabrielle from the lake. This open display of affection towards him, however, was somewhat out of character. "Of course I barely exchanged a dozen words with her last year," he thought, looking up at Fleur, who was smiled benevolently down at them. "I don't really know enough about her character to judge. Besides, I was one of her opponents at the time. We weren't supposed to talk with each other." He caught Ginny's eye and was somewhat surprised to see her smirk at him. Clearly whatever threat she had felt from Fleur's arrival had dissipated. The French girl clearly had no designs on Harry beyond simple friendship. "So, Fleur," he said after catching his breath, "what brings you to London?" "Ah," Fleur waved a hand expressively, "as I told you last year, after Z tournament, I have been looking for a job, in England. Haven't you been speaking with Professor Dumbledore and will be taking Z post of Professor of Ancient Runes next Hogwarts school year." Ginny chuckled appreciatively. "I imagine attendance rates for Ancient Rune will climb higher than a dragon." Fleur grinned amiably at her. "Key. Zvila charm assures that I will avenue my students' full attention. Somehow I think their attention will be on their teacher rather than their lessons." "So Professor Jones is retiring?" asked Harry. "I hadn't known that." "Key," confirmed Fleur. "He wishes to begin fieldwork translations for Z Gringotts Goblins in Cairo. I am just waiting, in London until Z end of term. Then I will be at Hogwarts preparing." "Ron will certainly be pleased," observed Ginny with a wry smile. "I imagine Hermione is going to have to hit him upside of the head quite a few times." Harry cocked an eyebrow at her. "You seem to have developed a taste for physical violence where your poor brothers are concerned." Ginny glowered introspectively for a moment. After being on the receiving end of their pranks and teasing for 14 years, I think turnabout's fair play. "They prank you, so you put them in the hospital wing. That makes sense. You avenue a lot of brothers, do you not?" asked Fleur. At Ginny's nod, Fleur gave her a commiserating smile and shrug. "I fortunately am blessed with only Gabrielle, who is hardly Z demons I believe your brothers are." "How is Gabrielle?" asked Harry, wondering after the little girl he had pulled from beneath the lake during the second task. Fleur grinned impishly at him. "Very well and quite taken by you, Ari. I think she will be heartbroken to hear you have already taken a lover." Ginny, who had been quietly sipping her coffee, choked and gaped up at Fleur with wide eyes and a cacophony of sputtered protests. Harry took satisfaction that his own blush, which was burning his cheeks, was not nearly as noticeable as his date's. Lovers? Thank the heavens Ron didn't hear that. He'd be out looking for a unicorn before either of us could even begin to protest. Harry smiled as Ginny, still gasping for breath, and tried to feebly protest Fleur's statement. "At least, for the time being, he won't have an excuse to kill me after finding one." It was the first day of exams and Harry, along with Ginny, Ron and Hermione, was reluctantly dragging his way to breakfast. For three of them it signaled the beginning of what was supposedly a tortuous affair that would only ever be matched by the dreaded NEWTs. Fred and George had not been helping matters with the tales of horror they had been sharing with the fifth-year Gryffindors. In fact, they seemed quite delighted by the idea that their younger brother, his girlfriend and their sister's boyfriend, were taking their OWLs. They had even attempted to tease Ginny about it, and the fact that she would be suffering much the same fate the following year. Her solution, however, had been to threaten the pair of them with another visit to the hospital wing. The twins immediately ceased their teasing, which Harry supposed was a very wise idea considering how Madame Pomfrey was still somewhat annoyed with them over the incident with the toilet seats. "Today's charms, at 10 o'clock, Hermione was saying as they walked, the massive tome Harry had given her for Christmas floating by her side. Professor Flitwick said it would be a 3-hour written exam, followed by some practical work after lunch. Harry and Ron already knew this of course, But Harry realized Hermione was just a bit nervous and trying to keep herself occupied. She had acted in much the same manner before their exams in all of the 4 previous years, but now she seemed slightly more anxious. Must be the pressure, he mused as they continued walking. Then, of course, on Wednesday the fluttered girl continued, looking over her specially put together study schedule as well as the exam timetable they had been given. As defense against the dark arts, Ron finished for her, reaching a hand over to pluck the pieces of parchment from her hands. Don't worry, Myone, we all remember when we have what? Hermione looked at her boyfriend with round eyes. Worry? Why would I be worried? I'm not worried. She quickly became flustered and suddenly turned to look pleadingly at Harry. Harry, tell him I'm not worried. Harry looked across at his best friend and rolled his eyes. Ron, Hermione is not worried. He then waited just long enough for Hermione to breathe a sigh of relief and turned back to Ron when he added, almost as an afterthought, Hermione is panicking. There's a difference. Harry. He's got a point, Hermione, agreed Ginny, grinning mischievously. You're getting very worked up about all this. Wouldn't it be better if you tried to relax? Hermione relax for an exam? That happens all the time, doesn't it, Harry? Asked Ron. As he said this he pointed off to one side. Oh, look. There goes a squadron of pigs right now. Ron, protested Hermione, smacking him lightly on the arm. It's not funny, this is serious. Harry decided to get in on the act and asked, serious? Where? Beside him he heard Ginny groan and pat him on the back. Down boy. Stop wheedling your friend and try being supportive, okay? Harry and Ron looked at her with raised eyebrows, pretending to be appalled. Where's the fun in that? They chorused, earning rolled eyes on behalf of the girls. They were just stepping into the great hall when they became aware of a loud commotion that was filling the room. For a moment they stood in the doorway, wondering what was going on that could cause such excitement. It must be something good, thought Harry, looking at the students already in the hall. They wouldn't be laughing so much, or so hard if it wasn't. Taking the lead, Harry stepped into the great hall and started weaving and pushing his way through the crowd of students blocking the way. He could feel Ginny, Ron and Hermione following closely behind him, and then suddenly he broke through the mass. All 4 of them spotted it at about the same time as they cleared the jumble of laughing students. The Slytherins, gasped Ron, looking as though Christmas come early and with a pot of gold as a bonus. They're pink. Harry finished for him, sounding very much in awe of the sight. There was simply no other way to describe it. The Slytherins were pink. All of them. And not just any kind of pink, but a brilliant, glowing, neon, bubblegum kind of pink. Their hair was pink. Their faces and hands, and probably their entire bodies as well, were pink. Their normally black school robes were pink, as were the clothes they were wearing underneath. Their shirts were pink. Their pants or skirts and shoes were pink. Everything. Vibrant pink. For one ridiculous moment Harry wondered if perhaps Gilderoy Lockhart had returned to Hogwarts and was trying to throw a belated Valentine's Day party. Then he shook his head and continued to gape at the amazing spectacle. Not only were the Slytherins, their robes and clothes, pink, but everything else associated with their house was also pink. The Slytherin table was pink, matched by the equally pink benches and assorted cutlery. Harry was amazed to see that even the knives and forks were pink. Heck, even their food is pink, he thought in something of a daze. So are their bags and books and other school things. I wonder if they'll be able to read or write with pink ink on pink parchment. Bloody brilliant, breathed Ron, such a look on his face that Harry could easily believe his friend had just discovered the secrets of life, the universe and everything. Potter. The furious roar drew everyone's attention towards the staff table, only to immediately burst into laughter at the sight that greeted them. Snape. Pink. Merciful heavens, I'm going to die laughing. This is even better than the time Loki turned an entire Roman legion into pelicans. I wish we had thought of this. You did this, Harry? Asked Ginny incredulously as the potion's master bore down upon them, his neon pink robes billowing behind him in a very unintimidating manner. It's difficult to be properly intimidating when you're completely and utterly pink. Believe me, said Harry, eyes fixed on Snape with amazement, if I had I'd definite accept full credit for it. Snape drew up in front of the 4 Gryffindors, scowling as fiercely as he could considering his condition. I'll have your prefect badge for this, Potter. He screeched in a voice that could be heard all the way to Hogsmeade. This is an outrage, this is. Calm down, Severus, came the soothing voice of Professor Dumbledore, who had just entered the Great Hall. The headmaster walked up to where the furious professor was standing, his blue eyes sparkling with barely repressed delight. I am certain young Harry and his friends had nothing at all to do with this. Harry nodded dumbly, still focused on Snape. He was aware of Ginny and Hermione nodded at his sides, both gaping openly at the pink vision standing before them. It was Ron that actually managed to say something. I wish we had. Snape wheeled on Ron with an expression of such malice that all the students, save Harry and Ginny, flinched back a step or two. Before the livid professor could speak, a burst of noise erupted from the Slytherin table and everyone turned to see a mass of fireworks exploding overhead. Naturally, the fireworks were also a glowing pink. Remind me to key the ground. Fred and George walk on for the rest of the day, Ginny whispered to Harry as everyone stared, entranced, at the display. You think they did this? He asked, eyes fixed on the pink sparkles and explosions. Ginny arched one fiery eyebrow. We're talking about the boys that stole every single toilet seat in the entire school. Harry nodded his agreement and said, You're right. Besides, who else would be crazy, or stupid enough to do this? Just a guess here, but, Fred and George, shut up, I'm enjoying this. Who wouldn't be? Those poor sods that are done up entirely in pink. Other than them, we're going to lose every last point we have. Ned Hermione, looking despairingly at the chaos-strewn Slytherin table. Harry had to admit she was probably right. The Gryffindors had lost so many points while trying to sneak into the hospital wing to see him that they were definitely out of the running for the House Cup this year. After a moment consideration, however, Harry shrugged. After seeing this, it will be worth it. Wednesdays snuck up on the fifth years quickly, not difficult considering how busy they were with theirs OWLs. In defense against the dark arts, as with their charms and transfiguration exams, there was a large written test followed by a practical session in the afternoon. The obstacle course Professor Lupin presented them with was somewhat similar to the one he had put them through 2 years earlier. Of course it and made use of more formidable creatures and obstructions for them to pass through, one section of which included a short duel with the tired-looking werewolf. Naturally, Harry was the only student to win his duel against Lupin, although Ron and Hermione performed admirably as well. The last part of their OWL exam took place back in the classroom, where Professor Lupin planned to evaluate their mastery, or lack thereof, of the Patronus charm. For this, Lupin had decided to employ Harry as an assistant, because he felt that the best way for the students to demonstrate their Patronus would be against a Dementor. Wonderful, thought Hermione as Lupin explained this to them. It was bad enough having to be up on the ramparts during the attack. Now he wants us to be in the same room as one of those things? Lupin had cleared the room to make space and arranged the students at one end, while he and Harry stood at the other with a large trunk between them. After clearing his throat and garnering the students' attention, Lupin told them, We already have explicit proof of the quality, not to mention the quantity, of Harry's Patronus, so I feel there's no need to test him on this. Still, he will being us by attracting the attention of the boggart in this trunk. Only the professor, Hermione and Ron knew that when confronted with Harry, a boggart would assume the form of a Dementor, so Lupin was forced to clarify his statement after most of the students expressed their puzzlement. When the boggart see Harry here, it will change into a Dementor, explained Lupin. It will take on all the attributes of a Dementor, including the ability to prey on your memories. On my order you will step forward and attempt to use your Patronus to force the Dementor back. What about you and Harry? Asked Dean. You'll be right next to the thing. Lupin waved the concerns aside. Not to worry. Patroni only attack Dementors, so you have no need to fear us being hurt by anything you conjure up. And I'm certain you will all agree that Harry and I should be able to handle one Dementor between us. Lord, I hope so, prayed Hermione, recalling what horrors Harry heard whenever in the presence of a Dementor. You'll be going in alphabetical order, said Lupin. Ms. Brown, I believe that makes you first. Lavender stepped forward from the rest of the class to where Lupin indicated and stood at the ready, wand in hand. From her place at the side of the class, Hermione could see her nervously lick her lips. All of the Gryffindor fifth years had participated in the defense of the castle in March. None of them would ever forget the stifling cold that the Dementors had produced. Lupin looked from Lavender to Harry. Ready? Harry drew his wand, but kept his arm hanging loosely at his side. He nodded his readiness and Lupin turned back to Lavender. After a moment the girl took a deep breath and also nodded, lifting her wand up and aiming it at the rattling trunk. With a nod of his own, Lupin reached for the latch keeping the trunk closed and flipped it open. He then took several steps back and waited. The lid of the trunk was knocked back and after a pregnant pause the boggart rose up from inside the trunk. Unfortunately it had not taken the form that they had been expecting, that of a Dementor. It was much worse. "Come on, Harry," the words were spoken with dripping venom. "Wands out, do you reckon?" Hermione had never seen Harry freeze in action before. She had seen him pause to consider his options or sometimes even hesitate. But now he stood frozen on the spot, a look of sheer terror on his face. Even when he reacted in his sleep, to the nightmares that plagued him, he never looked so utterly afraid. Of course everyone else was frozen where they stood as well, even Lupin, who was staring at the emerging boggart with an aghast expression on his tired face. The boggart, however, was firmly focused on Harry and started to slowly prowl towards him as it stepped out of the trunk. "What's wrong, Harry?" it asked in Cedric's voice, smiling maliciously. "Don't you want to take out your wand? What's the matter? Afraid you're going to kill me again?" Harry began to back away, his feet almost tripping over themselves as he retreated from the slowly advancing Cedric. His face had drained completely of blood and Hermione found herself even more worried for him now than when he had been in the hospital wing. Cedric smirked cruelly when Harry's back hit the wall behind him, leaving him trapped with the boggart slowly closing in on him. "Come on, Harry. It's not like they can kill the spare twice now, is it?" Harry's wand clattered noisily to the floor and with a low moan, Harry's knees gave out and he slid helpless down the wall. "Hey!" cried Lupin and stepped forward, trying to distract the boggart away from Harry. There was a flash of light and a sound like breaking glass. Cedric literally flew backwards through the air, crashing against the opposite wall of the classroom with bone-breaking force. Harry, still collapsed on the floor, had taken his wand back in hand and had it pointed firmly at the boggart as it too fell down. Thank the high heavens, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. With a snarl Cedric lifted his head and glared ferociously at Harry, his teeth bared in anger and normally gray eyes glowing a deep red. Harry swallowed and tried to steady his wand arm, which was shaking violently. "Ridiculous," he managed to say, jabbing his wand in the general direction of the boggart. There was a loud crack, like a whip, and suddenly Cedric's demeanor changed entirely. It gave Harry a sidelong, conspiratorial glance and then said something that sounded utterly ridiculous to everyone that heard it. "Take a bath," he said, looking around nervously as though someone might overhear, and, take the egg with you, and, just mull things over in the hot water. It'll help you think, trust me." Hermione's brow puckered in puzzlement. What in the world? Harry just sat there, staring at the boggart with wide eyes and taking deep breaths. Even though the creature had ceased taunting him, he seemed unable to regain his composure. "Tell you what," Cedric continued, "use the prefect's bathroom. Fourth door to the left of that statue of Boris the Bewildered on the 5th floor." "Thanks, Cedric," Harry interrupted, his face looking torn. He leveled his wand at the boggart, who was now listening politely, and said, "Good night." Cedric, the boggart, exploded into a billion pieces. Everyone in the room stared in shock at where the creature had been, that and the gaping hole that Harry had just blown through the stone wall. It reached from the floor to the ceiling and was nearly 4, maybe even 5, yards across. "Oh my," Hermione thought, clutching a hand to her chest. She could feel her heart beating a wild rhythm beneath her fingers. Long seconds passed and then Lupin, who had been staring in distress at the massive hole, turned to Harry and shook his head. He seemed almost unable to speak and could only just choke out, "Harry. I. Get out." The two words were flat, expressionless and completely devoid of emotion. Harry was still backed against the far wall, on his knees and staring into space. Lupin took a hesitant step towards him but stopped at a wave of Harry's empty hand. "Just get out. All of you," he said in a dull tone. Hermione could see that he was starting to tremble and shake as he drew his knees up to his chest and hid his face behind them. "I want to be alone." "Good afternoon," boomed Hagrid as they arrived at the paddocks for their Care of Magical Creatures practical exam the following Monday. None of the Gryffindors could offer anything more than a lukewarm greeting, and the Slytherins did not offer even that much. "I got a really treat for our exam today," Hagrid continued as they all lined up. "Truly magnificent creatures these. A bit temperamental if ye handle them wrong, but fine beauties." "Please," prayed Ron, closing his eyes for a second. "Anything but Scroots." "What are they, Hagrid? And where are they?" asked Harry, propping himself against the wooden fence and looking around the seemingly empty paddock. He seemed to have pushed the incident with the boggart during defense against the dark arts behind him, but occasionally seemed to become preoccupied. Hagrid beamed at them all, his black eyes shining happily. "Drakes. I expect they're hiding under the dirt. Burrow down they do, wisey." Ron felt Hermione tense up beside him and nervously clear her throat. Hagrid, you're not talking about fire drakes, are you?" "Aye, that I am," exclaimed Hagrid happily and clapped his hands. "Of course, there might be a cold drake or two in batch. I'm not sure. Guess we'll have to wait and see." At Hermione's mention of the hidden creature's full name, Harry pushed off from the wall and looked incredulously at Hagrid. His bright green eyes were wide and full to the brim with disbelief. "Fire drakes? Cold drakes?" he managed to brokenly get out. "Hagrid, those things are practically dragons?" A wave of alarm washed over the students, and Ron was aware of several of them actually taking long steps back. Neville gave a piteous squeak and the blood in his face drained away to the degree that he resembled a sheet. Even Malfoy, who was normally disdainful about anything Hagrid brought before them, shifted uneasily on his feet. "Not really," said Hagrid, not trying to dampen his enthusiasm. "Drakes are only about 8 or so feet long, about 5 high at the shoulder. And they don't have wings like dragons." Harry buried his face in his hands and Ned. Hermione, swallowing audibly, stepped forward and asked, "How will we be able to tell the fire drakes from the cold drake?" A familiar drawl came from where the Slytherin students were standing. "The fire drake's breathfire, Granger. I thought that much was obvious." "How clever of you to know that, Malfoy," noted Harry dryly. "Not really," drawled Malfoy, looking smugly at them. "When you're surrounded by imbeciles on all sides, any marginally intelligent observation seems like a stroke of genius." "Enough o' that," chided Harry, stepping between Ron and Malfoy, preventing Ron from leaping at Malfoy as he wanted to do. Hagrid raised one hand to his mouth and used his fingers to blow a shrill whistle. "Now let's see if we can rouse them up for ye to get a look at them." At the sound of Hagrid's almost deafening whistle, the students looked at the paddock to see the upturned earth begin to shift and tremble in places. Here and there dark green limbs and tails began to break free from the soil as the fire drakes dug themselves out of hiding. The beasts did indeed look very much like miniature dragons, and Ron could understand Harry's worries about handling them. Their lithe, yet sturdy limbs were densely packed with layers of muscle that rippled and stretched as the fire drakes rose up onto their hind legs and began prowling about the enclosure with long, loping strides. "Crikey, they're beautiful," Hagrid breathed with admiration. Ron had to admit the fire drakes did have a certain predatory beauty, but he would much rather have been facing a blast-ended Scroot than one of these sleek killing machines. He, along with the rest of the fifth years, watched in awe as the fire drakes hissed and stretched wide their narrow jaws to display rows of gleaming teeth. "Damn. With a set of choppers like that, these things don't need to breathe fire to be dangerous. And look at those claws." Naturally, the only student that failed to show any respect for the beasts was Malfoy, who walked up to stand by the wooden fence. He peered over it and snorted disdainfully as several of the fire drakes bumped and brushed against each other. "Clumsy-looking things," he sneered, turning away with cultivated disinterest. This proved to be a mistake, as one of the fire drakes apparently heard him and quickly trotted over. Whether the animal knew that Malfoy had insulted it was debatable, but it reacted very much as if it had understood every word. It came to halt several yards from the fence, Malfoy completely unaware of its presence. For several seconds it seemed to consider the oblivious boy standing before it. Then it took a deep breath and exhaled violently, twin tongues of flame spurting from its nostrils. Ron, standing not 10 feet away, could not decide whether to be amused or alarmed as Malfoy started wailing like a banshee. The pale Slytherin began running around in a circle, flaying his arms wildly about and howling continually as his hair burned and crackled merrily. Ron saw Hermione and Neville both take steps forward, their wands out and clearly ready to help, but Harry moved in front of them. "Let me handle this," Harry said, waving them to stay where they were. With a casual motion of his right hand, he conjured up a large steel pail, filled to the brim with water. As Harry lifted it up, Ron, in a flash of premonition, knew what he was going to do. Harry rose up high on the balls of his feet, the pail of water above him, and then brought his arms down in a sharp motion. The water seemed to almost explode down from the bucket and fell over Malfoy with almost stunning force, immediately extinguishing his flaming hair. An instant later, the watching students didn't even have time to see the expression on his face. Malfoy's head vanished from view. The reason for this was that Harry had effectively slammed the pail down without stopping, jamming the container over the frantic boy's head. There was a hollow-sounding noise, like a large and cracked bell ringing. Malfoy's water-drenched body twitched about for a few seconds and then toppled over. He fell to the muddy ground like an axed tree and landed with a thump, the pail clanging as it hit the earth. Everyone crowded into a circle around Malfoy and Harry. For a long minute nobody could think of anything to say, all too busy wondering if Malfoy was still alive. Ron had no doubts that none of the Gryffindors would complain if he wasn't. Ron just stood there and felt his mouth stretch into a broad and uplifted grin of delight. Even if Malfoy wasn't seriously injured, this was the funniest thing Ron had seen since Moody, and then later Harry, had transfigured the Git into a ferret. "I need to find Colin before Malfoy wakes up," he thought gleefully. "If I don't get a picture of this, I'll never forgive myself." The first person to speak, oddly enough, was Blaise Zabini. She nudged Malfoy's immobile body with the toe of her shoe and then smirked towards Harry. "You know, Potter, if it weren't for the fact that Weasley's sister would kill me for it, I'd honestly be tempted to key you right now." "It was nothing special," replied Harry nonchalantly. "Dennis Creevey did something similar to Ron when his shoes caught fire. Besides, I've been wanting to do something like that for years now." Blaise's smirk broadened. "You're not the only one." Surprisingly enough, more than a couple of the other Slytherins nodded their heads in agreement at the statement. Snape narrowed his eyes and tried to ignore the desperate burning of his right arm. He glared at the short little man that was leading him on, silently fuming that such pathetic filth as Peter Pettigrew should lead him anywhere. It was late in the night and he had just had to hurry out of Hogwarts and away from the ever-present anti-apparition wards surrounding the school. Even if this was probably a summons from the Dark Lord to discuss his actions during the battle in March, Snape was not in a good mood. The only thing Snape was grateful for at the moment was that the horrid pink color had finally faded away, leaving him with his normal sallow complexion. "We are almost there," announced Pettigrew, trying to sound important. Snape snorted. "So I can see." Spread out before them in the open field, arranged in a large circle, were Voldemort's servants, the Death Eaters. For a moment Snape had almost thought of them as his fellow Death Eaters, but had quashed the thought as if formed. He would sooner gnaw off his hands than admit that any of these people were associated with him in any way. As he and Pettigrew reached the edge of the circle of Death Eaters, Pettigrew slipped away, leaving Snape to stand beside someone he knew quite well. Even with his black robes and the faceless mask, Snape could not mistake Lucius Malfoy for anyone else. "Lucius," he greeted coolly, "I'm pleased to see that you two survived the little side trip Potter arranged." "I have every intention of making him regret it," rasped Malfoy, his voice not carrying the smooth resonance it once held. Snape looked at him with some curiosity. "Where exactly did the stupid boy send you?" He was babbling something about Mexico. Malfoy shuddered. "Worse. Siberia." "Siberia?" Snape arched an eyebrow almost to his hairline. Speculation about where exactly Potter had sent Voldemort had been rife. The most common opinion, or most hoped for, was either the Amazon jungle or Antarctica. The wastelands of Russia had never even been considered. "We lost Damien to the cold," Malfoy continued, indicating a vacant space in the circle, where a Death Eater was clearly missing. He then motioned to another empty spot. Langley was a total lose as well, but for a different reason. "What?" asked Snape with morbid curiosity. "Cruciatus." At the sound of the silky voice all the Death Eaters stiffened to attention and Snape followed their lead. Voldemort had stepped into the circle from the other side and quickly strode to its center. His eyes seemed to glow in the darkness they peered at Snape. "Potter was somehow able to rebound the curse back onto young Langley," explained the Dark Lord, his teeth bared in a snarl. Even after he dropped his wand and lost consciousness, the curse maintained its hold on him. Lucius even snapped the wand in half, but the magic would not cease until the fool's mind was completely destroyed. Snape swallowed, making the decision to never annoy or pick on Potter again. He had not seen the battle himself, the Weasley girl had seen to that, but he had heard reports of it. If Potter was able to reflect a Cruciatus curse back on the caster until the man was driven insane, then he was even more dangerous than Snape had realized. Without saying anything, the potion's master dropped down onto his knees and bowed low before Voldemort. The act was degrading, yes, but he had no choice if he wanted to convince them of his sincerity. The act of pushing the boy who lived off the astronomy tower had certainly cemented his credibility, but there was no need to take any chances. "My service and my life are yours, my lord," he declared in what he hoped was a deferential tone of voice. "In that case, Severus." Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed and he smiled malevolently at Snape, his teeth bared ferally. Snape felt himself tense, unconsciously aware of what was coming next. "I think we should properly welcome you into the fold once again. Crucio." With a shout, Harry jerked awake, almost sending himself flying off his bed. He looked around in a moment of blind panic for a moment before gaining his bearings. Catching his breath in shallow gasps, he reached for the glass of water on his nightstand. Listening carefully to the quiet sounds of the dormitory, Harry became aware of the sweat that was literally dripping off him. After several minutes he settled down again, thankful that the multitude of silencing charms surrounding his bed had prevented his cries from disturbing his fellow fifth years. "Harry, you lot feel that? Hard to miss. Your scars burning like crazy?" Swallowing the last of the water, Harry set the glass aside and stared up at the ceiling. "Well, that's it then," he muttered to himself. "The holiday is over, he's back. And just in time for the summer holidays too, yay. Do you think anybody would mind if I completely erased the Dursleys' personalities and gave them new ones?" Everyone standing around him looked at Harry with expressions ranging from puzzlement to outright horror. Harry matched their gazes with a bland expression, looking for all the world as if he honestly meant what he said. The frightening thing was that he really did. Even with the Order's power helping him perform magic outside of Hogwarts without detection, Harry felt as eager to return to Privet Drive as he always did. In other words, not at all. "Harry, you're not serious, are you?" asked Hermione, looking at him with wide eyes. "Well, you have to admit," commented George, "the idea is tempting." Hermione rounded on the twin and glared at him. "George Weasley, don't you dare say things like that." Harry sighed and turned to look up at the castle, half hidden by hills and trees, trying to take strength in the knowledge that he would be back in only a couple of months. "It's going to seem like an eternity," he silently groaned. "For you and us all." His fifth year at Hogwarts had drawn to a close and now he, along with his friends and fellow students, were down at the Hogsmeade train station. Most of the crowds had already boarded the Hogwarts Express for their journey to platform 9 3/4, but Harry and his little group were taking their time. For 6 of them this was the last time they would be seeing Hogwarts as students. Fred, George and Lee were taking it pretty well, laughing, joking and reminiscing over the many good days and detentions they had spent there. The girls were proving more emotional and only Angelina had not yet burst into tears, although she was looking very misty-eyed. The younger teenagers were also feeling less than ecstatic about leaving as they were now faced with imminent separation from their significant others. Ron and Hermione had it worse than Harry and Ginny, since Hermione would only be coming to the Burrow for the last day or two of the summer. Unfortunately, this did not make Harry feel any better. "Don't let it get you down, Harry," Ginny tried to comfort him, standing close and running a hand between his shoulder blades. "Before you know it, it'll be your birthday and you'll be coming to stay with us." "I know," Harry sighed and turned to smile at her, "but a month with my family is an experience I wouldn't even wish on Snape." Ginny smiled at him and asked in a playful tone, "What about Malfoy?" Harry pretended to pause and think about it. Maybe. All conversation was interrupted by a chill wind that suddenly gusted around them. Despite the onset of summer, the weather was oddly foul and matched Harry's own dispirited mood. A pall of steely clouds hung low in the air and the sun had been hidden behind them for the past week. It was a cold day and the season could easily have been mistaken for late autumn. Harry scarcely noticed, and even if he had he would not have cared. Everyone else was dressing in jumpers and jackets with robes and cloaks wrapped around them to stave off the biting wind. Harry had on just a pair of jeans and a loose-fitting t-shirt. The cold was nice. Comforting in a way. Brr, shivered Fred, rubbing his hands up and down his arms. Bloody chilly, isn't it? Wonderful way to start off the summer, agreed Fred, pulling his robe tighter. Ron frowned at his older brothers. Would have been better if we'd won the House Cup. I'm not saying I didn't enjoy seeing pink Slytherins, but if you two had held off the pranks just a bit, we might have had a chance of beating Hufflepuff and coming third instead of stone last. Lee waved the younger boy's complaints away. Come on, Ron. No force on earth, not even Harry, could have helped us win the cup. So what was wrong with making the most of our remaining time at school? At least it was Ravenclaw that won and not the Slytherins. Besides, chimed in Angelina, sniffling a bit, you have to admit, it was worth it. Was it ever? Gloated Fred, grinning with delicious satisfaction. George swung his arms around Alicia and Katie's shoulders and sighed, ah, pink Slytherins, if only we'd thought of it for the Quidditch match. Ron snorted, if you had we'd never have won the game. Yeah, agreed Lee, our players would have been too busy laughing at them to play properly, flying around on their brooms like Pink. Moira would have still hid bludgers at them, said Ginny with conviction. Hermione nodded, that girl is far too violent. Harry smirked at her and chuckled, I imagine my PFT classes will be a lot more lively with her in them next year. She'll only a third year next year, Harry, said Ginny, reminding them that only fourth years and above were permitted to attend practical fighting techniques. Dumbledore decided to extend it down to third years, replied Harry, remembering the conversation he had had with the headmaster the previous week. With Voldemort's return explicitly confirmed and his dramatic attack on Hogwarts several months ago, Dumbledore agreed that the students would need all the advantages they could get. They had even talked about maybe obtaining an assistant to help Harry during his lessons. Remus Lupin had seemed like a good choice, since he would not be continuing as Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor. Unfortunately, his tenure at the school had been terminated so that he could pursue activities elsewhere in Dumbledore's service. As such, Lupin was unavailable and Dumbledore was preoccupied with finding a replacement for the position the following year. I still wonder if he was joking when he said he might hire me for the job. Hey, could you imagine it? Imagine Malfoy's face if he found out. Come on, urged Hermione from one side, pulling on Ron. The train's leaving in a minute or two. We'd better get on board. Alas, cried Fred dramatically, dear Hogwarts, how we shall miss you. Let us count the ways, agreed George, pretending to swoon. Ginny looked at her comedic brothers and noted dryly, not to mention the detentions. The twins gave their sister a mock-offended look before grinning and jumping onto the steam engine's rear carriage. Everyone else followed after them, Ron and Hermione leading the way to their customary compartment. With 10 of them crowding into the one compartment, it was a tight fit, but somehow they managed. It was mostly thanks to the girls, who saved space by finding more or less comfortable seats in the laps of the 5 boys. Of course, the boys did not find the situation as comfortable, especially when their partners deliberately started wiggling about. Don't think about it, thought Harry in a strained tone as Ginny pressed her rear against him, when she started to surreptitiously grind around in small circles that seriously disrupted his blood flow. Harry swallowed and his thoughts became a mantra. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. You're thinking about it, noted a bemused female alto. Oh God, please don't let her feel that. Ginny turned her head to look at him and smiled in the same smugly superior way she had during their date at the Ragnarok. The date where she had tortured him mercilessly for hours with the knowledge that she had not been wearing anything beneath her dress. You okay, Harry? She asked teasingly, wiggling provocatively against him. I'm going to pass out, Harry managed to say, amazed that his voice did not sound as strangled as he had thought it would. Ginny arched an eyebrow and asked with a knowing grin, and why's that? Harry looked her in the eyes and grinned back, deciding to play along. He lifted his hands up and gently placed them on Ginny's hips. With a knowing smirk that rivaled her own, he pulled her tightly to him and purred into her ear, lack of blood to my brain. It's all being diverted somewhere else. Harry, protested several feminine voices in the back of his head as he watched Ginny's face suddenly blossom with a remarkable red. Gotcha, he whispered with satisfaction, He then drew away just enough to tenderly brush his lips against hers. They were prevented from continuing their flirtations as the train gave a brief jolt and the gleaming red steam engine whistled shrilly. As the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the Hogsmeade train station and began its winding journey towards London, Harry leaned against the window he was sitting beside. Pressing his cheek against the cool glass, he looked out at the place he considered a second home, maybe even his proper home. 15 minutes later he was still watching, long after Hogwarts had vanished from view. In an occurrence that everyone agreed was something of a miracle, the entire journey from Hogwarts to platform 9 3/4 was accomplished without any interruption by Draco Malfoy. As they disembarked the train, it was Ron that commented on this, with a mixture of satisfaction and disbelief. "Smarmy git's beginning to learn," he declared as they lumped their trunks onto the trolleys they were pushing. "Took him long enough," grumbled Harry, lifting his trunk into the air with almost no effort and depositing it on his trolley. Once certain that it was firmly in place, he turned around to grab Ginny's trunk and transfer it from the carriage to her trolley. "He's so sweet that way," thought Ginny, watching him handle her trunk. "He doesn't even realize how exceptional he is." "Only 5 years," agreed George with a grin. "Not to mention countless beatings this year, eh, Harry?" asked Fred, grinning wickedly. Ginny shook her head and playfully wagged a finger at her brothers. "You two are incorrigible." "You know, Gin," countered Fred, deliberately using that annoying nickname they had assigned her during the year, "you certainly lack the Weasley sense of humor." "Only when the joke's not funny," she snapped back, narrowing her eyes at him. "I might have to hurt them if they don't stop calling me that." George clasped his hands at his chest and groaned theatrically, "Oh, touché." The two tricksters beamed at Ginny as she hissed in annoyance. She wondered how she was going to survive the summer being cooped up in the burrow with them both. Watching them both grinning at her with demented relish, she started to take a step towards them, ready to cause them physical harm. "Relax, Gin," soothed Harry, patting her on the shoulder. "You know they don't really mean anything by it." "I know," she sighed, trying to rein in her annoyance. "I'm just worried that I'll end up being the butt of all their jokes again now that we're home." Harry looked at her and arched his eyebrows, letting his eyes wander downwards, "And a very nice butt it is too." Absolute silence descended over everyone standing around them. Ron and Hermione were openly gaping at Harry, both in disbelief. Alicia, Angelina and Katie seemed to be blushing, although Angelina was definitely the most composed of the three. Lee was staring at Harry in what looked like admiration, and the twins. "Just swallow me up," Ginny prayed to any and every god that might happen to be listening. Ginny had thought their expressions after turning the Slytherins pink had been wickedly evil. Compared to how they were looking at Harry and her now, that had been almost stoic. The fierce blush rising up to burn her cheeks was certainly not helping matters. "Take some deep breaths before you spontaneously combust. Now you know how Harry felt before your date. Oh Lord, just swallow me whole." Before any of those watching could speak, Ginny looked from Harry to her trunk and asked in as calm and nonchalant a voice as possible, "Did you pack my sword, Harry? You know how easily I get stressed out, and there's nothing like cutting things in half in order to relieve the tension." Fred, George and Ron, being her brothers, wisely decided to keep their mouths shut and not tempt fate by teasing Ginny. All three were well aware of just how adept their little sister was when using the sword Harry had given her for her birthday. Of course, the fact that Ginny had put each of them in the hospital wing at least once during the past year might have something to do with their silence as well. Unfortunately for Ginny, the others were not hampered by this fact, since they were secure in the knowledge that they did not have to live in the same house as the threatening teenager. "Why use a sword to relieve your tension, Ginny?" asked Angelina with a lecherous smirk. "I'm sure Harry would be happy to oblige you instead." "Actually, leered Katie, I think she was talking about Harry's sword." Ginny had never felt so openly horrified in her entire life. Well, maybe, but this certainly rated somewhere in the top 10. Stifling a groan, she turned back to Harry and dropped her head against his chest, knowing that the teasing had only just begun. "And we all know how deft Harry is with his sword," chirped Lee, shaking so much with barely repressed laughter that his dreadlocks were bouncing wilding about his head. "I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. I'm damn he's a good key. With a suddenly content smile, Ginny pulled slightly back and opened her eyes. Harry returned her smile and reached up to stroke her cheek with the back of his hand. His green eyes were sparkling brightly and he looked more lively than he had in days. "I'm going to miss being able to do that for a whole month," he told her. "It's only a month," she reassured him, smiling at him. Ginny pressed back against him and leaned up for another key. "At least nobody's interrupting us anymore." Harry. Ginny. Boys. She should have known better than to jinx the situation by speaking that out loud. Unfortunately, she did, in the moment before their lips could meet they were joined by smiling presence of Molly Weasley. Looking up at Harry in silent apology, Ginny sighed and turned to face her mother, who appeared positively delighted to see them. "Me and my big mouth." Harry remained waiting in King's Cross Station for nearly an hour after Ginny and the rest of the Weasleys had departed. He had already known that Uncle Vernon would not be coming to pick him up for his return to Privet Drive. Thus he was planning to apparate to his home in Surrey, which he also knew would no doubt terrify and appall his relatives. The only real reason for Harry's delay in returning was his reluctance to face Vernon, Petunia and Dudley. Despite everything that had happened over the years and his efforts, his family had never liked him and were, to put it plainly, openly disgusted by him. His situation in number 4 Privet Drive had improved the previous summer, after he had merged with the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, his family's change in attitude had nothing to do with Harry himself, but rather his newfound ability to practice magic at home without having to worry about the Ministry punishing him for it. In other words, he was forcing the Dursleys to act courteously towards him through simple intimidation. And so, reluctant to return home, Harry waited in the train station. He had left platform 9 3/4 at the same time as the Weasleys and Hermione, and was now leaning against one of the barriers. With his trunk and other possessions resting beside him, Harry was watching the world around him. The Muggles passing through King's Cross were almost entertaining to watch. There was a man wearing a deerstalker hat and dressed in a distinctly unattractive-looking tweed suit. All told, he looked rather like a diminutive and portly Sherlock Holmes, albeit without Dr. Watson. The man strode past Harry, taking as long a strides as his legs could manage, a handkerchief held to his nose. As he went by, Harry could hear him muttering to himself, apparently engaged in a running commentary on the state of England's health. God-forsaken island, barrage of cold germs, brood of catarrhal bulldogs, bloody traveling TB sanatorium, nasal spray through the keyhole, pestilential island worse than the Great Plague. Harry watched with amusement as the rotund man retreated from his sight. His attention was soon diverted by a loud shout in a language he identified as German. "Mein Gott in Himmel!" He turned to watch as 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, about his own age, walked past. The one girl was dragging the boy after her, her auburn hair whipping his face as he trailed behind her. The boy, with dark brown hair and soulful eyes, followed meekly as the redhead berated him in a constant stream of insults. "What were you thinking? Or were you thinking at all? Idiot baka." The girl's rant continued without halt in a mixture of English, German as well as Japanese. The boy, who seemed to be suffering from the same sort of resignation to his fate that Gryffindors felt when attending potions, kept trying to apologize. Unfortunately, this only seemed to incite the redhead into a new string of invectives. Harry's eyes were then drawn to the third child of the trio, the other girl. Of the 3, she was actually the most visible, even if she was silently watching the antics of her companions. This probably had something to do with her hair, which was cut in a short bob that framed her face. It was powder blue. Glancing down at the watch Ginny had given him for Christmas, Harry noted the time and decided that he should probably be apparating to Privet Drive. With a resigned sigh that seemed to match that of the still apologizing boy, Harry reluctantly departed the station. "Okay, Hedwig," he said after ducking around a corner and out of sight. He reached to the cage his snowy owl was sitting in and released her, letting her perch on his arm. "I know you don't like apparating, so I'm going to let you go here, all right? I'll leave the window open so you can come in later tonight." With a nibble of his finger and a soft hoot, Hedwig took to the air. Harry watched her fly away until she vanished from view in the dull gray of the cloud-covered sky. Lifting his trunk from the trolley he had been using, he set it at his side and kept a hand on it as he disappeared from King's Cross with a pop. The world swirled around him and Harry felt a fuzzy sensation, like having too much blood rush to his head. He blinked once and looked around the second bedroom in the upstairs part of number 4 Privet Drive. "Home sweet home," he noted sarcastically. He deposited his trunk at the foot of his bed and then moving to open the room's open window as he had promised Hedwig. Pulling off his coat, Harry threw it upon his bed and swiftly exited the room. He could hear Dudley from the top of the stairs, accompanied by the soothing tones of his aunt as she tried to placate him. Personally, he thought they sounded like a squealing pig and a shrill hag respectively. As he quietly stepped down the stairs, Harry noted that he could not make out Vernon's bellowing voice amidst the noise coming from the kitchen. At the bottom of the stairs, Harry paused for a moment to consider the cupboard door. The cupboard under the stairs had been his home for 10 years. It was small, dirty, and had a number of wiggly things inside it, but he could not deny that some small part of him missed it. Everything seemed so much simpler in there, he thought nostalgically. Repressing the sigh that threatened to escape his lips, Harry turned away from the cupboard and strode purposefully into the kitchen. Dudley and Petunia's conversation, if it could be called that, drew to an instant halt as they saw him. "I'm back," he said, stating the obvious. Harry watched with amusement as Dudley's face drained of blood and grew a pale and sickly green as the overweight boy squeaked with alarm. He noted that despite the Smeltings nurse's best efforts, Dudley had lost any significant amount of weight since last Harry had seen him. Standing beside her son, Petunia's long face also pales and she dropped the glass of orange juice she had been holding. The glass fell to the tabletop and splashed the juice everywhere over its smooth surface. Harry watched as his aunt ignored the mess and began fidgeting nervously, puzzled over why she was acting so out of character. "I'm not that frightening, am I? I think she's worried you might give her that horse's tail you promised last summer." "Oh yes. I'd forgotten about that, thanks for reminding me." Harry was about to speak when a sound from behind him registered on his ear. It was a clicking sound that he found strangely familiar. Very familiar, in fact. It was metallic and he knew that he had heard it before, but could not remember where. With some mild curiosity, Harry turned where he stood, and as his eyes came about he realized just where he had heard that clicking sound before. He had heard it dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of times before. On the television when Dudley was watching some late night or mid-afternoon movie. It was the click of a hammer being cocked. Somehow, he thought, with a strange sense of calm detachment, I always knew it would be the Dursleys that killed me. And Vernon pulled the trigger. Molly Weasley watched silently as her only daughter trudged morosely up the crooked stairway to where her room was waiting. Obviously Ginny was feeling a little depressed at being separated from Harry for the first half of the summer. Truth be told, Molly didn't know whether or not to be relieved or sympathetic. Relieved that her baby girl was finally away from Harry, who despite everything was still a hormone-charged teenager. Sympathetic because Molly could remember feeling the same when she was younger and Arthur had to leave for work. She still felt that way, of course, but over the years had grown accustomed to the feeling, especially knowing that her husband would eventually be coming back. "All right then," she said after a moment, having waited for Ginny to round the first landing and step out of sight. Molly turned to her 3 youngest boys and beckoned them follow her into the kitchen before going up to their rooms. "Charlie!" exclaimed Ron as he entered, catching sight of his older brother. Seeing their dragon-taming elder sibling at home was a surprise for them, since they had thought Charlie was still working in Romania. He had only arrived the day before, having kept his visit as a surprise for everyone. Molly busied herself making a cup of tea while the 4 men caught up on what had been happening. By the time she was finished and sank down into her chair at the kitchen table, Fred and George had just succeeded in making Charlie fall out of his seat for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. "Boys," she announced, drawing their attention as Charlie pulled himself up, muttering about pink Slytherins. Once she was certain she had their firm attention, Molly asked, "I'd like to talk to the 3 of you about Ginny and Harry." Ron started with a horrified expression on his face and the twins immediately began to look very uncomfortable. It was obvious that none of them liked the idea of discussing their baby sister's love life, especially with regards to their friend. "Well," George thought about it, "they've been flirting since practically the moment we arrived at school. In fact, I think they tone it down a bit when they're not alone. They've Ed a few times," admitted Fred, reluctantly, "but they don't make a scene over it. I'm pretty sure they haven't done more than that." At this, Ron shifted uncomfortably in his chair and a distinct blush graced his cheeks. Molly spotted his reaction and immediately turned to him. "Ronald, what is it?" "Nothing." Unfortunately, Molly could always tell when her children were lying to her, especially Ron. Only the twins were any good at hiding the truth from her. Deliberately she narrowed her eyes and fixed Ron with a look she had spent years perfecting. Soon Ron began squirming under her gaze, but before he could speak they were interrupted by a blur of red. Ginny seemed to explode into the kitchen, her hair flying around her as she crashed into the table, knocking Molly's cup of tea over the edge. The girl was out of breath and had clearly run downstairs from her room. One look into her panicked eyes stifled any reprimand Molly had felt brewing. "Ginny, honey, what's wrong?" she asked, dreading the answer. "Harry." Arthur Weasley blinked once, twice, as the world faded back into being around him. One glance at the mayhem outside number 4 Privet Drive was enough to confirm his fears. Molly was flitting about in a flustered panic, much as she had after the Death Eater attack on Hogwarts. The twins, Ron and Charlie, were standing in a tense knot nearby, alternately trying to becalm their mother and, "Sweet Merlin, is that a sword?" Ginny, his youngest child and only daughter, was attacking the front door of Harry's home in an almost animalistic rage. With her wand firmly clasped in her left hand, but she's right-handed, and a gleaming katana in her right, Ginny was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, which had attracted the attention of most of Privet Drive's residents. "I didn't think your daughter would be able to cuss up such a storm," commented Mundungus Fletcher, who had apparated at Arthur's side. "No kidding," agreed Perkins, standing next to Fletcher. "If she went into a bar like this, even hardened sailors would start running for the hills." "Open the bloody door." Ginny's sword was cleaving through the air in a blur of steel, smashing against an invisible barrier that blocked the entrance to number 4. Arthur knew some of the details of the spell Dumbledore had used and was amazed that Ginny was striking the shield with such force. Every strike was accompanied by a rain of sparks and the air actually rippled from the pressure she was exerting. "Open up, damn you." Obviously deciding that her sword was not making enough of an impression on the barrier, Ginny backed away several steps and switched from steel to wood. Arthur watching in amazement as she began hurling spell after spell at the front door of the house, all of them unbelievably powerful and some of the spells ones that Arthur had never heard of. Great Maker, he thought as one of Ginny's curses actually managed to light up the entire protective ward that surrounded the house. When did she become so powerful? "Miss Weasley," announced a calm and soothing voice, trying to catch Ginny's attention. Everyone, except for Ginny, who only continued her assault, turned to face the new arrivals that had apparated in behind Arthur. It was Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, Fleur Delacour and, to Arthur's surprise, Bill Weasley. "Miss Weasley," repeated Dumbledore, stepping forward, "please calm yourself." Ginny whirled towards the old wizard, her teeth bared in a snarl that actually caused Fletcher and Perkins to step back in fright. Ginny literally growled at Dumbledore before snapping, "No, Harry's trapped in there and I'm not going to wait any longer, let me in." Dumbledore nodded benevolently, not in the least perturbed by Ginny's anger. "I understand fully, Virginia. However, the protective wards surrounding the house are complex ones. This particular barrier spell only becomes active if Harry's life is seriously threatened. It prevents anyone from entering unless Harry or myself accompany them." "Well, that's bloody stupid," screamed Ginny, waving her wand and sword about. "How in the name of hell are we supposed to help him if we can't get in?" She turned back to the front door and resumed attacking it with her sword and wand, shouting out spells as she sliced with the blade. "Arthur," acknowledged Dumbledore as Molly and Charlie ran up to them. Fred, George and Ron remained close to Ginny, watching her continue to assault the shield barrier. "I see Molly was able to contact you as well." Arthur nodded and indicated the half-dozen witches and wizards he had rounded up on such short notice. "I brought who I could." When Molly had frantically called his office only 10 minutes earlier, Arthur had expected anything but what she had told him. Apparently, according to Ginny, Harry was in grave danger. Nobody really understood how Ginny knew this, but somehow she did. While Molly and Charlie had been skeptical about this, Ron, Fred and George had not even paused to hesitate. After working her mother into a state of panic, Ginny had run up to her room and collected her wand and sword. She had then, impossibly, apparated to Privet Drive. Arthur had scarcely been able to believe it when Molly told him this, especially as Ginny did not know how to apparate. After hearing his wife's tale, Arthur had told her to immediately contact Dumbledore, while he had gathered what help was available. There was Jim Perkins, who worked with him in the department, Mundungus Fletcher, who had been visiting for some reason. Chrissy, a young obliviator from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, and a couple of unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. The last two, a pair of young women about Charlie's age, made Arthur slightly nervous. There was no denying that they were both quite beautiful, one with short red tresses and the other with long black locks. They were also talented, but unfortunately had a reputation for causing large amounts of collateral damage wherever they went. "We're going to need more people," commented Chrissy, flicking a strand of her curly brown hair out of her face. Her brown eyes were surveying the scene and the large number of muggles that had gathered outside to watch the spectacle. "Lots of witnesses. Your daughter's attracting a lot of attention, Mr. Weasley." Arthur sighed and nodded, acknowledging that Ginny would undoubtedly be in a great deal of trouble before this was over. At the moment, though, she really did not seem to care about anything beyond getting to Harry. If anything, her attempts at entry, not to mention her screams, were growing in intensity. "God damn you. Open, Virginia," said Dumbledore, his voice rumbling with an ominous tone that would have stilled even the most rowdy of students back at Hogwarts. Ginny rounded on Dumbledore again, her brown eyes bright and glistening with moisture. "Open this thrice accursed door now." "Miss Weasley," berated McGonagall, hands on her hips. This was accompanied by that fierce glare that could melt stone, but Ginny did not quail. "Arthur, you, Minerva and Molly will accompany me into the house. The rest shall remain outside and see that we are not disturbed," declared Dumbledore. Ginny opened her mouth to protest, but the headmaster raised a hand to silence her. "You may come as well, Virginia. I doubt any of us could prevent you from doing otherwise." With the quiet dignity and grace that was expected of him, Dumbledore led the way to the front door of number 4 Privet Drive and knocked politely. Arthur put his hand on Ginny's shoulder as she seethed impatiently at his side. She had, fortunately, sheathed her sword and handed it to Ron for safekeeping. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley?" asked Dumbledore, gently beginning to open the door. He had only opened it a crack when Ginny pulled free of Arthur's grasp and pushed her way in. Wondering just how he was going to apologize to Dumbledore later for Ginny's rudeness, Arthur followed his daughter and the headmaster inside. He immediately came to a surprised halt at the sight which greeted him. Vernon Dursley and his wife, Petunia, appeared to be housecleaning. Vernon held a large, sopping mop in his hands and was sweeping the floor with broad strokes. Petunia was down on her hands and knees with a large bucket of water by her side. She held a wet cloth was in her hands and was vigorously scrubbing at the floor. With a squeak of alarm at the sudden intrusion, Vernon dropped the mop and stared at them in what Arthur recognized as horror. The blood drained out of the large man's face and he could not form any proper words for several seconds. "Mr. Dursley," began Dumbledore in a calm voice, but was interrupted as Vernon flew into a rage that rivaled the display Ginny made outside. He began bellowing at the top of his lungs, his face flushed so red it was almost purple. His language quickly degenerated into color cusses, but the general meaning remained much the same. "Get out of my house." None of the witches and wizards present could say anything. By now Ron, Fred, George and the black-haired unspeakable had also entered the house. This added intrusion only seemed to add to Vernon's fury, and he bent to retrieve his mop. How he planned to evict properly trained wizards with such a simple object was beyond Arthur, but Vernon was obviously not thinking clearly. Just before the large man could reach the mop and take it up, the object skidded across the floor to come to rest under the heel of Ginny's left foot. "Where is Harry?" she asked, her voice soft yet laced with a deadly intent that only an idiot would fail to notice. Naturally Vernon continued to bellow, "Get out of my house." Ginny's arm jerked up in a sharp motion, instantly followed by a loud crack. Her wand was clearly not in her hand, yet she blew the belligerent Vernon Dursley across the room. The startled man smashed into the far wall and dropped to the floor with a loud crash. Ginny took another step forward and bellowed in a manner that Arthur found frighteningly reminiscent of Molly. "Where is Harry?" Accompanying Ginny's scream of rage, the glass in every framed picture hanging in the entrance hall of Privet Drive shattered. It was not the intensity of her yell that broke the glass, but the wash of furious accidental magic that was rolling off Ginny in waves. "Oh dear," thought Arthur, "she's getting angry." Of their own volition Vernon's eyes glanced towards the cupboard under the stairs, even though he still declined to speak. Seeing this subtle indicator, Arthur felt his own blood begin to boil as he recalled some of the horror stories Ron had told him about the Dursleys. Arthur was about to stride over to the cupboard and open it, but apparently Ginny had also seen Vernon's eye flick to one side. Unlike her father, however, Ginny did not bother using her hands to open the cupboard. With a crack of breaking wood, the cupboard door was torn from its hinges and sent careening across the narrow room. The door smashed against the wall as the stairs leading up to the top floor began to splinter one after the other. The strength of Ginny's wandless magic was astounding and, Arthur realized, just a little terrifying. Petunia Dursley has both crying and screaming at them, crouched over her fallen husband and trying to pull his bulky mass up. Hiding behind the two adults was their son, Dudley, who was clutching both hands protectively over his bottom. "I'm going to kill them," breathed Ginny in a distracted tone. Her eyes were gazing vacantly at whatever sight lay hidden within the cupboard. Arthur could see the blood draining from her face as she dropped to her knees and reaching inside to pull Harry out into the open. Arthur's blood, which was close to boiling, immediately ran cold as he saw the prone body of the boy who lived. Despite his loud enthusiasm about the Muggles and their plugs, there were still aspects of Muggle culture and technology that Arthur simply did not understand, nor did he think he ever would. But he knew what a gun was, and he could recognize the damage they inflicted on a body. "I'll help," he snapped, turning his eyes to the Dursleys, his fingers gripping tightly around his wand as he glared daggers at the three Muggles. So that was why they had been so desperately trying to clean the floor. They were trying to wash away the blood. "Did you do this?" Dumbledore asked, his voice a hushed, barely audible, whisper. Vernon sputtered about before attempting to make some sort of challenge against the professor. "Of course," he snarled, sending Harry a vicious glare over Dumbledore's shoulder. "The boy's nothing but a complete waste. An abnormal freak like the rest of you. He should be thankful Petunia and I didn't drown him in a bucket the morning we found him." Dumbledore's face became livid and for an instant appeared truly terrifying. With a soft growl he leaned into Vernon's face, his twinkling blue eyes now as dark as a storm-tossed sea. He glared down at Vernon with a look that could almost kill, and an aura of great power gathered around him as he slowly drew his wand. Vernon, pale as chalk, wet himself. Ginny had never felt so purely terrified in her life. Not even when Harry had so foolishly stepped in front of Avada Kedavra during the battle at Hogwarts. That had been different in so many ways. Harry had been down on the lawn. Ginny had been far away, high up on the astronomy tower. And there had been very little blood. Now there was a great deal of blood. Pints of it. Everywhere. Harry's pale blue shirt was drenched in the dark red liquid, the blood oozing thickly from 3 places around his chest. The blood was matted in his hair and slowly trickled from his mouth and nose. His face was as pale as a porcelain doll and his lips were tinged blue, surrounded by red. "Harry?" she asked, oblivious to everything around her save the boy whose head she lifted to cradle in her lap. She ignored the blood that immediately began to soak into her pleated skirt and gently shook his shoulder. "Harry?" "But Hagrid," slurred Harry in a tired and almost childish voice. His eyes flickered open and looked blankly at her. "I can't play the piano." Ginny blinked and then realized that he was probably delirious from blood loss and probably the shock as well. She ran a hand through his thick hair, ignoring the blood. "Harry? Don't worry, Harry, we're here." He stared at her for several seconds, blinking slowly as a glimmer of recognition set in. His eyes shifted past her and he seemed to notice the others present. With a cough he turned his gaze back to Ginny. "Get out." "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry." Ginny shook her head, waves of guilt suddenly washing over her. She had tried to tell him everything would be all right with the Dursleys. This entire mess was probably all her fault and now he hated her for it. "Don't make me go, I want to." Another cough racked his body and he grimaced in pain. "Get out of the house, now." Her father knelt down beside them, reaching out to hold Harry's hand. "Harry." "Get her out of the house," Harry yelled, blood spraying from his lips as his hand grabbed hold of her father's arm. A fit of coughs seized him and Harry convulsed where he lay. "Listen, Harry." Mr. Weasley tried to get Harry's attention and calm him down, but Harry resisted and interrupted once again, this time more vehemently than before. "Now, all of you, get out." Then Ginny felt Dumbledore's presence at her side and she looked up at the old wizard with pleading eyes, silently praying that he could reach Harry. Harry. Again Harry interrupted. All of you. Get R. Harry's body spasmed and a hoarse yell of agony escaped his lips as he thrashed violently in Ginny's arms. She heard a loud crack and a gasp of pain from her father and realized that Harry had accidentally broken Arthur's arm. God, he's in so much pain. Why doesn't he want our help? Harry, she asked tentatively after he had fallen still, his breathing ragged and his eyes shut against the pain he was obviously feeling. Please get out, Harry begged, opening his eyes and looking imploringly at her. Get away, you're not safe here. Dumbledore crouched down beside her and Harry, placing a gently hand on Ginny's shoulder as he leaned forward. Her father had pulled free of Harry's crushing grip and was being seen to by her mother, as Dumbledore asked, Harry, what's happening? Blood was dribbling from Harry's mouth and nose as he tried to speak. Unfortunately, either the pain or the blood loss was preventing him from speaking clearly. All he could manage were gasped sentences between choking coughs of more blood. Can't stop it. Inside of me. It wants to break out. It's going to break out. Harry shook his head weakly. Ginny could feel his body tensing as she held him and his white, gold and red aura was fluctuating wildly. Can't stop it. It'll get loose. So powerful. Savage. Mindless. Raw. Can't stop it. Can't stop what? Asked Ron, kneeling at Harry's feet. Harry arched his back and a scream tore from his throat as waves of energy radiated out from him, knocking everyone back. I don't know, he cried as the outburst slowly abated and he cried out in further pain. He glared at them, his eyes glowing with barely restrained power. Get out. No, I'm not leaving you here alone. Dumbledore considered for a moment and then nodded sharply. Her parents, McGonagall and the woman from the Department of Mysteries immediately vacated the premises, grabbing the cowering forms of the Dursleys as they went. Go. Go now. Leave me. The light from Harry's aura was now so bright that it had become visible to everyone watching and not just Ginny. Dumbledore took hold of Ginny's shoulder and tried to pull her up, but she refused to be separated from Harry. Damn it. Go. Shouted Harry, furiously, motioning at the others. Ginny tried to protest, but Ron, Fred, George and Dumbledore took firm grips and dragged her away. She struggled and fought tooth and nail, but it was no use. As they hurried out the door and down the front garden to the street where the others were waiting, Ginny heard Harry cry out one more time. Go. And with a primal shriek of release that could be heard from one end of Little Whinging to the other, Harry Potter and number 4 Privet Drive ceased to exist. A blind white light encompassed Privet Drive. It was joined by a muted rush, like the whispered growl of a hurricane. A concussion wave of air exploded outwards and lifted Ron off his feet and into the air. Normally the novelty of flying without the aid of a broom would have caught the youngest Weasley male's attention. However, being sent hurtling through the air by a blast of raw magical energy tends to distract one from such novelties. Ron's brief attempt at broomless flight came to an abrupt end an instant later as he was slammed into the road with a painful crunch. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as his teeth bit down hard on his tongue, accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest that signaled the breaking of 1 or 2 ribs. At least we got out of the house, he thought as he rolled over to survey the damage. His eyes were watering and he had trouble focusing on what lay before him, but he was able to get a good idea of what had just happened. One thing was immediately obvious. Number 4 Privet Drive was gone. Ron blinked his eyes rapidly in an attempt to clear them, spitting out the blood that had pooled in his bleeding mouth. Groaning from the ache in his chest, Ron pushed himself into a sitting position and found himself gaping at the carnage spread out before him. Harry's house, or rather the Dursleys' house, had been completely destroyed. There was no other way to put it. There was nothing left of it. It was simply gone. Clouds of smoke and dust obscured the view, but Ron could make out a massive, steaming hole in the earth where number 4 had once stood. Merciful heavens! The buildings to either side, number 2 and number 6, had also suffered damage, but it appeared to be mostly cosmetic in nature. The paint on the walls facing where number 4 had been was scorched and blackened, while the windows on those sides had been blown in. Several street lamps lining the roadside had also felt the brunt of the explosion and had been knocked skew of their upright positions. The poles were bent at crooked angles and the lights were out, broken from the impact. Even the road had been affected, torn up and cracked in large pieces. It looked like some pictures Ron had seen of the damage an earthquake left in its wake, only this had not been an earthquake. Harry did this, he thought in shock, turning his attention back to where number 4 had been. Ron had spent the duration of the battle for Hogwarts in the Practical Fighting Techniques auditorium, coordinating the defense with the help of the situation map. Safely ensconced beneath the castle, he had not had an opportunity to see Harry's magic firsthand. He had to make do with stories from those that had been up on the battlements fighting. I never realized. Then something caught his eye. Somewhere within the dust and smoke still clouding the area, something was moving. It was shifting about, barely noticeable at first, but as the dust began to slowly settle, it began apparent that something from number Privet Drive had survived. At first Ron assumed that it must have been Harry, since everyone else had rushed out of the house, leaving only Harry within its walls. True, he had been forced to drag his sister kicking and screaming, but they had all cleared away in time. But as the view cleared, Ron quickly realized that if it was anything, it was not Harry. Whatever it was big. Very big, easily as big as a dragon. No bigger, much bigger. On their hind legs a dragon could stand 60 feet tall. This beast was nearly that high already while standing in a low crouch. With a jerk and a twitch, accompanied by a deep and ominous growl like an avalanche, it began to move and slowly stood up. And up. And up. It was like staring into the heart of the sun. Charlie Weasley had never seen anything as beautiful, or as terrifying. He was willing to wager all he possessed that nobody else had either, because if anyone had, Charlie knew he would have heard, or read, about it. It stood just shy of 100 feet tall, higher if you included the arching curves of its wings that rose from its back. The creature, which Charlie realized was actually Harry, deftly unfurled its wings, spreading them wide to either side of its bulk. He was obviously some kind of feline, but bipedal with a sleek yet leanly muscled body. His head was that of a lion and was surrounded by a regal mane. Thick fur covered every part of him, from head to the tip of his tail, and was a brilliant white that seemed to shimmer and glow with all the colors of the rainbow as he moved. Only its mane and tail were not white, but were instead finely spun gold, which shone brightly in the evening light. Reaching out behind him were the glorious, feathered wings of an eagle that spanned over 100 feet from tip to tip. The feathers were the same pure white as the fur covering his body and were tipped in gleaming gold. These razor-sharp golden tips caught and reflected all the light that reached then, glowing like miniature suns along the edges of his wings. Massive golden talons extended from his padded feet and four-fingered hands. They were wicked blades that curved gracefully for nearly 2 feet until reaching needle-fine points. As Charlie watched, he saw its powder-white lips part in a silent snarl, bearing golden teeth that were a perfect match and counterpoint for its scythe-like claws. Its cat-like eyes, each the size of a Muggle beach ball, were glowing with inner strength. They were the same startling green that Harry possessed in his human form, only so much greater and burning with a primal fire. It was so obvious now, the blend of feline and eagle, there could be not doubt as to what Harry's animagus form was. A griffin, although Merlin only knows what kind. Without warning, the griffin threw back his head, like a baying wolf, and unleashed a roar that was unlike anything ever heard before. It was almost a living thing in its own right, reverberating with a force that screamed of an untamed will that could never be broken. Every window, every mirror, every light bulb, every car windshield and every single piece of glass or crystal in the town of Little Whinging shattered as the roar swept by. 10 miles away, little children woke up crying, and every living creature, great and small, within 50 miles of where number 4 Privet Drive had once stood, heard the griffin's call. And it humbled them. It was a cry of exultation and of long-awaited release. A message to the world that something new, something ancient had returned from beyond and was now free. The griffin continued to howl for over a minute, his head thrown back and muscular arms spread wide as though in supplication to the heavens. Finally, when Charlie was beginning to wonder if it would ever end, the cry trailed off and the griffin lowered his head. Focusing on the tiny people standing, or lying scattered before him, the griffin gave a low, rumbling growl. "Now that it one large beastie," commented a rasping voice at Charlie's side, after several moments of quiet had passed. Charlie started, surprised by the unexpected presence of none other than Alistair. "May I?" Moody standing beside him. A loud one as well, retorted the young obliviator, Chrissy, who was standing not far from them, ruefully massaging at her ringing ears. Charlie looked at her and then back to the griffin and shrugged, big lungs. Nobody, not even the muggles, could bring themselves to move as the griffin dropped its upright stance as though preparing to pounce. As it held itself steadfast in the smoldering crater that surrounded it, Charlie watched with mounting apprehension as its glowing green eyes scanned back and forth. It's looking for something, he realized with a start. Then the griffin's gaze fell on three trembling figures that were huddled close together on the far side of the street opposite it. Charlie looked in that direction and suddenly came to the conclusion that all hell was about to break loose in Privet Drive. It was the Dursleys, and the griffin obviously recognized them. Minerva McGonagall and Charlie's parents seemed to be standing guard over them, though none of the three were trying to comfort or calm the distressed muggles. The man was looking at the ruins of his home with a pasty face as he clutched his wailing wife to his chest. The boy, who was large enough to rival the griffin, was bleating and making noises that sounded more akin to a farm animal than a human. I think it has found what it was looking for. Charlie turned away from the Dursleys and noticed the large numbers of witches and wizards that had apparated into the area. Where originally there had been about a dozen, including the Weasley family, now there were close to 50 of them. Aurors and Obliviators comprised the bulk of them, clearly sent by the Ministry to try contain the situation. The deep, threatening growl drew Charlie's attention back to the griffin. The creature's eyes were firmly fixed upon the cowering Dursleys and had narrowed to fine slits that failed to hide the burning green fire that blazed within them. Harry. Charlie relaxed as his little sister, Ginny, made her way to stand before the towering behemoth that seemed only a hair's breadth away from becoming a rampaging behemoth. From the few letters Ginny had written to him over the past year, Charlie was willing to believe that if anyone could reach Harry, it was her. He watched, as did everyone else, with bated breath as the griffin's murderous glare shifted to Ginny. The young girl was nervously fingering the hem of her torn blouse as she looked up to match the griffin's gaze. For a moment, as the leonine head cocked quizzically to the side, Charlie thought she had done it. But only for a moment. If every single piece of glass in the town had not already been shattered, the griffin's thunderous roar would certainly done so. Charlie, hands clamped firmly over his ears, looked on in dismay as Ginny toppled backwards and landed heavily on her rump. I hope to God we can stop it before it kills someone, was Charlie's despairing thought as the griffin's roar trailed off, leaving his ears ringing. As the griffin bared its fangs in a snarl and presented its talons in challenge, Dumbledore made his presence known. The old wizard strode down the cracked and upturned length of road to stand where Ginny had fallen. He peered over the rims of his broken spectacles at the griffin that loomed menacingly over them all. Stupefy. Dumbledore was widely regarded as the most powerful wizard in the world and, though Charlie had never personally seen him do it, it was rumored that the Hogwarts headmaster was able to stun a full-grown dragon with a single spell. Nobody expected his stunning spell to be utterly ineffective. The griffin stumbled back a step, the ground trembling as its massive weight shifted. For a short second or two it seemed to be off balance, but quickly steadied itself. The griffin's wings spread wide and helped it to remain upright. It dug its feet into the ground and shifted its stance to distribute its weight more evenly. I think we've managed to piss young Mr. Potter off, observed Moody, his magically eye aimed straight at the griffin. His wand was in his gnarled hand and a terrible grin of excitement cut across his scarred face. Charlie drew his own wand and ran unsteadily to help Ginny to her feet. As he drew close he caught the look of absolute astonishment on Dumbledore's face as the griffin flexed its shoulders and flapped its wings, once, twice. Clouds of dust were kicked up from the movement and Charlie had to squint against the buffeting wind. Everyone, stunning spells! He shouted as loud as he could. He held his wand high over his head as a signal. On the count, 3, 2, 1 now. Stupefy. Every witch and wizard present answered to his call, except for Ginny who just watched silently. Close to 50 stunners shot through the air in the blink of an eye, all bearing straight at the snarling griffin. So much force and power in a single instant would have knocked a Hungarian horntail unconscious and to the ground like a felled oak tree. The griffin met the multitude of spells without flinching, like a trained boxer rolling against a light jab. The only indication that they had hit it at all was the way its shoulders twitched and the howl of unadulterated fury that followed. It might have been Charlie's imagination, but it seemed to him as if the griffin's fur and feathers were beginning to glow even brighter. Conjunctivitis! Cried two female voices, which Charlie recognized as the two unspeakables his father had dragged along. This time the griffin reacted even more fiercely as the curses struck it in the eyes with a flare of white light. A shriek that caused his already overtaxed ears to protest rang out and was followed almost immediately by a resounding crash. The griffin had swung around blindly and one of its unfurled wings had collided with number 2 privet drive. Broken bricks, pieces of wood and shards of tile fell to the ground as the griffin spun full circle and back to face them. Its glowing eyes, now almost too bright to look directly at, were fixed on the two unspeakables with open malice. The young women both voiced a sound that seemed more fitting of a mouse than trained witches, but under the fury of such a gaze. The griffin took 2 menacing steps forward, the ground shaking and rumbling as each foot rose and fell. Its taloned claws were flexing in something that could have been anticipation and its lips were bared in a silent snarl. "I'm sorry, Harry," came a soft voice. Had Charlie not been standing only 3 feet away, he would never have heard Ginny's quiet apology for what she was about to do. It took him a second to realize that her wand was drawn and aimed with a trembling arm at the advancing griffin. Stupefy. Charlie would never have believed that so much power could be placed into a single spell by only one person. Especially his baby sister. It was simply not something he thought possible when it came to Ginny. He knew her magic was above average. He had seen examples of it when they were both younger, but if this was any indication, she was stronger than Dumbledore. The griffin was actually lifted off its feet and into the air. If it was possible, Charlie would have described the look on its face as that of acute surprise. After a moment of airborne flight, the massive creature fell to the earth with what would have undoubtedly been a thunderous crash. Its fall was broken, however, by number 6 privet drive. With arms, legs and wings flaying about, the griffin collided with the side of the house, and continued to fall, the walls mounting hardly any resistance against its mass. Tiles, bricks and wood collapsed all around the griffin as it smashed through the top floor and down into the floor below. A billowing cloud of dust and fine debris exploded outwards as the hulking beast hit the ground with a crash that made Charlie's teeth click. Several minutes passed in relative silence, apart from the clattering noise of falling masonry. Finally the clouds of dust began to settle down and revealing to everyone that had not yet run off screaming the fate of the house next door to the Dursleys. Suffice to say that Privet Drive was now missing 2 houses instead of just the one. "Glory be," muttered Mundungus Fletcher, gawking at the scene of destruction with wide eyes. "Please let him be all right," whispered Ginny, so softly that Charlie could barely hear her. Without even thinking about it, he shifted closer to her and wrapped a comforting arm around her shoulders as he surveyed the wreckage. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the rubble began to stir. Bill Weasley shielded his eyes behind his hand as the griffin tore free from the ruins of number 6 Privet Drive. He had noted earlier that the animagus had been growing brighter and brighter at a steady rate. Their attacks against the griffin had only served to agitate the beast and cause the white glow to increase in intensity. Now it was impossible to look at. The griffin's birth cry, which was what Bill compared it to, had shattered every Muggle light bulb in the town. Thus the entire street had been plunged into relative darkness under the gloom of the evening dusk as the sun set. Now, however, as the griffin pulled loose from the debris that had fallen on top of it, the street was bathed in light. With his eyes almost completely shut and hidden behind his outstretched hand, Bill could only just make out the gigantic form of the griffin. It was struggling to its feet, swaying unsteadily as it rose up high above them. With each step accompanied by a loud thump and quake, it lurched forward and collapsed into the crater that it had appeared in. It seemed impossible, but the light surrounding and emanating from the griffin appeared to be growing even stronger. Bill could clearly see the outline of the bones inside the hand shading his eyes against the glare. It may have seemed impossible, but it was true. With each throaty growl, the intensity of the glow that was engulfing the griffin increased. It might have been his imagination, but Bill could have sworn he could feel the tickle of raw power running up his spine. It was so bright now that nobody could even face in that direction. Bill, along with everyone else, had turned his back away from the blinding light. It was incredible. The light was stark yet appeared to pulsate as it illuminated the world around them. It was so bright that even their shadows seemed to fade away under its glare. The darkness was so sudden that Bill could not prevent the yelp of surprise he uttered. 1,000 questions popped into his head in that instant, as the light simply disappeared and left them all in what felt like complete blackness. Bill never got a chance to ask any of his 1,000 questions. It rushed out and fell upon them like a wave breaking against the shore. Unlike the blinding brilliance that had encompassed the griffin, this was softer, gentler. The glow of energy was a soothing mix of light blues and greens that swept out behind a sound like pixies giggling. Bill opened his eyes, after having closed them in anticipation of something dreadful, and found himself faced with the absolutely last thing he had expected. The titanic form of Harry's animagus was gone, disappeared without a trace, and everything was back to exactly the way it had been before. Well, nearly. The Muggle cars that had been flipped over and battered by the initial explosion were once again in perfect condition. Their metal frames were pristine and smoothly precise, the paint gleaming with a polished finish. All that was wrong was that they were all still either on their sides or completely upside down. Privet Drive itself had been repaired and the road appeared almost freshly laid. It was perfectly flat and rolling, with the customary white and yellow lines looking as if they only just been painted on. The street lamps that had been knocked askew now stood tall and straight, their light bulbs glowing a soft white that illuminated the street. All that was wrong were the crowds of dumbstruck witches, wizards and muggles scattered about. The gaping hole that the griffin's wing had torn into the side of number 2 Privet Drive was repaired. If Bill had not seen the damage done before his own eyes, he would never have known that an entire wall had been knocked out with almost casual ease. The bricks had been returned to their proper places. The few tiles that had been knocked away were back on the roof and the shattered windows were shining. All that was wrong was that the paint adorning the repairs was clearly newer and brighter. The demolished ruins of number 6 Privet Drive had seemingly been completely rebuilt from the ground up. The entire house seemed to be newly constructed. The paint on the walls was brighter and cleaner than the others and its tiles were not yet faded from sun and rain. The garden was perfect in every way and the brass number 6 on the front door gleamed in the lamp light. All that was wrong was the gap between it and its neighbor. Everything had been returned to how it had been before, perhaps even better, with a single exception. There at the start of the street was number 2, then a space, and then number 6. Number 4 Privet Drive was still gone. That plot of land was completely empty. The once neatly mowed grass and trimmed shrubs had been burned away, leaving nothing but barren earth. The bricked driveway was gone, save for a few bricks that lay near the road. And there, in the center of this vacant lot, was a hole in the ground. It filled up most of the space and was nearly 15 feet deep at its center, where the only two things that had survived number 4's destruction lay. A large, old and battered trunk with the initials, HP, engraved on the front. A completely beeped 15, nearly 16-year-old unconscious boy. Harry Potter. Ginny was the first one to reach him, having almost killed someone who had unfortunately been in her way. The poor Auror had tumbled down the slope of the crater and finished his uncontrolled descent with a rough landing and solid encounter against Harry's trunk. The contents of the trunk were now scattered about the immediate area as the bruised man painfully pulled himself up. Ginny ignored both him and the mess as she hurried to Harry and knelt down beside him. "Harry?" With a small amount of trepidation, Ginny reached out a hand and rolled Harry onto his back, shutting her eyes as she did. A moment passed and then she cracked her left eye open and then her right as both grew wide with relief and amazement. The 3 bullet wounds that had been almost fountaining blood not 15 minutes ago had completely vanished. Aside from some slight redness, there was not a trace of the life-threatening injuries that Harry had sustained at the hands of his family. "Thank Merlin, he's going to be okay," she breathed once her relief subsided enough for her rational processes to reactivate. "Don't thank me now," a voice seemed to tell her, "he's not out of the woods just yet." Ignoring the strange sensation, Ginny focused her attention wholly on Harry. She scarcely noticed as other witches and wizards descended into the crater and clustered around them. Ginny's quick, yet thorough, examination of Harry revealed nothing in the way of injury, beyond 1 or 2 small bruises that must have been sustained during his transformation back to his human form. Ginny was so relieved that Harry was no longer at death's door that she didn't even realize that he was completely without clothing. This point was only driven home when her father, cradling his broken arm against his side, draped his robe over Harry's limp body. "Our little Harry," announced a slightly bemused voice, an imperial arch-griffin. "Who would have guessed?" noted another voice, a woman this time. Ginny frowned and looked around at the people crowded into the spot that had once been occupied by number 4 Privet Drive. She could swear that people were talking, yet she could not place where the voices were coming from. Everyone was talking in low murmurs and whispers, except for these voices that sounded almost as if they were coming from right behind her. "I think she's beginning to catch on," observed a wry male, whose accent Ginny could not place, but reminded her of some of the people she had heard during her visit to Egypt. "Hush, Osiris," admonished a similar-sounding female voice, "now is not the time to joke." Ginny looked around again, trying to be surreptitious about it and not draw attention to her doing so. Besides, she was also preoccupied with Harry, whose head she had lifted and brought to rest on her lap. "Who the hell is saying all that? I'm not hearing things, am I?" "Better sit down, Virginia. Explaining this is going to take some time." Ron was engaged in a fierce argument with Fred and George when Professor Dumbledore arrived at the burrow. It had been 3 days since the end of school and the disturbing incidents that had played out at what was once number 4 Privet Drive. The crux of Ron's argument revolved around Harry, who was now residing in Ron's bed while Ron doubled up in Percy's room. Since returning to his human form, after having vaporized the Dursleys' house, Harry had been in a shock-induced coma. After an initial assessment by Madame Pomfrey at the Auror headquarters in the Ministry, Harry had been brought to the burrow at Arthur and Molly Weasley's insistence. The idea was that being in familiar surroundings and the company of people he considered friends and family would speed Harry's recovery. At least that's the working assumption. Fred and George, however, were pushing for having Harry transferred to their room instead of Ron's. They argued that the vibrant, glaring, actually, orange that suffused Ron's room would have a detrimental effect on Harry's condition. Ron's counter-argument was that Harry was in a coma and could care less about the color of the room he was staying in, as his eyes were shut. The twins responded with the belief that upon waking Harry would take one look at the bright orange walls surrounding him and promptly go back to sleep. "Honestly, how can you two be so flippant at a time like this?" exclaimed Hermione as they joined the adults at the dining table. She had flowed to the burrow only minutes after receiving Ron's letter about Harry's condition. Ron had been pleased to hear that she had told her parents, in no uncertain terms, that she would remain at the burrow until Harry recovered. Both boys' smiles dimmed a fraction before George answered in all seriousness, "We have to do something. If we just sat around twiddling our thumbs and worrying, we'd go crazy." Ron looked at them and smirked. "Too late. It is important to try keep in good spirits during times like these," observed Dumbledore, sipping the tea Molly had drawn for him. "Hopefully Harry will be up and about in a few days," said Bill, trying to be positive about the situation. He smiled and reached for a biscuit. "If he can survive, you know who I don't think a crazy muggle with a gam would be that much of a challenge." "Gun, not gam," corrected Hermione, absently, accepting a cup of tea from Molly as the 4 teenagers took their seats at the table. Ron felt proud of his success in stopping himself from rolling his eyes. "That's my own. Worried about our grammar or whatnot, even at a time like this." Charlie, who had just finishing a biscuit, turned to Dumbledore. He managed to open his mouth to speak, but did not manage to get a word out as the back door swung open. Everyone turned to look as Ginny slunk back into the house from the garden. The youngest Weasley, and the only girl, had a terse expression on her face as she walked through the kitchen. Her hair fell to her shoulders in an uncombed tangle and her clothes were wrinkled from having been slept in. "Ginny, why are you still wearing yesterday's clothes?" asked Molly Weasley, her eyebrows arched up in a faint scowl of disapproval. "I forgot to change," replied Ginny, passing from the kitchen and into the dining room without breaking stride. Her voice had a sullen and tired ring to it, devoid of the life and energy that normally bubbled within her. Without another word she exited the room and trekked up the stairs, clearly heading to Ron's room and Harry. She had hardly left his side since the incident at Privet Drive, and it had even reached the point where Hermione, who had spent the last 2 nights at the burrow, had yet to sleep in Ginny's room with Ginny actually present. She really does love him, Ron thought as he glanced at Hermione to share a worried look, both for Harry and his sister. No wonder she seems so distracted. Ginny stood in the doorway to Ron's room, currently occupied by Harry, and wondered just when she had lost hold of her sanity. Ron's room was as it had always been, every surface covered in violent orange posters and pennants. The Chudley Cannons, ninth in the league, zoomed here and there in their equally bright orange robes. "Hello, Hedwig," she greeted as she stepped into the room. The snowy owl had arrived at Privet Drive shortly after its destruction and had been redirected by Ron to the burrow. Now she sat perched on the headboard of Ron's bed, maintaining a silent vigil over Harry. Hedwig hooted softly and turned her amber eyes to Ginny as the girl closed and locked the door. The owl's eyes seemed almost mournful as she watched Ginny walk up to the bed. After permitting a quick ruffling of her feathers, Hedwig turned her somber gaze back to Harry. Ginny looked down at the boy she loved and reached out a hand to lightly stroke his cheek. It had been 3 days and he had yet to wake or move. Madame Pomfrey was staunch in her assertion that Harry would be coming to in a matter of days, but Ginny had reason to doubts. Several, highly vocal, reasons actually. He looks so pale, she thought as she gently sat down beside him, run a hand through his unruly hair. Harry's body was completely free of any injury. Even Madame Pomfrey could not find anything wrong with him, but the magic used to accomplish this had been highly unstable. Shaking herself free of her musings, Ginny stood and double-checked the intricate locking spell she had cast on the door. For what she had planning, Ginny did not want to be interrupted. If anyone did happen upon her during this crazy venture, she was certain she would die of embarrassment. "Explain to me again why I have to do this, beeped?" she asked in a whisper. Even as she spoke, she began unbuttoning her blouse. Receiving no reply, although she could have sworn she heard a snicker, Ginny pulled off her blouse and folded it neatly. Placing the clothing on Ron's dresser, she then removed her skirt and folded it as well before placing it next to her discarded shirt. Feeling oddly reluctant, even if Harry was blissfully unaware of her presence, Ginny pulled back the orange bed sheets. Chewing nervously on her bottom lip, she proceeded to divest her boyfriend of his rumpled pajamas. Removing her underwear, the last of her clothes, she hopped into the bed next to Harry and pulled the covers back up. It was truly remarkable, a piece of her mind noted, how uncomfortable she was with all this. After their dinner at the Ragnarok, and on several occasions since then, she and Harry had engaged in relatively intimate explorations of each other's bodies. Of course, Harry had been willing, not to mention awake, during those encounters. Now it felt almost like a violation of his trust in her, doing something like this without his consent or awareness. Besides which, her parents, brothers and Professor Dumbledore were downstairs. "I must be out of my mind," she muttered as she pressed against Harry, resting her head on the slope of his bare chest. "Don't worry," assured a voice, "soon you'll be in a new one." Ginny blinked. "This is not what I was expecting." Ginny blinked again. Harry sure as heck never mentioned anything like this. Ginny blinked yet again. Nor for that matter did any of the voices. "Well, you can't blame us for having a little fun now, can you?" Startled, Ginny spun around, coming face to face with a young man standing only a few feet away from her. She narrowed her eyes as she looked him over with a cautious and appraising gaze. He was fairly tall, about the same as Harry was, and same slender, yet toned, physique. His light brown hair fell to just above his shoulders and his cobalt-colored eyes sparkled merrily. With a sudden bout of apprehension, Ginny glanced down and was relieved to discover that while she had stripped beeped in Ron's room, here she was fortunately enough not beeped. The blue skirt and green blouse she had been wearing in the real world had somehow managed to find their way back onto her body, her in this realm of thought and mind. "Do I know you?" she asked after a moment. "You look familiar, but I can't." "My name, dear girl," he said, his lips twisting into an amused smile, "is Merlin." Ginny found herself unable to do anything save blink. Her mouth opened and closed several times before she managed to stutter, "You don't, I mean you look." Merlin shrugged amiably. "Unfortunately, the magical community tends to only publish pictures or paintings of me as I appeared during my 2nd century of life. Here, in the Grand Hall of the Phoenix, I can appear however I wish." Reaching out his hand, Merlin led her further into her magnificent surroundings. The Grand Hall was beyond anything Harry had described to her. The walls shimmered and glowed in vibrant reds and gold, with soft white light surrounding everything. Columns of undulating energy stretched up from the white marble floor to the distant ceiling, which was lost in a haze. "When are we going to get Harry back?" Ginny asked, forcing her attention away from the splendor of the hall. All this was undeniably impressive, but Ginny's only concern was for Harry, not metaphysical architecture. "Impatient, aren't we?" asked Merlin with a benevolent smile that reminded her of Dumbledore. Ginny scowled and shook her head. "I have priorities and Harry's top of the list. Everything else is unimportant." A voice spoke up from one side of them. "Even then, there's no reason for you to rush so. Time is highly subjective here. You could spend a month with us, within these halls, and scarcely an hour would pass in the waking world." "Who the blazes are you?" Ginny turned to face the newcomer. It was another man, also young in appearance. His long black hair was drawn into a ponytail and his dark complexion was matched by the deep burgundy and gold robes he was wearing. "I am Quetzalcoatl," he replied, indicating to one side as he spoke, "and these are the other members of the order. Or at least, the other active members." Somewhere between a dozen or two people seemed to emerge from the sides of the seemingly endless hall, a mixture of men and women from widely varied cultures. Ginny only recognized one of them, a man she knew to be Alexander the Great, one of the few famous wizards that was also known to the Muggles. "What do you mean active?" she asked, watching the others curiously. "We are not real people," explained one woman, whose dusky skin tone, black hair and accent led Ginny to recognize her as Isis, one of the voices she had heard before. Isis walked over to where Ginny, Merlin and Quetzalcoatl were standing. "We are simply echoes of past holders of the Order's power, echoes that will eventually fade away." A short, wiry man with a horned helmet and gold beard stepped forward. "Of course not all of us held the Order. Some of us are merely echoes, the people that were frequently in the company of those that did. Eventually your brother Ron, and that know-it-all Hermione, will leave their own echoes here, along with Harry's and your own." "Thank you for stating the blindingly obvious yet again, Loki," drawled an exceptionally tall and muscular man. "My pleasure, Heracles," replied Loki, executing a mocking bow as he spoke. A young bee-owned-haired woman dressed in a chain-mail suit of armor sighed. "He was being sarcastic, you Nordic oaf, honestly." Ginny turned to Merlin with raised eyebrows. "You people are weird." "No, we're just eccentric," replied an Egyptian man standing beside Isis. "Fine. You're eccentric then." Loki seemed proud of this and declared in a loud and boisterous voice, "Of course we are. We're dead. What's your excuse?" Ginny rolled her eyes, wondering how Harry had managed to retain his sanity with such a bunch of interesting individuals constantly bothering him. She arched an eyebrow at the diminutive Norseman and told him, "I am not eccentric." "That's a matter of opinion, Harry." Ginny turned on her heel so rapidly she lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Strong arms reached out just in time to catch her and hold her steady. With surprise emblazoned on her face, Ginny looked up at the smirking face of Harry Potter. For a moment she simply stood there in his tender grasp, wondering if this task she had spent the past 3 days readying herself for had truly been this easy. Frowning in confusion, Ginny looked over her shoulder as Harry released her and looked quizzically at Merlin. "Wait a minute, I thought you said Harry was missing." "He is," asserted Merlin, as if Harry wasn't standing right in front of her. "I am," agreed Harry, thoroughly confusing the poor girl. Ginny shook her head in an attempt to clear her thoughts. Unsuccessful in this, she rubbed her fingers against the bridge of her nose, feeling that the explanation she was about to hear would no doubt bring about the onset of a headache. Taking a deep breath, she rounded on Merlin, who was grinning broadly, and stated directly, "Explain. Now." Merlin's grin broadened and he chuckled before answering, "This is Harry, however he is not the Harry you need to find." A tall and slender Asian man, with a carefully cultivated mustache and goatee, nodded his agreement with Merlin's words. "Harry has been merged with the Order for nearly a year now. His mind has begun to insinuate itself into the Order's being, just as ours once did. Just as yours is doing so, now that you are fully with us." So Ginny turned back to an abashed-looking Harry. "You're not real?" "Of course I'm real. I'm here, aren't I? Even if I am only an imprint," responded Harry with a small amount of playful indignation. After a moment of playing it up, he abruptly turned serious and waved his humor aside. "Still, that's all neither here nor there. Then again, neither am I right now." The elegantly robed Asian folded his hands. "So you begin to see our problem, Ginny looked closely at Harry's duplicate, but Harry's still alive. "So how can you be here?" Normally Harry's presence would drown me out, explained the shade, since I am technically a part of Harry. If he were conscious I would not exist. Unfortunately Harry is lost to us, admitted Osiris. His body still lives, but his mind is on the cusp of death. He is imprisoned within himself, and unless you can free him. She shook her head in frustration. I don't understand. I know that his uncle shot him and he was badly hurt and his animagus transformation must have been a strain, but what's the problem? Why is he in so much danger? It was a pair of identical twins that answered. They were dressed in crude-looking togas, one lined with red and the other with blue. First to speak was the red twin. As you just said, the animagus transformation was a great strain on Harry. Not just his body but his mind. You see, continued the blue twin, Harry is an imperial arch-griffin. Such creatures were rare even before they became extinct, millennia ago. The sheer size, not to mention its magical nature, was causing an obstruction within Harry. Are you saying Harry is brain damaged? Asked Ginny, silently terrified. Madame Pomfrey's examination had given Harry a clear bill of health, but if anyone truly knew Harry's condition it was the Order of the Phoenix. Know what Romulus is saying, picked up Remus, is that when Harry transformed he was unable to effect any control over the process. A diminutive, but pretty-looking Asian girl nodded in agreement. The part of Harry that equates to his animagus form, with beast within him, took over. That is why Harry has been unable to awaken. The animal side of his mind is in control. Heracles harumphed and looked from Ginny to the kimono-clad girl and back. What Miko is trying to get across is that all that is left of Harry right now is pure instinct. To fight, flee and ahem. Chase the wenches. Finished Loki succinctly. Precisely, agreed the Greek demigod, looking both relieved that he did not have to finish the sentence himself, and annoyed at the Norseman's bluntness. Ginny turned to Merlin. Even though he was not the oldest of those assembled, she felt a kinship with him that reminded her greatly of Professor Dumbledore. But why haven't you helped him? Merlin sighed and indicated a distant door that she had not noticed before. Can you imagine having to constantly share your mind, your existence, with a multitude of other people? People who are not even truly alive. It would drive you insane. So you can't enter Harry's mind, said Ginny as the realization dawned upon her. She looked at the door and noticed that, despite its out-of-place plainness compared to the rest of the Grand Hall, it was somehow separate from everything surrounding it. Somehow she understood the symbolism of it. A door that led the way into Harry's mind. We can enter Harry's mind, corrected Alexander, but only when Harry grants us entrance. Since he is otherwise occupied we are unable to help him. You on the other hand. You want me to go into Harry's mind and rescue him? Ginny asked, managing to sound incredulous even though she had seen this coming. The assorted members of the Order, men and women, exchanged unreadable glances and then turned en masse to face her in chorus. Surprise? Ginny arched an eyebrow imperiously. I don't like surprises. Don't worry, there won't be any more, assured Remus, grinning broadly and motioning Ginny towards the door. In my experience, there always are, Ginny replied in a wry tone of voice. Without so much as a blink she gripped the doorknob and swung the door wide open, stepping quickly across the threshold. There was a white moment of timeless nothing and then Ginny found herself stumbling forward onto solid ground. With a surprised expression on her face Ginny looked around her, feeling her eyes widening as she took in the view. Standing upon a slightly elevated grassy bluff Ginny slowly turned in a circle and gaped at her surroundings. She had never expected that Harry's mind would prove so wondrous. So, what happens now? Damned if I know, she could sense Merlin's shrug. We're making this up as we go along. Ginny had recently made a resolution that, regardless of what happened, when next she saw Merlin or any of the other members of the Order of the Phoenix, she was going to kick their asses all the way from the Burrow to Hogwarts. My feet are killing me, she groaned as she trudged along. Who would have thought Harry's mind could be so damn big? Indeed? Asked Merlin, his voice sounding vaguely amused. Ginny glowered. Yes. Indeed. For Merlin's sake, I've been running around this menagerie for what seems like days. There was tired and almost disgruntled sounding sigh. As we told you, time here is highly subjective. In reality only a few minutes have passed, perhaps not even that long. And will you please stop that? Stop what? Merlin's sake. Sweet Merlin. Great Merlin. Merlin's beard. Holy Merlin.
That touchy subject, eh? Asked Ginny impishly, noting as she did that she was drawing close to another forest. Without hesitating she veered to one side, making certain that she would pass a fair distance from the woods. During her time in Harry's mindscape, which was a magnificent and magical realm, Ginny had only once approached one of the few forests. At first, from a distance, it had seemed almost as wondrous as the rest of Harry's world. But as she'd come closer, the forest had become clearer and at the same time darker in appearance. It had reminded her frighteningly of the Forbidden Forest by Hogwarts, and Ginny had been afraid to risk entering it. The chilling screams and cries echoing from within the trees had done nothing to ease her apprehension. Some of the howls she had recognized as the voices of the Dursleys, constantly berating and demeaning whomever they were directed to. They were his memories, she recalled, of how the Dursleys used to treat him. Since then she had steered well clear of these places, focusing her search for Harry across the rolling emerald hills and crystalline lakes. As she trekked through the fields of ankle-deep grass, Ginny turned her gaze upwards, searching the sky above for any hint of approaching night. The sky was a bright and clear blue, occasionally spotted with white, fluffy-looking clouds. Every so often, but at irregular intervals, the sky would darken to a deep indigo, with streaks of violet and orange radiating from the never-setting sun. It would dip low towards the horizon, but never truly disappeared from view. There were buildings as well, although Ginny had not been able to explore more than a handful thus far. They appeared here and there, scattered about the landscape. Some, mostly tall, thin and unstable-looking towers, were positioned on top of the low hills that dominated this world. Others, usually small and comfortable cottages, were located alongside bubbling streams or small lakes. Ginny had even seen what appeared to be the now in the waking world non-existent number 4 Privet Drive. How it had managed to appear in the depths of Harry's mind Ginny did not know, but she had studiously avoided the seemingly innocent dwelling. She reasoned that Privet Drive would, considering Harry's experiences there, not be a pleasant place to visit. By far the most interesting, and most disturbing structure Ginny had found was the burrow. It had been duplicated almost perfectly, clearly a replica constructed from Harry's memories of the times he had spent there. The sense of déjà vu that had come over Ginny during her short inspection of her home had been unnerving to say the least. It felt just like home, only so horribly empty. At the moment, in her search for Harry, Ginny was steadily making her way to a range of distant, snow-capped mountains. Whenever she stood at the crest of one of the many hills, and if she squinted, Ginny thought she could make out what looked suspiciously like Hogwarts Castle. Unfortunately, her journey towards the faraway mountains and castle seemed to be taking on the aspect of chasing after a mirage. She had been walking for hours, or perhaps days, or even weeks, yet the foothills and twisting spires of Hogwarts remained just on the edge of the horizon. After a while spent contemplating the strange beauty of Harry's personal world, Ginny turned her attention back to Merlin. The most famous wizard in history, barring perhaps the 4 founders, Dumbledore and Harry, was rambling on about how people kept invoking his name. He was currently complaining about how he was blamed for the divorce rate of socks when Ginny interrupted. "Why is this taking so long?" she asked. "Harry's mind can't go on forever, can it?" "Actually it can. A person's mind is only as limited as their imagination," replied the voice she had come to identify as Isis, "and Harry's imagination is almost boundless." Ginny frowned and drew to a weary halt. "So how, exactly, do you suggest I set about finding Harry? He could be anywhere." "Simple, my dear," replied Merlin, "follow the screams." She almost took his comment as an attempt at sarcasm, but stopped her comeback when a low, keening wail reached her ears. Tilting her head to one side, Ginny focused on the sound and tried to determine in which direction it lay. Several minutes of silence passed before Ginny heard anything else, but this time the sound was different. It was not a howl of pain, but a roar of pure, animalistic fury. Ginny felt her mouth go dry as she recognized the fierce battle cry. She had heard it only a matter of days ago, in the real world, during and shortly after the destruction of number 4 Privet Drive. Shrieks of what could only be agonizing pain followed close on the heels of the primordial roar, which was repeated again and again. Loud cracks and booms of heavy objects crashing against each other resounded through the shallow valley Ginny was standing in. Challenging bellows rose into the air, only to be cut off by more cries of pain and howls of a mindless bloodlust. "Better hurry," urged the deep voice of Beowulf.
I do not think the battle will last that much longer. It was not difficult to determine in which direction the action was taking place, for clouds of dust and dirt were being kicked up. Ginny broke into a run, hurrying up the low hill between herself and the waging battle. Twice she stumbled in her haste and almost fell to the ground, but somehow she managed to remain on her feet. Cresting the top of the hill, Ginny skidded to a halt. At the base of the hill, between a small stream and a cluster of oak trees, a war was being waged. It was too fierce and bloody to be thought of as anything less than a war. After that moment when she saw them, locked together in mortal combat, Ginny knew the meaning of a clash between titans. "Oh my God," she breathed, "Harry." The destruction of Number 4 Privet Drive several days earlier had been an eye-opener for Ginny. Until then she had never truly comprehended just how powerful Harry actually was. He had always tempered his unmatchable strength with an iron will and stern self-discipline. Now, however, Harry was no longer in control, and the power of the Order was being unleashed in a fit of unequaled carnage. Not all that far below where Ginny was standing, Harry, in the form of an Imperial Arch-Griffin, was locked in a bloody battle with 5 dragons. All 5 were identical with the coal-black hides that marked them as Hungarian horntails. No, Ginny quickly realized that she was wrong. Harry was not fighting 5 horntails. He was wrestling against only 2. The other 3 were already dead. Even though Ginny knew that it was not truly Harry, she could not help but be awed by the fluid grace and predatory intelligence with which the griffin fought. With a nimbleness Ginny would never have expected from such a large creature, the griffin hopped to one side, narrowly dodging a fiery blast from one of the horntails. The double-fisted blow that the griffin then dealt, only an instant later, knocked the huge black dragon into the air and back 50 yards. The horntail fell to the earth with a ground-shaking crash and skidded for several yards before coming to a stop. Before the dragon had even hit the earth, the griffin had spun around and leapt upon the second horntail. His taloned claws slashed down across the dragon's chest in a crosswise motion. As the dragon staggered back under the assault, the griffin crouched low and swung himself in a tight arc, the razor-sharp golden tips of his right wing slicing into the horntail. The griffin jumped back as thick red blood sprayed out from the jagged wound and kicked out with one of his legs, knocking the mortally wounded dragon back. "Sweet and merciful heavens," thought Ginny with reluctant admiration, "he's tough." Blood coated the griffin's arms up to the elbow and was dripping in sheets from the claws on his feet and the blades edging his wings. The horntail thrashed wildly about as its hind legs collapsed underneath it. The beast mewed pitifully as its lifeblood seeped from its belly, dripping to the ground where tendrils of smoke began to rise as the grass started to burn from the intense heat. The griffin threw back its head to roar in triumph over his victory. His victory was short-lived, however, as the other dragon had managed to stumble onto its feet again and launch itself at the distracted griffin. With an almost gleeful roar, the dragon's head swung in, narrow jaws parted wide, and the horntail sank its fangs into the griffin's neck. A howl of pain mixed with rage sounded as the griffin staggered under the dragon's weight. "Emigod!" breathed Ginny in terror, feeling horrified that Harry was being hurt. She reached for her wand without thinking, only to come up empty-handed. Her wand was currently resting on the nightstand in Ron's room, practically a world away at the moment. A moment later, however, Ginny's fears were allayed as Harry fought off the dragon single-handedly. Literally. With the horntail clinging to his back like a limpet, its teeth buried in his neck, the griffin reached back with his right arm and grabbed it by one of the horns crowning its head. For a moment the horntail paused, as if confused by the contact. With a furious bellow the griffin doubled over, pulling at the same time and tossing the dragon over his shoulder. As the dragon crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust, the griffin swung his left arm down in a cross. With a sound like tearing canvas, his already blood-stained, golden talons cleaved through one of the dragon's wings. The leathery membrane seemed to part at the seams and the fallen beast howled in agony and fury. The griffin spun deftly around on his legs and began raining blows upon the horntail, his fists striking the dragon's armored hide with solid thunks. Several loud cracks echoed through the air and the dragon squealed with pain, thrashing violently as it tried to pull away from the rampaging animagus. Heaving with all its strength, the horntail managed to roll to one side and push itself off the ground and into a low crouch. Its tattered wing hung limply at its side. With what seemed like desperation, The dragon breathed a stream of fire towards its opponent, but it was to no avail. The griffin ducked down low and the tongue of flame passed harmlessly above his back, scarcely even brushing his tightly furled wings. With an anticipatory roar, the griffin leapt up from below and slashed his right hand across the dragon's face in a vicious uppercut. The dragon dropped to the ground, the left side of its head torn to bloody ribbons. As it fell, the griffin ducked in even closer and tore at the horntail's exposed throat with his golden fangs. The horntail tried to resist its foe, but its weak struggles quickly died away, and after a minute or so, it simply hung limp. The griffin growled and shook his head about, refusing to release his hold on the dragon until all signs of life had finally fled. Once he was certain the horntail was truly dead, the griffin relaxed his jaws and let the body fall away with a contemptuous snarl. He backed away several giant strides and stared down at his defeated foe. A minute passed, then two, and then the griffin threw back its head and roared in exultation. It was a sound that conveyed so many primal emotions and feelings that Ginny shuddered when she heard it. It was satisfaction. It was revelry. It was enjoyment. It was terrifying. It was looking at her. Several seconds passed before that realization sank into Ginny's awareness, and when it did, the teenaged girl was only able to think two words. Oh shit. It was perhaps fortunate for Ginny that she was unaware of the fact that these were statistically the most popular last words used by people who died violent deaths. Merciful God, he's going to eat me, she whispered, finding her gaze locked with the burning emerald orbs that were now fixed upon her. Not like that, she snapped a moment later. Somehow Ginny knew what kind of lewd train of thought was making its way around the order. I mean literally, he's going to swallow me up whole. Apparently the griffin was thinking along much the same lines as Ginny was, for he was eyeing her in a manner usually reserved for hors d'oeuvres. A thrumming growl rumbled from deep within his chest, like two boulders grinding together. His lips parted, in what Ginny could swear was a toying smirk, revealing his glistening fangs. Like the Hogwarts Express steaming along at full throttle, the griffin charged towards where Ginny was standing on the low-lying hill. He was moving so rapidly that he appeared as little more than a large, snowy white blur, edged in gold. With a semi-terrified yelp, Ginny jumped to the side, barely escaping the marauding animagus as it tore up the ground where she had been only a moment before. Unfortunately, Ginny lost her footing during her leap to safety and quickly found herself tumbling down the slope of the hill. Instinctively she tried to halt her ungainly, not to mention painful, descent. However, a frustrated roar from the griffin convinced Ginny that her priority was to get as far from the 100-foot-tall monster as possible. After rolling nearly all the way to the foot of the hill, Ginny quickly scrabbled onto her hands and knees, pushing off into a desperate run. She had made perhaps 30 or 40 yards when a large shadow swept over her. A moment later Ginny skidded to a halt as the griffin dropped to earth 50 yards in front of her, on the other side of the small brook that was bubbling along. Oh hell, I forgot he could fly, she muttered as the griffin tucked his wings behind him and growled menacingly at her. This isn't reality, Ginny, a voice reminded her as panic began to set in, remember that. How exactly does this help me? She asked waspishly, her eyes never straying from the giant animal across from her. Real or not, he's going to crush me like a bug at this rate. All this is just a state of mind, and not just Harry's, but yours as well. The griffin began to stalk slowly towards Ginny, each step causing the earth to tremble beneath her feet. She licked her lips and swallowed, not bothering to turn and run because she knew she would never be able to outrun such a predator. So, if it's only a state of mind, then change your state of mind. The Imperial Arch-Griffin was, if nothing else, exceedingly surprised by the turn of events he had just witnessed. The puny prey animal he had been hunting was no longer a puny prey animal to be hunted. Even more surprising was how powerfully she slammed into him. Even those large black fire animals he had fought earlier had not been this strong. The unexpected impact knocked the griffin over, toppling him back with his newfound opponent falling on top of him, faster than thought. Acting on the pure instinct that had served him so well up until now, the griffin rolled with the movement. He managed to wedge his legs between his body and the not prey animal. Still rolling backwards, the griffin heaved and bucked with all his might, kicking out hard against his foe. She was launched high into the air, obviously surprised by his retaliation. The instant he was free of her hold, the griffin leapt to his feet and spun to face her, roaring in challenge at the strangely familiar creature he was fighting. Her massive, yet slender and streamlined body twisted in the air, and after a moment of almost, but not quite, controlled flight, she smashed into the ground. A sharp cry of pain escaped from her as she collided with one of the pine trees that lined the stream they were fighting near. The griffin watched expectantly as wood splintered and cracked, unable to withstand her weight and inertia. As the tree twisted to one side and fell down, the griffin watched with something akin to disbelief as the female flipped over. Her lithe body swung up and over, landing lightly amidst the surviving trees. A new feeling made itself known to the griffin as the female crouched in a low and threatening posture, arms spread wide and gleaming teeth bared. Unlike the black fire animals, this female was not weak and soft and slow, she was answering his challenge. He felt approval. The female bent her legs until her knees were almost touching the ground, and then, a roar of her own, she kicked off and into the air. The broad spans of her snow-feathered wings beat down in 3 short bursts, lifting her high above him. He watched as she rose against the backdrop of a vermilion and orange-streaked sky. The female's movements were cautious and unsteady, revealing her inexperience at flying, but still, he felt it again. Approval, yes. But different somehow. More satisfying, like the sensation he remembered after his first kill, while feeling the thick blood of his prey sliding thickly, hotly, down his throat. Pride? Baring his teeth in a mockery of a grin, he too pushed off and away from the earth beneath him. The strokes of his wings were sure and confident, allowing him to quickly catch and bear down upon the female. She attempted to maneuver away from him, spinning in a tight arc and trying to slash at him with the razor edges of her wings. With what was almost a barking laugh, he reached out with one taloned hand and gripped her tightly by the ankle. He jerked almost playfully downwards and reached up with his other hand to cup the back of her head. Pulling with all his might, and aided by his wings, he levered himself above her while at the same time forcing her down. His right leg lashed out and the heel of his foot crashed into her sternum. She fell to earth a great deal faster than she had risen above it. With a thunderous crash that kicked up a cloud of dust, leaves and blossoms, the female crashed into a grove of cherry trees. The tiny pink flowers erupted into the air, reminding him of snow falling during the cold season. He landed just outside the line of trees, peering into the veil of pink that had yet to settle. He did not have to wait very long. With her wings tucked tightly behind her back, the female burst from the swirling blossoms, her white fur mottled with the tiny pink flowers. Harry had only a moment to blink before she was upon him, raining blows into his chest and stomach. Caught off guard, he staggered back, trying to ward off her attack. He could hear a deep growl of frustration resonating from the female as she fought. She was angry, he could smell the change in her scent. No, she was not angry. His distraction cost him as the female twisted and kicked him hard in the chest. Harry teetered back and barely managed to duck under a swing at his head. Unfortunately, her other arm curved in at around the same time, and a stinging bite told him that Ginny's gold talons had torn into his shoulder. She's pissed off. Although he never saw it himself, Harry would be told many times in the future that the look which suddenly flashed upon his face had been almost indescribable. Whenever the topic would be brought up, Ginny would begin to giggle, then chuckle, then laugh, the cackle, and eventually fall to the ground and roll on the floor, unable to breathe from her mirth. The sleek, undeniably beautiful, yet undeniably lethal, imperial arch-griffin that was standing across from him paused in her attack. Her furious attack tapered off to a halt in only a second, and she jumped several large steps backwards, giving Harry a wide berth. They stood there, staring, for long minutes before anything happened. "Ginny?" asked Harry, his leonine face taking on a timid, uncertain expression, at least as timid and uncertain as an imperial arch-griffin could manage. He blinked with surprise at the deep timbre of his voice, but continued to ask, "Is that you?" "Last time I checked, yes," replied Ginny, sounding very much relieved. Even so, she cautiously kept her guard up, weary of continued attack from Harry. Harry blinked again and looked at Ginny. With an appraising gaze, he noted the shimmering white fur and the feathered wings. After several moments of silence, in which Harry tried to gather his thoughts, he eventually managed to say, "You look different." Ginny cocked a wry eyebrow at him, something of an accomplishment for a griffin, and noted in a wry tone of voice, "I'm not the only one." Puzzled by her meaning, Harry glanced down at himself and could not help the double take, nor the startled exclamation that followed. He lifted his clawed hands in front of him, looking with awe at the gleaming golden talons, and asked in a hushed voice, "What's happened to me?" "What do you remember?" asked Ginny, easing out of her weary stance and slowly approaching him. "Uncle Vernon, he," replied Harry, frowning as he struggled to remember. Shaking his head in pain, in an attempt to clear the cobwebs from his brain, Harry felt his eyes grow wide as the memories began to flood back to him. "Son of a bi.ch, he shot me. Then what? It was inside of me, something. It got loose." Ginny rumbled in what Harry took as a chuckle, took most of Privet Drive with it too. Harry then asked the one question he thought could explain this mess he had suddenly found himself in. "Am I dead?" As he asked, he felt a strange sensation wash over him, a tingling in his arms, legs and body. His muscles felt like they were both cramping and turning into jelly at the same time. Also, everything in the world seemed to become bigger. When he turned to look at Ginny, he was surprised to see that she was looking just as he remembered her, no longer an imperial archgriffin, but a 15-year-old girl. He waved a hand nervously in front of him and explained his reasoning. "I mean, he shot me." "I know," Ginny admitted, ducking her head. "I felt it." "Sorry," apologized Harry, wincing at the thought that his pain was also hers. Ginny literally jumped at him then, latching her arms around him in a fierce hug. Her legs wrapped around his waist, and a moment later Harry found himself sitting on a patch of torn-up grass with a shaking Ginny crying into his shoulder. "Oh God, Harry. I'm so sorry." Naturally, Harry did not have any idea why Ginny was getting herself so worked up about this. "Sorry? For what?" "For not being there for you," explained Ginny, in broken words scattered between her sobs. "You couldn't have known." Harry tried to soothe her, gently rubbing his hands across her back in languid circles. Unfortunately, this did not have the desired effect of calming her down. If anything, Ginny's sobbing increased to the point where she was bawling her eyes out. "I left you alone. I knew what they were like, and I left you with them. I'm so sorry." Harry continued to softly caress her, reaching up with one hand to cup her chin and pull her away from his shoulder. "SSSHH. It's all right, Jin," he told her. "It's all okay now. I'm never leaving you alone again, Harry. Never," she vowed decisively, loosening her grip on him to poke him in the chest with a finger. "Even if you don't want me, I'm not going to stay away. You'll never be alone again. I promise." Harry looked into her glistening brown eyes and smiled. "I'll never leave you either, Ginny," he told her, leaning in to tenderly press his lips against hers. The hand which had been cupping her chin reached around to play through her hair and pull her tightly against him. The key lasted for what was either an age or an instant, or possibly both. "Jin?" asked Harry as he pulled back, but still gently stroked his hand through her hair. "Yes, Harry? Where the heck are we? I have never truly realized the depths of stupidity Minister Fudge is capable of, until now." Sirius Black cocked a wry eyebrow as Arthur Weasley strode purposefully into the kitchen at the burrow. With a huff, the balding man pulled out a chair and almost threw himself into it, his face marred with an angry scowl. "He may be a stubborn, officious buffoon," admitted Dumbledore, sipping his tea, "but, thanks to Harry's efforts, he is a stubborn, officious buffoon that is on our side." "You say that as if it were a good thing," noted Sirius, twirling a biscuit in his fingers. Remus, sitting opposite Sirius, chuckled appreciatively and reached for a scone. "I only wish I had been there to see Fudge's face when Harry told him about that poison." Fred and George, sitting to either side of Sirius, started giggling like 5-year-olds as they pictured the scene. They had both been extremely taken by the recent revelation that Sirius and Remus were in fact the infamous Padfoot and Moony. Of course they, along with Bill and Charlie, had come within a hair's breadth of stunning Sirius when he revealed himself, changing back from his animagus form to human before their eyes not half an hour before. It had taken some quick explaining on the parts of Ron, Hermione and Remus to convince them of his innocence. "Can't believe he did that," chortled Fred. "Poisoning the minister's cup of tea," laughed George. "Oh, I would have paid galleons to see that happen." Molly Weasley, returning to the table with a fresh pot of tea, frowned at the two boys. "Fred, George, this is no laughing matter. Be serious for once." Sirius watched with amusement as the twins put on indignant expressions and announced in stereo, "We're being serious." "Somehow I doubt that," noted Hermione, who was sitting next to Ron. Fred looked over at her in mock disbelief and asked, "Why don't you believe us?" Charlie Weasley sat his cup down on the table and stated, "Experience." "You're never serious," agreed Bill. "Hey, he resembles that remark," declared George in mock outrage, pointing at Sirius. "Boys," warned Arthur, hiding his smile behind the rim of his teacup as he took a sip. Molly placed the pot of tea in the center of the kitchen table and sat down in her place next to her husband, shaking her head with disapproval. She glared at the two pranksters in a manner not dissimilar to a saber-toothed tiger and then turned to Sirius apologetically. "I'm so sorry for how rude they're being. They simply refuse to act like proper gentlemen." Sirius waved her apology aside, still twirling his biscuit. "Nothing to get upset about, Molly. If anything, I was probably worse when I was their age." "I'll vouch for that," agreed Remus with a smirk. "Oh, put a sock in it, Moony. Did you ever dye all the Slytherins pink?" asked Fred, or it might have been George, with interest. Both boys leaned eagerly forward, only to have their mother scold them for pestering their guests. Any further byplay was cut short when Dumbledore cleared his throat. Once everyone's attention was gathered, the headmaster turned to Arthur. His eyebrows were raised in question, and he asked in a calm voice, "What has Cornelius decided about the Dursley family's disposition?" Arthur scowled deeply, forewarning Sirius that the news he was about to deliver would not be what they desired to hear. "The arrogant fool will not be pressing charges. He isn't even planning to have an obliviator change their memories of what happened. In fact, he's offering to resettle them in a new home, with 1,000 galleons taken from the Potter Vault as compensation for the destruction of Privet Drive." Exclamations of disbelief and muted fury swept across the table at this announcement. "That rat bastard!" shouted Ron, angrily slamming his fist on the table top. "Ronald Weasley, I'll tolerate no such language in this house," berated Molly, glaring fiercely at her youngest son. Ron jumped up from his seat, waving his arms about. "But it's true. That fat fool, Dursley, actually shot Harry, and all Fudge does is try and cover it up. He apologizes to them and actually uses Harry's money to pay them off." Reaching up from where she was still sitting, Hermione grabbed hold of Ron's shoulder and pulled him back down to his seat. After waiting for him to take several calming breaths, the bushy-haired teenager looked across the table to Dumbledore. "Can they honestly pay the Dursleys with money from Harry's vault?" "Unfortunately," admitted Dumbledore, frowning with displeasure. "Cornelius is doubtless bitter regarding Harry's control over him. He must be using this as an opportunity to exact some measure of revenge against him." "Smarmy git," growled Sirius. "Dursley shot him, and Harry's the one that has to pay for it. I'm more than tempted to pay them both a visit and give them a piece of my mind." Remus shook his head. "Harry did destroy Privet Drive using magic illegally out of school in doing so. With Harry's gunshot wounds completely healed, we have no physical proof that Dursley made any attempt on his life." Ron smashed his fist onto the table again. "I saw it. So did Mum and Dad. So did Ginny." Arthur and Molly visibly cringed at the mention for their daughter's name. Arthur brought his cup to his lips and sipped his tea. Lowering the cup to the table, he nervously cleared his throat and glanced through the kitchen door towards the stairs. "I don't doubt Ginny will be rather unhappy with this news." "No kidding," agreed Fred. "She'll probably apparate to the ministry and rip Fudge a new one." "Fred Weasley." Fred shrugged unapologetically. On Sirius' other side, George leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. "Don't joke, she probably would and probably could. When it comes to Harry, Ginny wouldn't hesitate doing something like that." Charlie nodded in agreement with George's assessment. "From what I've seen and heard, she just might at that. Don't forget how she literally blew Harry off his feet while the rest of us combined could barely manage to make him twitch." "I never thought they would grow so close so quickly," muttered Molly, slumping in her chair. "They're both so young, Ginny especially." "Virginia cannot stay your little girl forever, Molly," observed Dumbledore with a hint of reproach in his voice. Molly sighed dejectedly. "I know. But I was hoping she could wait until she was older. 18, 19, maybe 50. Dumbledore smiled and poured himself another cup of tea. "Young love, it is a wonderful thing to watch as it blossoms." even if it does herald the beginning of a child's growth into adulthood. Sirius nodded his agreement and wistfully said, James and Lily were much the same, weren't they? Although Lily did tend to bash prongs upside his thick skull a bit more, noted Remus, smiling serenely as he nibbled on a biscuit. I think Ginny's the only one that could smack Harry, admitted Ron thoughtfully. This thing she has with the Order. Any further trains of thought on the matter were abruptly derailed at their stations when a wave of shimmering blue and green energy washed through the burrow kitchen. Sirius almost fell out of his chair as a tickling sensation on his skin built to a peak and then faded away just as quickly, accompanied by what sounded like pixies laughing merrily in the distance. Remus, who had spilled his tea, pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at his dripping shirt. He looked across at Sirius and then Dumbledore as everyone jumped to their feet. What the devil was that? He asked. Harry, breathed Dumbledore, as well as all of the Weasleys. Without any need to continue speaking, the entire group fled the kitchen at a dead run, Sirius leading the way in his excitement. He bounded up the crooked staircase, taking 3 steps at a time, with Ron and Hermione close on his heels. Reaching the top, Sirius charged down the narrow passage towards the door marked as Ronald's room. Sirius grabbed the doorknob and pulled. After a moment he changed from pulling to pushing. Without even a creak of protest, the door to Ron's room remained firmly shut. Sirius jiggled the knob and swore under his breath. Ron and Hermione had caught up with him, closely followed by Fred, George and Remus. Not much later the other adults arrived, Molly Weasley puffing with a hand at her side as Dumbledore strode up to stand just behind Sirius. I can't open it, growled Sirius angrily, bashing his shoulder against the door in an attempt to force his way in. Permit me, Sirius, said the headmaster, placing a restraining hand on his shoulder. As Sirius backed down a step or two, Dumbledore drew out his wand and began waving it at the door. After a minute of careful work he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Young Virginia appears to be more adept at locking spells than any of us had thought. Arthur looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. Ginny? Our Ginny locked the door with a spell? The old wizard nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin with a finger as he considered the door that barred their way. With a slight frown he cast a spell that Sirius was unfamiliar with, and a second later the door swung open with a soft creak. First into the room were Ron and Hermione, who barged past the adults, only to come to such an abrupt halt that everyone piled into each other. Sirius, who had followed immediately after the 2 youngsters, almost tripped over them but managed to retain his balance. Looking over their heads he instantly spotted Harry and Ginny. In bed. Together. Naked. Sirius' thought processes were about to shut down and go into hibernation when Molly began to yell in indignation and outrage. Virginia Weasley, what the devil do you think you are doing? Virginia Weasley, what the devil do you think you are doing? Waking me up, rasped Harry. Lying in Ron's bed, slowly having full consciousness return to him, Harry could only compare how he felt to an ant being stepped on by a dragon. No, not a dragon, something bigger, Dudley, maybe. His muscles, even the ones he had not known about, were throbbing painfully with every breath he took. Ginny had told him about how he had annihilated number 4 Privet Drive, as well as his little rampage afterwards. He just had not expected it to hurt this much. And speaking of Ginny, it was a very good thing that his girlfriend had confessed that they would be waking up beeped in Ron's bed together. Otherwise Harry might have had a similar reaction to Mrs. Weasley upon slowly rising out of Morpheus' grip. As it was, he could feel Ginny's body pressing against him in ways that were causing havoc with his blood circulation. Cautiously Harry opened his eyes. First he opened his left, with which he briefly surveyed Ron's room and the dumbstruck forms of the Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Remus and Professor Dumbledore. After a moment wondering how he was going to talk his way out of this one, Harry cracked open his right eye and looked up at the beautiful face hovering over him. Harry? Asked Ginny, her voice trembling as she gazed down at him with worried eyes. Last time I checked, yeah, Harry confirmed, noticing how hoarse his voice sounded. The relief that swept over Ginny was palpable, and Harry could feel the tension drain out of her as her body relaxed against his. This naturally drew Harry's attention back to the fact that both he and Ginny were somewhat lacking in the clothing department. Ginny was lying atop of him, the full length of her body pressed against him. Beneath the sheets that were drawn up to her shoulders, he could feel that their legs had become entwined, Her right arm was resting along his side and her hand grasped his left shoulder, while her other hand and fingers were higher up and stroking his temple. As she sagged against him, Harry could feel Ginny's easts against his chest and her hips straddling his own. The burning heat of her body was suffusing his aching limbs and torso with a delicious warmth that made him want to remain in that bed with her forever. You know, she does feel good. I could get used to this. Would you be so kind to explain to me, young lady, roared Molly Weasley, loud enough to eclipse even a howler for sheer volume, what in Merlin's name you were doing in here? Out the corner of his eye, Harry could see the still gob-smacked forms of the other Weasleys, along with Hermione, his favorite defense against the dark arts professor and his wayward godfather. Only Professor Dumbledore seemed to be taking the situation in stride, a faint smile gracing his lips. Molly continued her tirade, pushing her way to the front of the gawking crowd clustered around the doorway. Her usually pleasant face was a shade of red that Harry felt could match that of a sun-ripened tomato, lounging about in your own brother's bed, on top of a sick boy, without any clothes on. Harry, in a sudden fit of mischief brought on by seeing Fred and George, reached a hand up to gently stroke Ginny's bare shoulder and draw her attention away from the looming ferocity of her mother. A devious scheme was beginning to form in his mind, and he decided it would definitely be worth it just to see the looks on their faces. Besides which, it'll divert Molly's attention to me instead of Ginny. If things get out of hand, I can also pretend I was delusional at the time. Gin? He asked as his young girlfriend drew back enough to look into his eyes again. Her fiery red tresses framed her face and cascaded to either side of his head, tickling his cheeks. Yes, Harry? Asked Ginny, around the continuing rants Molly was blasting her with. My one and only daughter going around and acting like a Arlet woman, no shame or decorum whatsoever. Harry put on the most earnest and innocent expression he could muster and, in what he hoped was a slightly confused tone of voice, asked, Are we awake now? Ginny smiled slightly and nodded her head. Yes, Harry. Will not tolerate my flesh and blood, my children, living in sin under my own roof. Oh good. Harry frowned as if puzzled and then asked, Gin? Yes, Harry? Am I beeped? Saying those words and keeping a straight face doing so was one of the hardest things Harry had ever done, but somehow he succeeded. He struggled to hide the amusement he knew was beginning to sparkle in his eyes as Ginny immediately began to blush profusely, and Molly's invectives almost faltered for a moment before switching to a new line of attack. Do you know what you have done? The poor boy, at the very brink of death's door, barely aware of what's going on around him, and you practically beep him. Yes, Harry, Ginny admitted in an embarrassed voice. Oh good. Harry nodded in acceptance, making it look as if he were taking her answer in a somewhat dazed stride. After a few seconds pretending to consider it, while Molly continued to rain her outrage down on Ginny, Harry frowned again and queried, Gin? Yes, Harry? Responded the still blushing teenager, gently biting down on her bottom lip. Despite his best efforts, Harry could not totally suppress his own faint blush as he asked, Are you beeped? This time Ginny managed to turn a truly remarkable shade of red, as did Molly and everyone else present, with the sole exception being Dumbledore. In fact, the headmaster was the only person present that tried to calm Mrs. Weasley, but had yet to get a word in edgewise. Ginny's blush was so complete that even her faint smattering of freckles disappeared beneath it. Yes, Harry. Climbing into bed. With Harry Potter no less, not a shred of respect or concern for the dear boy's sensitive nature or condition. I did not raise you to a CT like this, Virginia. Oh good. Harry knew that he did not have much time left. The struggle to mask his growing amusement was becoming more difficult with each second, and his ears were beginning to ring from Mrs. Weasley's continued bellows. Morgana's bane, I don't know how I'll be able to show my face in the village if word of this ever got out. He glanced at the others, noting how everyone except Dumbledore were practically cowering as Molly paced back and forth. Harry looked at Ginny, who was still lying across his chest and stomach, and was distressed to see guilty tears beginning to form in her bright brown eyes. Gin? He asked. Yes, Harry? Asked Ginny in a plaintive tone, her bottom lips trembling. And your father, did you even bother to consider him? They could bring him up on charges for this? Harry is our responsibility while staying in this house. Harry glanced one last time at the marauding Molly Weasley and then asked in a perfectly calm voice, "We haven't done anything yet, have we?" If Ginny had been blushing furiously before, she was now almost glowing the same color as the setting sun. She looked down at him with obvious horror and moved her mouth, but failed to produce any words. Molly, who had just been starting on the idea of having Ginny transferred from Hogwarts to a remote nunnery in Northern Ireland, trailed off abruptly. She stopped in mid-pace and crossed her arms, watching and waiting for her daughter's reply. After several seconds of gaping down at Harry in shocked disbelief, Ginny managed to gather enough of her wits to shake her head and say, "No, Harry." "Thank every merciful angel," breathed Molly in an almost inaudible prayer. Everyone else, most notably Arthur and the assorted Weasley brothers, also seemed to heave sighs of relief. With a theatrical sigh of disappointment, Harry sank his head back against the pillow. He looked up at Ginny, feeling his impassive mask beginning to crack, and sighed, "Oh pity." What sounded like a soft snort of amusement from Dumbledore caused Harry's eyes to flick to where the others were standing by the door. The aged wizard's mustache was twitching with mirth and his blue eyes twinkled merrily over the rims of his spectacles. "What?" Molly jerked upright and stared at Harry, her eyes so wide with shock that he was almost worried they might pop right out of their sockets. Her face, which had only just begun returning to its normal color, immediately flushed a deep red once again as Mrs. Weasley started sputtering. Sirius and Remus, standing to either side Professor Dumbledore, had uplifted expressions on their faces as they watched. Rather, it was Sirius that appeared delighted by the events unfolding before him, while Remus watched with what looked like appalled resignation. The Weasleys appeared to be simply speechless. Arthur was running his hand nervously through his already thinning hair, but otherwise seemed to be taking everything in stride. Bill and Charlie looked uncertain as how to react and were alternating between shock and amusement. The twins, Fred and George, were grinning in a greatly disturbing fashion. Ron was staring at Harry and Ginny with an expression that matched the one Harry remembered seeing that time during their second year when they had snuck into the Forbidden Forest and been captured by the Acromantulas. Hermione, whose shoulder Ron was holding in a white-knuckled death grip, was flushed almost as red as Ginny and was staring fixedly at her shoes. "Got him," thought Harry, his mouth curling into a mischievous grin as he looked back at Ginny. His girlfriend, and now bed-partner, was watching him with narrowed eyes. "Oh. You little sneak," she whispered into his ear, leaning close and pressing down on him. She surreptitiously, so as not to draw anyone's attention to it, ground her hips hard against him, causing Harry's breath to hitch in his throat. A strangled groan escaped his lips, and his hand slid up her thighs to still her hips. "Don't do that," he croaked out, keeping his voice low so that only she heard him. Ginny smirked wickedly at him and then pouted playfully. His firm hold on her hips prevented her from grinding against him, so instead she settled on rocking back and forth. With both the sheets and the fluffy orange bedspread drawn up to their shoulders, the movement was almost imperceptible, except of course to poor Harry, who was, unfortunately, all too aware of it. "Why?" she asked, sounding like a little girl that had just been scolded. "Not too far from the truth, actually." Harry swallowed nervously, aware that their audience was watching them closely, with the exception of Mrs. Weasley, who had decided to continue her diatribe on her only daughter's indecent actions. "Corrupted the poor boy. You don't even have the decency to wait appropriately before throwing yourself at him." Apparently his attempt to divert Molly's attention from Ginny to himself had not met with any success. Instead, the Weasley matriarch seemed convinced that Ginny had somehow managed to twist Harry's fragile state of mind. "A victim of your own beeped need for gratification. Because," he whispered in Ginny's ear as his right hand trailed lightly up her spine, "I think it would be best if we tried to calm your mum down before her head explodes. I don't imagine anyone would be pleased if that happened." "Probably not," agreed Ginny, rearing back slightly and almost exposing her breasts as she lifted away from his chest. Fortunately, the sheets were drawn up high enough over them to shield her from view of those at the door. "But how do you plan on doing that, might I ask? None of us, not even Dad, have been able to get her to stop in the middle of one of these rants." Harry turned, as much as he could, and addressed Molly, "Mrs. Weasley. A betrayal of trust, that's what this is, Mrs. Weasley. My only daughter, I raised as best I could, practically raping the boy who lived. Mrs. Weasley. Never in 1,000 years, no, never in 1,000 eons. Mrs. Weasley. Molly came to an abrupt halt, almost tripping over her feet and falling to the floor in surprise at Harry's insistent interruption. Harry smiled tiredly at her and breathed a sigh of relief at the sudden silence that seemed to echo through Ron's room. Even the ghoul in the attic was quiet after such a voluble scolding. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," he told her, trying to keep his voice level and professional sounding, much like in his practical fighting techniques classes. He gave the woman he considered almost a mother an apologetic smile. "There's no need to yell at Ginny like this. I understand the situation fully and hopefully, after I've had a chance to explain, so shall you." But Harry, Molly began to protest. Harry raised a hand to still her objections. "Mrs. Weasley, everyone, Ginny simply did what was necessary to revive me. Unfortunately, this required large amounts of skin-to-skin contact in order to effect a working mental connection. If anyone is at fault, it's me for not keeping my guard up around my uncle." Ginny apparently found amusement in everyone's surprised reactions, especially her mum's, and began to relax. Her fierce crimson blush began to fade as she looked at Harry with a wry smile, shaking her head. Harry shrugged his shoulders and tickled her side with one hand when she leaned down and whispered accusingly in his ear, "Liar, liar, pants on fire." Harry grinned impishly at her and retorted quietly, "What pants? You took them off, remember?" Dumbledore clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention and smiled at the two prone teenagers lying before him. "Well, Harry," he said with a smile, "I see you've made a full recovery." Ginny cautiously lifted the sheets a few inches and, with a salacious grin, made a show of peering beneath them. "He certainly has." "Ginny," protested Harry, grabbing the sheet from her with the hand he had been holding her hip with and pulling it down. This time he could feeling the blood rising to his face and knew that he was blushing as brightly as she had been only moments earlier. "Got you," she declared with a smug grin. "Warning. The following has an R rating and contains some explicit imagery." "We're going now so that you two can get dressed," announced Molly Weasley, apparently beginning to recover from her shock at finding her only daughter in bed with Harry. "We'll be expecting you downstairs in the kitchen in 5 minutes. If you're not down, and fully clothed, in 5 minutes, I swear there will be hell to pay the likes of which neither of you have ever seen. Remember that and don't get up to any funny business. Get dressed and downstairs without any detours along the way. Understand? We'll be waiting in the kitchen for you in precisely 5 minutes, yes, Mum," Ginny finished for her, a trace of impatience creeping into her voice. "We heard you perfectly clearly the first time." With a huff and daring glare, Molly turned and bustled her way out of Ron's room, pushing past the others. Ginny could just make out her mutters about the impropriety of the entire situation as she stalked down the passage to the stairs. Bill and Charlie were next to leave the overcrowded room, giving both her and Harry commiserating, yet stern, nods as they left. After they had departed, Dumbledore and Remus took Sirius by the elbows and pulled him out, leaving only the 4 remaining children standing watch over them. "Hey," chuckled Fred, waving at the 2 bedridden teenagers, "we'll be seeing you downstairs then. 5 minutes, remember that. No longer." "Just enough time for a quickie," agreed George as the 2 older boys started to leave. "Make sure you don't do anything the 2 of us wouldn't." "Which does not really prohibit us from doing much," retorted Harry. Ginny groaned and buried her head in the crook of Harry's shoulder. "Just get out of here and let us change in peace," she pleaded, hoping that for once they would do what she asked of them. Once Fred and George's footsteps had retreated down the passage, Ginny looked up to see Ron and Hermione still waiting in the room. Harry also looked at his friends and asked jokingly, "I hope the 2 of you aren't expecting to stay while we get dressed. Voyeurism is definitely something your mums wouldn't approve of." "Just don't try anything funny, Harry," asserted Ron in what passed for a threatening tone of voice. "That's my sister you've got lying on top of you." "Come on, Ron," urged Hermione, grabbing him by the arm and tugging him to the door. "You can perform your brotherly duty and Fred and Harry once the 2 of them come downstairs." Ginny let out a sigh of relief as her friend and the last of her brothers exited the room and closed the door behind them. Some of the past few minutes had undoubtedly been the most embarrassing of her entire life, surpassing everything and anything that had come before. "I never want a repeat of anything like this again." Alone at last, "My love, be quiet you," she told Harry, already feeling better now that they were alone and no longer under the watchful eyes of her family. She smacked him lightly, but playfully, on the shoulder. Harry grinned and tickled her sides. I can't help it. Having everyone walk in on us like this was a tad disturbing. Could have been worse. How? Ginny smirked knowingly. Percy could have been here too. Harry laughed and ran his hands up to her shoulders, making her shiver under his touch. That would have been embarrassing. He would have had to start writing a report about it. It would be more interesting reading than the thickness of cauldron bottoms. Wool. You've been talking with Moira again, haven't you? Bracing her arms to either side of his head, Ginny pushed herself up into a sitting position, her hips pressing down hard against Harry as she did. The sheets and cuddly Cannon's bedspread that had been covering them slid down from her shoulders and pooled around her waist, exposing her breasts to his gaze. She smiled as Harry's eyes widened and he licked his lips. Are you all right? She asked huskily. Well, admitted Harry after King in a steadying breath, I can't move my legs. Panic immediately washed over Ginny and her hands clutched Harry's shoulders. God. What's wrong? Harry looked up at her calmly and said in a perfect deadpan, You're sitting on them. It took several seconds for this to sink into Ginny's mind and several more before she realized that Harry was teasing her yet again. Righteous indignation flashed across her face and she did the first thing that came to mind. She started hitting him. Oh, you? Ginny exclaimed, whacking him lightly on his chest and shoulder with her fists. Harry laughed and reached up to grab her by the back of her head. His other arm wrapped around her waist as he pulled her down to him and caught her mouth in a scalding kiss. It was even more intense than she remembered, hearkening back to the blazing fervor of their very first kiss. While there was no damage for them to fix this time, Ginny was convinced that this kiss was powerful enough to reverse even the complete destruction of number 4 Privet Drive. Ginny gripped Harry's head with both hands and pulled him up to her, with enough force and ardor to bruise their lips. Ning in the back of her throat, she parting her lips as his tongue begged to deepen their joining. With a low growl, never breaking the passionate kiss, Harry flipped them both over. Distracted as she was by the feel of Harry's lips against hers, Ginny could still feel the hardness of Harry's obvious arousal pressing against her own burning need. With his weight resting comfortingly above her, Ginny looked up into Harry's burning green eyes when the kiss eventually ended. Harry's eyes were aglow with a passion, a desire, a need that Ginny had seen during her brief battle with his bestial side. Ginny knew she had to stop this. If she did not, neither of them would be leaving the room in the same condition they had entered it, for they would most certainly be otherwise occupied for quite some time. Worse was the thought that her family would doubtless come back up to investigate her screams, and she knew Harry would make her scream herself hoarse. Even if they put up a silencing charm, Ginny realized that sooner or later, probably sooner, the other Weasleys would come up to see what was taking the two of them so long. Being walked in on while lying beeped in bed together was one thing. Being walked in on during their first lovemaking was something else. Ginny's thoughts and worries about being discovered evaporated instantly under the burning, wet heat that enveloped her nipple. Harry had been nibbling hungrily on her ear and had slowly wound his way downward, trailing kiss on her cheek, jaw, neck and below. As he kissed cled her, Ginny could feel the roughness of his palm massaging her other breast. Her one hand shot up by its own volition and grabbed the back of Harry's head, holding him close as Ginny arched herself up to him. Ginny bucked her hips against him as she felt Harry tenderly grind her sensitive flesh between his teeth. She could not help but groan in protest and loss as he pulled away, letting his hand take over for his mouth. We're going to need lots of silencing charms, he said as he rolled off into her side, his hands tracing their way up from her burning breasts to cup her face. And locking spells, she agreed between gasps. Lots and lots of locking spells. Harry smiled and lovingly kissed the tip of her nose. We certainly don't want to be interrupted, do we? Ginny returned his smile, feeling her lust begin to subside as her self-control reasserted itself. No, somehow I don't think we want that. They lay beside each other for a minute, tempting the deadline Mrs. Weasley had set for them, letting their breathing slow and return to something closer to normal. Ginny played with the thick tousles of Harry's black hair, which she ran between her fingers. Harry simply lay there, one hand gently stroking over and around her bare shoulder, a peaceful and content look in his eyes. Lord, whatever I did to deserve her, tell me, so that I can do it all over again. A second passed. 2. 3. Then Ginny realized she had not thought that, and, in fact, the voice was one she could not fail to recognize. It was not anyone of her family. Not her friends or any of those annoying dead people from the Order of the Phoenix. Harry? Emigod. Harry? With perhaps undue haste, Ginny pushed away from Harry, her hands against his chest. Harry looked at her with bewilderment that quickly changed to shock. Ginny had just enough time to see that he had obviously heard her unspoken question when she discovered an unfortunate fact. Ron's bed was not as wide as the ones at Hogwarts. With a loud thump and muffled oof, Ginny fell to the floor of Ron's bedroom. After several long seconds, Ginny looked up from her position on the floor to see Harry cautiously peering over the edge of the mattress. After staring at each other in shock, disbelief and finally understanding, it was Harry that eventually spoke up. Nobody in the Order said anything about this. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, of number 6 Carey Lane, were proud to say that they were perfectly normal. Thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Unfortunately, such nonsense had quite a good hold on them. Vernon Dursley, the man of the house, was not having a particularly good week. Firstly, Vernon's company, Grunning's Drills, had not been doing as well as he had hoped for during the last quarter, and, as much as he would like to, Vernon could not find a reasonable excuse to blame his firm's problems on his nephew. His nephew, an undisciplined and unappreciative whelp named Harry Potter, was the cause of most of Vernon and his family's problems. Not a week ago, Harry had returned to the Dursleys' previous home, number 4 Privet Drive, after having spent the year at that misfit school of his up north. Ordinarily, this would not have provoked the Dursleys into anything beyond contempt for the pitiful boy and result in an example of tough antagonism and forced manual labor. After all, even if he was a freak, the boy could at least work for his room and board. This was the way things were supposed to be, you see. The Dursleys were perfectly normal in every way, and it was only proper that Vernon, his wife Petunia and their son Dudley, attempt to beat the strangeness out of Harry. Whether this meant physically or verbally did not make much of a difference to Vernon, although he would concede that everything would probably have run a great deal smoother had he taken his belt to the boy earlier on. This, you must understand, was the root of the problem. Over the course of the previous summer, when Harry had returned from his schooling in a state of mild to severe depression, the boy had changed. Unfortunately, for Vernon and his family, these changes were not for the better. To be perfectly honest, and Vernon would deny it till his dying breath, the boy had begun to frighten him. Which is why Vernon had taken matters into his own hands and, once the boy left to rejoin the other freaks, he moved to acquire a means of dealing with the problem. Unfortunately, even after all of the precautions he had taken, Vernon had been unable to resolve the situation with his nephew in a satisfactory manner. After all, one could hardly consider the complete and utter destruction of one's home, and all the earthly possessions therein, a satisfactory resolution to the situation. It was very unsatisfying, in fact, and possibly the key reason why Vernon was in such a foul temper this mid-Saturday morning. It's all that damned boy's fault, he thought, biting viciously down on his slice of slightly burnt toast. The other weirdos that had come after Harry had blown up number 4, had been very apologetic and, though Vernon was loath to admit it, very accommodating in paying for the damages incurred in locating a new place of residence for the Dursley family. Basically, it was the principle of the thing that kept Vernon in a bad mood. Either that or he was naturally an unpleasant person, but that was unlikely, wasn't it? Vernon had managed to ignore his son's bleatings for the morning. He loved his dudders, but the boy did tend to complain a lot when there was a crisp and loud knock on the front door. Vernon lowered the newspaper he had been reading and glared through the kitchen door into the entry hall of his new home. Being interrupted during breakfast, on a Saturday, did not soothe his temper. The knocks on the front door were repeated, sounding perhaps a bit impatient, and Vernon decided to give whomever it was a piece of his mind. Placing his paper down on the table and rising from his seat, Vernon stomped angrily out of the kitchen to the door. With a practiced scowl, he swung the front door open and boomed, "We don't want any." The man standing on the doorstep gave absolutely no indication that he was even in the slightest manner put off by Vernon's open belligerence. Instead the man, who was a good few inches taller than Vernon, possessing a wiry, yet solid-look physique and neatly trimmed black hair, nodded politely in greeting. With a calm and, in Vernon's opinion, ingratiating politeness he asked, "Mr. Vernon Dursley?" "Yes. Who are you?" scowled Vernon, hoping to frighten this already annoying man away with a display of cultivated unpleasantness. "Mr. Vernon Dursley, director of Grunning's Drills?" asked the man, his midnight blue eyes sparkling with what Vernon instantly recognized as anticipation. Vernon frowned and decided, in the interests of aiding his company, that perhaps a modicum of politeness was called for. "Yes, what of it? If this is a business call." The man smoothly interrupted and asked, "Mr. Vernon Dursley, previously of number 4 Privet Drive?" By now Vernon was growing a tad bit frustrated with his visitor. He was fairly certain that he had established his identity well enough, and this constant inane questioning was beginning to work his already frayed nerves. Yes. What the devil do you want, man?" "Mr. Vernon Dursley, legal guardian of Harry James Potter?" The blood in Vernon's veins frozen into ice, and he could literally feel as it drained from his face, undoubtedly leaving him pale as a sheet. Vernon swallowed desperately and tried to gather his wits and customary disdain for these wizarding folk. You're one of them, aren't you?" he asked in return, feeling somewhat proud that he had managed to hold back from stuttering. "Give the muggle a round of applause," commented the dark man, who, Vernon noticed for the first time, was dressed completely in ominous black. "WWWHWH what do you want with us?" What could only be considered an evil grin stretched the man's lips as he extended a hand and introduced himself in a mockingly pleasant tone. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Dursley. My name is Sirius T. Black, and I have heard a great deal about you." Sirius Black? Despite himself Vernon frowned and tried to concentrate, thinking back. "I know that name." "Indeed. Perhaps you heard about me on the Trollovision?" suggested Black, his smile now one of a cat that was about to dine on not one, but 3, plump canaries. "I'm Harry's godfather, recently escaped from Azkaban, the wizarding prison." With the sudden numbness that had descended over him, Vernon was surprised that he managed to retain any of his mental faculties. Of course, considering the nature of the only word he was able to think, this was not saying very much. Godfather, 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 godfather. Now, Vern. May I call you Vern? Sirius, grinning like the psychotic killer Vernon knew him to be, swung an arm around Vernon's burly shoulders, turned him around and led him in an amiable fashion back into the house. "Let's go inside, shall we?" Godfather, 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 godfather. "I think the two of us need to have a nice, quiet chat." They were standing by the fireplace looking, depending on the point of view, either incredibly cute or incredibly pathetic. Had either Molly or Arthur Weasley been present, they would have undoubtedly decided the two teenagers looked incredibly cute in that awkward way teenagers in love manage. If it had been the infamous Fred and George Weasley present, they would have declared the two as being incredibly pathetic in a lost puppy dog kind of way. Fortunately for Ron and Hermione they were alone, with only each other, in the kitchen, so the only opinions present were their own. Not that it helped much against the uncomfortable silence that seemed to permeate the air. Harry, still recovering from his ordeal, had said his goodbyes to Hermione after lunch and had retired to Ron's room. Nobody was surprised when Ginny, despite the voluble scolding she had received from her mother the day before, had immediately volunteered to accompany Harry and keep him company. Naturally nobody was too surprised when Mrs. Weasley insisted that Charlie go with and keep an eye on the two smitten teenagers. And so Ron and Hermione stood there. Ron was standing on one side of the fireplace, shifting nervously from one foot to the other, with his hands clasped firmly behind his back and his attention focused on a very interesting point 1 foot above and to the left of Hermione's head. On the other side Hermione, with her overnight bag slung over her shoulder, was wringing her hands nervously in front of her while at the same time making a close examination of the kitchen floor. After 4 or 5 minutes passed in this manner, even Molly and Arthur would have had to admit that, truth be told, the two looked more pathetic than cute. "I'd better get going," Hermione finally said, breaking the quiet before the tension could get any worse, if that was possible. "Yeah," agreed Ron, sounding very dejected about the idea. Hermione looked up from the floor and smiled weakly. "Hey, At least you get to have Harry stay with you the entire summer. Oh, joy, he muttered sarcastically, an entire summer of having my best friend jumping in bed with my little sister and shagging through the night. Yay. Ron, honestly, protested Hermione, glaring at her boyfriend. The gangly, but starting to fill out rather nicely, youth scuffed his feet together and blushed as he hung his head. I'm sorry, he apologized, I'm just not used to the idea, that's all. Hermione sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Ron, they haven't done anything yet. How can you be so sure? He asked, looking suspiciously at her. Because they told us so, she declared, rolling her eyes. Hermione looked at him with a small amount of frustration. Just because they ended up in bed once, and only because Ginny was helping Harry, does not mean that they will be sleeping together for the rest of the holidays. Ron sighed and leaned against the wall. I know, but the thought of my best friend shagging my sister, if not now then later, makes me queasy. Hermione stomped her foot in annoyance. Ron, please. Don't be so bad. Even if Harry and Ginny were going at it 3 times a night and all day on Sundays, they won't be shagging. They'll be making love. Don't belittle what they have like that. By now Ron was a bright red in the face that almost matched his hair. All right. I apologize. Can we just stop talking about Harry and Ginny's say, life? If you insist, Hermione conceded with a small smile. If you'd prefer we can discuss our prospective say, life instead. Hermione, protested Ron, jumping forward to clamp a hand over her mouth. Ignoring her muffled protests, he cast an anxious look about, checking to see if anyone had overheard them. Prying Ron's hand from her mouth, Hermione smirked at the flustered young man. What is it, Ron? Are you ashamed to admit that we have a relationship? Ron frowned, oddly enough taking the question seriously. Hermione, I'm proud to admit that you're my girlfriend. I'd shout it from the top of the astronomy tower. Even if you looked like Mad-Eye Moody's twin sister. But I do not want my mom and dad to hear anything about when, where and how we make love, if we ever do. Hermione, suitably impressed by his words, smiled warmly and enveloped Ron in a hug that could almost match one of Molly's. She drew back just enough to key him lovingly on the lips before pulling away and shifting the strap of her bag. I really have to go, she sighed, now sounding just as unwilling to leave as Ron was unwilling to have her go. I was supposed to let Rita Skeeter out of the entomology exhibit at the zoo 2 days ago. Why don't you just leave her there? Suggested Ron, remembering how the reporter had dragged more than one person's reputation through the mud during the Triwizard tournament. Hermione smiled and shrugged. Tempting, but I think spending a year living in a glass box is more than enough time to teach her the error of her ways. Ron nodded reluctantly and then offered Hermione the flower pot that held the flow powder. I'll miss you. Don't worry, she assured him, taking a pinch of flow and throwing it in the fire. I'll be back at the end of the month for Harry's birthday party and then for the last couple of days before next term starts. As the flames burning in the fireplace flared high and a bright green, Ron sighed. I'll still miss you. Hermione leaned forward to key him quickly before jumping into the fire. Granger residence. Ron watched as the bushy-haired girl disappeared from view, leaving behind only a puff of black soot and the crackling green fire. As the flames slowly died back down to normal and returned to their normal yellow color, Ron sighed wistfully. I love you. I hate snakes. Lucius Malfoy, for once looking less than perfectly groomed, turned his head so that he could sneer at the short man walking beside him. It was after midnight, what the Muggles called the witching hour, and Lord Voldemort had summoned his inner circle of Death Eaters. Not surprising, he snapped harshly. Snakes do tend to keep the rodent population down. Peter Pettigrew, more often than not known simply as Wormtail, cringed back from the scathing tone and disdainful glare Lucius held him under. Uncomfortable under Malfoy's gaze, he pulled his robes tightly around him, despite the fact that it was now summer. Lucius could see the gleam of silver from Wormtail's right hand in the pale moonlight as he shifted nervously about. Really, Lucius, declared a voice from the shadows. Lucius and Wormtail drew to a halt as one shadow detached itself and strode purposefully towards them. You shouldn't be too harsh on our little traitor here, it's far too easy. My lord, we come to serve, responded Lucius, dropping to his knees in supplication before his master. Beside him he could see Wormtail clumsily copying the motion. Voldemort smiled thinly and motioned for his two servants to rise as he crossed the large room the two Death Eaters had just entered. With a devilish glow in his red eyes, the Dark Lord sat himself on a throne of ebony, his thin and skeletal hands stroking the arms of the chair. "Has your son returned home from Hogwarts, Lucius?" Lucius nodded. "Yes, my lord. He arrived 4 days ago." Voldemort's smile broadened, and he turned his Arlet eyes towards Wormtail. "Have you found the necessary items for the ceremony?" Wormtail was cowering, but managed to nod and stutter, "Why yes, my lord. Everything has arrived, except for the powdered Kraken beat, WWH, which shall be arrive in 2 days and the worn sawdust the day after that." "Not as early as I had hoped for," mused Voldemort, stroking his chin with one long finger. "I am displeased, but the delay is acceptable providing everything proceeds as I require. I will not punish you now for failing." "Why yes, my lord," stuttered Wormtail in relief. "Thank you, my lord." Lucius sneered as his fellow Death Eater bowed low and grovelled. The pathetic fool was a coward and traitor, neither traits that Lucius trusted as far as he could throw a dragon. Wormtail had betrayed his only friends. What was to prevent him from repeating such an act? His attention quickly returned to Voldemort as the Dark Lord shifted comfortably in his seat, slitted red eyes glowing in the darkness. His tiny and sharp-looking teeth were bared in a smile that most Death Eaters were wise enough to try and avoid. Only fools such as Pettigrew thought this was a sign of approval. It was not. "Lucius," Voldemort reached down as his familiar, Nagini, slithered between the two Death Eaters and coiled around the base of the Dark Lord's throne. Voldemort stroked the massive snake's flat head with a tenderness that belied his dark nature. "The ceremony is to take place at midnight on the summer solstice. See that your son is fully prepared." "He is ready, my lord," Lucius responded, trying to keep the pride he felt out of his voice. "Narcissa has given Draco the scrolls he needs to learn, and he has been studying them since his return to Malfoy Manor." Voldemort fixed Lucius with a penetrating stare that chilled his blood. It was all Lucius could do to prevent his knees from shaking. "I hope you are correct in your assessment, both for your son's sake and your own. I will not tolerate any failure in this endeavor." Lucius shook his head and said with absolute certainty, "There is no need for concern, my lord. Draco's hatred for the Potter boy knows no bounds. He would gladly do anything required of him if it helped to ensure his death." "It is not Potter's death I am concerned with, Lucius," remarked Voldemort. "Rather I wish to see him humiliated, disgraced and ultimately defeated. Then, perhaps, I might permit him to die a slow and painful death. Perhaps." "A fitting punishment, my lord," agreed Lucius, bowing in deference. "My son would be greatly honored to aid you towards such a goal, even with his life and soul." Voldemort's laugh was high and unpleasant. "Then he is a perfect candidate, Lucius. For that is what will be required of him." Lucius bowed again, deeper this time. "He shall not fail you." "Pray that he does not," warned Voldemort, his expression a dangerous one. "I intend to bring several new Death Eaters into the Black Fold at the same time. You would do well to introduce young Draco to them and the others, since he shall be working closely with them in the future." "As you command, my lord." Voldemort settled back in his throne and steepled his hands before him, the thin slits of his eyes peering over his fingers and glowing dangerously from beneath his cowl. "Soon it will be time to take action, time to strike the killing blow against that old fool and his pitiful allies. And when all is in place, then I shall march upon Hogwarts itself." Lucius almost grinned and laughed in delight, but managed to restrain himself. After all these long years of hiding, of waiting, of building and regaining all the strength and power lost to the boy who lived, finally, the moment of retribution was nigh at hand. Even that pathetic piece of rabble, Wormtail, seemed stirred by the Dark Lord's words. Of course he was probably just deliriously relieved that his master had seen fit not to punish him. "Until then, we shall have to pass our time with other matters," concluded Voldemort, that terrifying smile returning as his eyes shifted from Lucius. "I think we should begin with Peter's punishment." Wormtail, not being the brightest of souls, took several seconds to realize the meaning behind Voldemort's words. He did not even have a chance to cringe before 13.5 inches of yew were pointing his way. Crucio. Ginny stopped by the kitchen on her way out of the burrow, fixing herself 2 large glasses of pumpkin juice in an attempt to wash away the foul taste in her mouth. It worked, to a degree, but the nauseous feeling she had since jerking awake refused to die down. Ever since Halloween, when Harry had shared one of his nightmares with Ron, Ginny had been wondering what one of Harry's nightmare visions was like. After having just experienced one in painfully vivid detail and clarity, she had begun to realize why cats needed 9 lives. Gritting her teeth and swallowing against the tremulous and queasy movements her stomach was still insisting on having, Ginny finished her second pumpkin juice. She washed the glass and set it down in the sink to dry overnight before leaving the kitchen through the back door and out into the burrow's spacious back garden. Hopefully the fresh air will help, she thought, taking a deep breath as she padded barefoot across the damp grass. Under the soft starlight and the silver glow of the crescent moon, Ginny could see Harry sitting silently on the small grassy knoll at the very back of the garden. A feeling of melancholic nostalgia filled her as she remembered the last time she and Harry had sat together there, the night before they had left for Hogwarts, nearly a year ago. Harry was gazing up at the stars with a thoughtful expression, much as he had that night which seemed so far in the past. Ginny sank to the ground beside him, matching his posture and tilting her head back to stare up at the night sky. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Ginny didn't know how long. It could have been a minute or an hour. Regardless of the actual duration, the 2 young lovers sat in a comfortable silence and appreciated the heavens above. "Canute for your thoughts?" Harry finally asked, breaking the silence. "Sorry," she answered, "but they're worth more than that." Harry looked down from the sky he was watching and turned to her. "How much? A sickle?" Ginny shook her head. "I don't know. Truth be told, I'm trying not to think about anything right now. If I did, I might start throwing up again." "I'm sorry you had to see that," he told her, shifting closer to her until they were brushing together. His arm slipped around and hugged her close to him as she dropped her head to rest on his shoulder. "It's not your fault, Harry," she said. The dream they had shared was still fresh in Ginny's mind, particularly the excruciating pain that had racked her body when Voldemort had begun casting the Cruciatus curse on Wormtail. She never realized how horribly real Harry's visions were. No wonder he always looked so ragged after experiencing one. Harry sighed and held her tightly. "I feel terrible saying this, but I'm actually glad you were there to share it with me. I still felt helpless about it, but at least I wasn't alone." Ginny snaked both her arms around his waist. "Don't feel bad about it. If it were me, I'd also want someone with me. It was definitely not an experience anyone suffer by themselves." "I'd rather I suffer alone than force that upon you," he replied silently. "Don't think that," she told him, squeezing him to get the point across. "Sorry." They lapsed into silence, satisfied to simply be in each other's presence and comforting embrace. Once again an unmeasured period of time passed, but both teenagers were too lost in their own thoughts to notice just how long they sat there. So, this time it was Ginny that broke the silence. "Draco's going to become a Death Eater." "Can't say I'm surprised," admitted Harry. Ginny shook her head in bewilderment. "I wouldn't have thought Tom would be that stupid. By now it would be stretching credibility to suppose that he doesn't know we can detect a dark mark. Even if he doesn't know that, surely someone must have told him that the situation map can." Harry frowned and considered the idea. That might be what this ceremony they were talking about is for. A way to mask the dark mark from detection. "Can they do that? I guess we'll find out the next time we see Malfoy." "Should we tell someone about this?" Harry nodded. "Yes. I'll have Hedwig deliver a message to Albus in the morning." Ginny smirked playfully, trying to lighten the mood. "It's already morning, Harry." "Thanks for pointing that out, Percy," retorted Harry with a teasing smile. "Harry, I didn't know you swung that way." Ginny clutched a hand to her chest in mock despair. "I must warn my poor, innocent brothers that you're only using me to get to them. You're incorrigible, do you know that? I think you're mistaking me for Fred and George." Harry chuckled and leaned forward to key her lightly on the lips. "I could never do that. Those two aren't nearly as dangerous as you are." Ginny giggled and tried not to blush. "Don't forget that." He laughed lightly and held her close. "With the order constantly reminding me of the fact, I doubt that would be possible." "Harry?" She turned her head to look up at him, her face oddly serious. I want to become an animagus." "That's nice. I'm sure the order will help, Harry agreed. His eyes narrowed for a moment as he considered, then he smiled. Sounds fun, actually, just so long as you don't blow up the burrow first time you change. That might upset your parents. Don't worry, Ginny assured him, blowing things up is Fred and George's job. They had been sitting outside on the little hillock for several hours, half the night nearly. Around the horizon the sky was beginning to lighten as dawn approached. First the impenetrable black took on a tinge of deep blue, then a rich purple and was currently a deep pink with a hint of orange. It was a beautiful sight. Harry, however, was having a hard time deciding if the sunrise could possibly compare to the beautiful sight resting against him. What are you thinking about? Harry continued to stare at the horizon, which was starting to come alive with streaks of orange and red, while the clouds scattered here and there began to glow scarlet and gold. Pondering Ginny's question, he eventually answered, the future. Are you worried? No. Ginny arched her eyebrows and looked at him curiously. Why not? Harry smiled sadly and turned away from the sunrise to answer silently, something I've learned, Gin. He reached up to gently stroke a finger across Ginny's cheek before tucking a loose strand of her fiery hair behind her ear. Don't worry about the past, because it can't be changed. Live for today and only worry about the problems at hand. And the future? Let the future worry about itself, he told her with a smile. He looked back to where the sun was just beginning to crest the horizon, and could feel her own smile even though he couldn't see it. Ginny hugged him tightly as the sun rose into view, the warm butter-yellow light slowly crawling along the ground. Harry relaxed in her arms and decided to speak, saying something that he felt could only be true. An old and very dear friend had once consoled him with these words, and now Harry repeated them, with only a slight modification. What will come and we'll meet it together. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.